Hello, Triple. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, market bắt đầu chờ thôi. Minh Thấp phải đang mua nè. Thế mấy cái này về giá rẻ hết trơn à. Tesla, TSL, NVA, AMD, Nvidia, Palantir, Microsoft, Hoodcon về giá rẻ hết. Đây là cái giá rẻ này. Như Tesla 421 là cũng gần giá rẻ. TSL gần như về giá rẻ hết á. Mình thích con nào chọn mua sân ha. Còn MU nãy cộng giờ thành trừ. Nãy nó lên lại đường chút xong giờ nó xuống lại. VHub, CISS, ok. Rồi tất cả những stock này là về giá rẻ hết. Người nào thích thì canh. Bỏ cho market. Q, AQST, DMAA. Mấy con high risk này nhìn trong bar chart là thấy. Chia cắm đầu xuống lại, thì hấp xuống, tấp đang rớt cùng một lúc hết, everything go down, em đi lên lại một chút. Any question? Trong khi chờ đợi chờ market mở cửa.
I have not done that math, Joe, but there will be some.
And
Yeah.
the other thing I was seeing,
There's also board members too, by the
I
way.
heard Bill Dudley, and we won't know for 6 months about productivity. Is everyone basing productivity gains on just on AI? Because I think ideologically, if you're against a lot of the programs the Trump administration put in, you're not going to give any credit to the big beautiful bill. You're not going to give any credit to immediate
Right.
expensing. You're not going
I
to.
don't think they all are basing it on that. Some of them who have spoken.
Are they basing
Guys,
it?
I
Are
went.
they basing it on everything? Because ideologically, they could say, "Oh, there's not going to be any productivity," and
I went down the alley with Dudley on this productivity thing.
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to give you an example. Let's say you and Becky are baking bread for a living.
Okay.
And Becky comes in one morning and says, "I have a brilliant idea. Let's run the ovens at 375 and not 400, and we can double our output." Right? That's heresy to bread makers, I know. Okay? You've spent no money at all. In fact, you've saved money. Pure productivity input. Now, let's say you come in one morning and say, "Becky, I got a great idea. We're going to buy 2 more new ovens, and we're going to spend X amount of capital, and we're going to boost our productivity from that." Huge capital gain increase.
Immediately.
Well, you write it off. That's another point we can get into.
Yeah.
But the fact is, you have spent money on your ovens. You've raised the cost of capital, and the Fed funds rate, the R star, rises because of that. It doesn't rise because of Becky's reason. It rises because of your reason. That's why Dudley's saying, hold on, be chill. Let's watch to see how all this works. There's upward pressure from productivity on rates, and there's also downward pressure. And there's your economics lesson for the morning. through baking
So
bread,
my
which my wife does very well.
My
by the
idea is
way.
better than Becky's, she said.
What's that?
My idea is better than, my bread is.
No, Becky's idea is better.
Oh.
Better.
Who has better bread?
Well, could you call it do re mi? Would that be okay? Would that be?
Good, I like it.
That's my wife bakes bread, and I keep asking her, is there a way we could make this into a commercial interest? And she says, I have no interest. And we got to wrap because
Yeah,
that's what we got to do.
I like it.
Okay, Steve,
Raymond?
thank you. Joining us right now to discuss markets and geopolitics is Macro Poppage, research macro and geopolitical strategist. Good morning to you. Well, let's actually just go to, I mean, we're talking markets, but let's also talk about maybe the Kevin Warsh of it all. What do you think about the way markets reacted to this on Friday?
You know, it's interesting because bond yields stayed elevated and the dollar didn't really rally. I mean, it rallied a little bit, but not great. So when you look at gold and silver falling as much as they did, I think what's happening, and this is just my view, but I think the sort of left tail risk of a chocolate Labrador in charge of the Fed has been taken away. You know, so gold and silver can collapse, but there still seems to be a little bit of the term premium in bond markets that wasn't really, I guess, related to Kevin Hassett appointment. It might be related to still this, you know, sort of a Damocles of the SCOTUS decision on tariffs. And I think that that's an interesting point. And then, of course, DXY rallied a little bit, but not that much. So I don't think the market has solely focused on Warsh's appointment. There's other things going on. And of course, President Trump, he was on the plane like a day ago. And he basically said that he doesn't want and hasn't talked to Warsh about pushing interest rates down. So I think it was also Trump's statements that he was going to be orthodox when it comes to his new Fed chair.
Marco, I keep thinking this through of come up to me and ask me, would you make a dovish bet or a hawkish bet on Warsh? And I don't think I can answer that question right now. How would you answer it?
Well, I think you pointed out that there's two things going on here. First, there's the interest rates, but then there's the balance sheet.
Right.
And so, you know, to me, the balance sheet is almost more important. I think that in 26, the most macro loaded question is how far is President Trump willing to take the housing revival story? I don't think we spend enough time on that. There was a January 8th tweet about $200 billion worth of MBS purchases. And we've kind of forgotten about that because of, well, Greenland and central bank, Fed chair. But the reality is that that's when Warsh and Trump could get into a fight, not over interest rates, but what if the only way to sustainably raise housing is through MBS purchases by the Fed?
You think that's something that Kevin Warsh would do?
You know, I don't know. But if this is truly important for President Trump, I have a feeling they had to talk about that. Because how else do you actually incentivize, those 30-year mortgage rates to come down? There's some things you can do through macroprudential banking regulations. Some things you might have to do through a little bit of an expansion, at least.
Marco, the reason I was asking Steve earlier about the relationship with the rest of the board is because I imagine if you were to do something like that, as you're describing, you're going to need the whole board to back that.
Yes, the board, just point of information before Marco answers, the board would have to approve an increase in, and I'm not sure if it's the FOMC or the Federal Reserve Board, but I believe it's the board would have to approve MBS.
That seems like a much more complicated effort to try to capture all those votes, no?
It would be antithetical to what he's been talking about, which is reducing the Fed's footprint in the economy, but Marco makes an excellent point that there's politics behind it.
Right, but the question is whether the rest of the board would go along with those politics. And that seems harder in this
Depends
context.
on who's on the board.
Well, but you know who's on the board. The current board.
Now,
Yes.
no, they would not.
Right.
They have an explicit, I believe, goal to reduce MBS holdings inside the Fed. In fact, they've kept that runoff the same. They can't run it off because of the rates, but I don't want to take time for Marco answering this stuff, but we can talk about this offline.
Marco, so I mean, I hear you saying this, but in terms of how you handicap that?
Well, let's see first if the spread between 30-year mortgage rates and the 10-year yield can come down using other avenues. President Trump can also use the regulatory rules pretty extensively here. And of course, we've heard last year them talk about extending maturity of mortgages. There's portable and assumable mortgages being applied to everyone, not just veterans. So there are ways to incentivize a housing revival. My point is that I think that this will be the policy issues for President Trump, and it's a bipartisan one. So, there's politics of the FOMC board, but there's also politics of Congress in the country. Remember, Senator Warren wrote a letter to Jay Powell to cut interest rates in early 24 based on this issue, which now President Trump has taken. He and Mamdani found common ground on affordability issue, and I think he will run in the midterms on this policy. So if you're looking for a disagreement with Warsh, I don't think it's going to be on the interest rates. It's going to be on the housing side.
This is exactly the sort of thing that Warsh would contend is a fiscal policy issue.
Right.
And is not a matter for the
Well,
Fed.
that's
So
why-
I would find it unbelievable if he would agree to that. The other aspect of this, though, is that I think they can use the Fannie Freddie balance sheets to make that happen.
Okay, but the flip side of this, Marco, and this goes to lowering interest rates, at the same time that you may be trying to, reduce the balance sheet. I don't know what you think is going to happen to unemployment this year as you look out for the rest of the next 12 months. Because I think there's a new concern that actually that is something that could be ticking up. And therefore, again, if you're Warsh and if you're the president of the United States, you're going to want to do something about it.
Well, exactly. And I think, first of all, there's the issue of where employment goes. I think the fact that we've had a pretty aggressive enforcement of immigration is going to start mattering for the labor market as well. So you could have a situation where consumption continues to be relatively flat, maybe even flaccid, but unemployment doesn't rise. And so you could have a slowdown in the economy with employment actually looking okay-ish, if a little bit middling. And so I actually, I've been a big proponent of this thesis that President Trump is kind of a human steepener. That's kind of worked in 2025, that thesis, particularly when he got elected until February of 25. But I think now we may have put too much confidence on interest rate cuts over the next 12 months. And so a flattener might be actually much smarter for the rest of the year.
Marco, I want to thank you. Appreciate it. We're coming right back after this.
Có ai có câu hỏi gì không? Trong khi chờ đợi market mở cửa. Any question? No question? Market rớt từ trái sang phải luôn.
reports joining us now. Stephen Levy, he's editor at large of Wired. Have you figured out a hard, fast rule to determine how the market's going to treat big AI cap expenditures? In one case, it's like, oh, that's great. They're really serious about this. Let's bid up the stock. And in the other one, it's, oh my God, they're spending so much. When will we get a payoff? And then the stock goes down. How do you handicap it, Steve?
Yeah, well, I can't really divine how the market goes to that, but they have to respond to the big question, I think, of our economy really is, how do they, measure, that bet that these big hyperscalers are making, which affects all of us because so much of the market now, because of the high valuations of these companies, Yeah, and that's like the giant question. They were so bullish, not only on AI, but on the premise that improving AI and getting to where they want this, Valhalla, where, abundance is everywhere and AI solves all our problems that, Sam Altman and the rest talk about, that depends on AI progressing in a way that requires these massive data centers with hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. Just look at what Oracle did. They're all in. So that's not a bet which is clear is going to pay off. Not only are you betting that AI is going to work its way into the fabric of our lives and build everything out, but that the successful AI only has to rely on the scaling so we could build these bigger models, with the bigger data centers. And it may pay off, it may not pay off, but the people who are pushing AI forward have pushed all their chips to the center of the table on this.
Yeah. So there's a couple of different things that you said there, but you get the same conclusion as we don't know. That's
it. And all our money is on the table. Look. Just think what happens if these, big companies, with the multi-trillion-dollar valuations, find themselves, either overextended or they make the investments and it doesn't pay off in productivity. I think everyone's pretty much come to the consensus that the revenues they get aren't going to catch up in a satisfying way to the scale of the investments or what these things cost.
For years, but you made 2 points. One, does the more you spend mean the AI that you're developing will actually be better and worth that additional spending? And two, once you get AI to as good as it's going to get, is the payoff to overall economic growth, is that either better or worse than what you were anticipating? And you can't tell me.
Of course I can. I can tell you that AI itself will continue to progress. So that's the outside of the markets. That's the biggest story of all.
All right, very good. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
All right, Stock Fox, we'll be right back.
Goldman Sachs Active ETF GPIQ consistently seeks to deliver monthly income without sacrificing capital growth. Active ETFs from Goldman Sachs. Not just active, relentless. Today, you'll start to feel good about your hair. You'll ditch the hat and go on that date. You're still nervous. It's just not about your hairline. This shift comes from sticking with routine that works from the inside out. Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com/med.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly, but with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. This is the story of the one who knows that choosing Granger for next day delivery and professional grade products can help him fly through the day like fly. Call, click, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Foley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you need Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
Like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
You need a tan? I'm your man. We do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd.
At RBC Wealth Management, we know you have ideas for your future. Ideas that can help you enjoy the moment or owning the moment. They can bring investment opportunities or opportunities to invest in yourself. Ideas that can have you doing good or feeling great. To following your passion, to making your passion work for you. What ideas will you bring to life? Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
The more New York City.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. We kick off the month of February with futures mixed, big earnings on deck, partial government shutdown, more volatile trading in oil, precious metals, and Bitcoin, which does bounce off of 75K. Our roadmap begins with the setup for stocks as we kick off this new trading for the new month.
Plus comments from Jensen Huang raising some doubts about NVIDIA's massive investment commitment to OpenAI. Meanwhile, we've got Oracle shares up as the company announces a $50 billion fundraising plan. And Disney's out with earnings. It beat estimates. Company also reportedly getting close to picking its next CEO.
Meantime, tech's under some pressure as another month of trading kicks off. Jim, for the year to date so far, energy's up 14 and tech's down 2.
Yeah, it's funny because you go in, you look at the S&P futures, and the S&P futures are down big. But then the Dow's up because the Dow is not related in any particular way to the Mag 7. It actually has a lot of others. Now, David is going to say it's atavistic. We don't care.
Correct.
I'm only mentioning it because the S&P is so overloaded with these stocks that we all know that it's very hard for it to be able to run when we're.
Yeah, but nobody buys the Dow Jones and everybody buys the S&P. So,
No, but I say it's a great snapshot of what like the caterpillars in the world. And when I look at the S&P,
Lộc Nguyễn ở YouTube hỏi là Boeing có good cho long term không? Trả lời sao các bạn?
The best of the war. Hỏi vậy cũng hỏi nữa.
Chắc là chưa xem mấy cái clip, còn nó là con rùa của mình mà.
Cái VNAI nó lên 24 đồng đó anh Tú.
Nó đang lên hả?
Nó lên tới 24 đồng, nó đang xuống đó. Tại vì hôm thứ 6 em mua, em lời mua mấy trăm xe, lời được 4 đồng lấy ra rồi.
À. Cái này á, mọi người tôi gửi cái version mới ra rồi á. Cái downside là nó tính từ cái giá này xuống, chứ không phải từ 52 week 2. Nó make sense hơn. Là 95% của 430 là 408 rồi nó xuống dần. Fix cái này rồi. Ok. Rồi. Ok, trước khi còn 20 phút nữa chờ thì tôi nói sơ sơ lại ha. Thì cái bán hàng chị yêu là tôi update update cái bảng này cộng thêm cái Blue Angel ha. Cái Blue Angel là cái advanced technique của TA đấy, để mình đoán là trong quá khứ mình look back 52 tuần thì cái điểm cao của nó đó, khi mình hết cái điểm cao 52 bước á, thì nó trở về lại cái giá 95% của nó. 473 là bao nhiêu phần trăm? Đấy, để cho mình biết, mình thêm tự tin để mình trade. Đấy, thì trong cái setting á, nếu mà cái table này dài quá, mình kéo xuống dưới đây, nó có cái phần win rate right here, turn off, thì cái table nó ngắn lại, thấy không? Mình không cần cái win rate với lại cái risk management trong lúc mình trade thôi. Rồi cái look back là 52 tuần, nhưng mà bạn có thể chọn 40 tuần, 20 tuần, 10 tuần, 5 tuần, 1 tuần, tùy theo bạn ha. Rồi cái nữa là cái style. Nếu mà vô cái style á, thì nó có cái target. Nó vẽ cái target cho các bạn luôn. Target 595, 90, 85 và stop loss. Okay, stop loss nằm tuốt ở dưới. Nó có 3 đường này nè, để cho mình biết cái 95%, 95%, 90, 8, 85, cái stop loss. Ok, mình đổi màu, đổi dày hay mỏng tùy theo mình thôi. Rồi cái gì nữa? Thì ở đây cái table dưới á, mình có thể move hai cái table, mình muốn move sao cũng được. Ví dụ mình move lên bottom right, top right, move cái table lên bottom middle, đưa cái bảng vô chính giữa. Ok, mình muốn mua nó đi đâu mình mua thôi. Top right, bottom right, mua nó qua góc này lại, đó thì nó nhảy qua góc lại. Ok, ở trong mấy cái setting này để nguyên, đừng có mess around với nó. Rồi cái bảng hàng chiều, thì mình đang Nvidia nó biểu mua nè, thì mình có thể nhấn cái nút chì. Nếu mình không muốn coi con AMD chẳng hạn, bấm cái này nữa là mình muốn coi con PLTR. Ok, là nó sẽ đổi, nó để con PLTR trong đây cho mình. Ok, tức là trong mấy cái stock này mình muốn đổi con nào thì mình cứ bấm mình đổi ra. Rồi tôi đang làm cái user guide cho cái này mà chưa làm xong tôi sẽ đưa các bạn giải thích những cái này là cái gì ha. Ok, nó sơ về cái Blue Angel. Có ai có câu hỏi gì không? MU nó cứ giật lên giật xuống. Có kháng cự ở 49. Nhưng ít nhất là nó cộng. Any question?
Heard those words used many times. So then what's going on, Jim? Why is this asset class not moving with gold? Obviously, we saw the reversal in silver on Friday, but nonetheless, still gold's up so much as well. What happened here? What's the issue?
Well, I think that it's possible that it's such a thin market, you can take it down very quickly. If you try to do some selling Saturday evening, what people did, I have a pathetic lifestyle. I was home on Saturday, watched the thing trading down. And I realized that, it could be down on like $100,000. I mean, this market is not as thick as the gold market. No one knows really what's going on. And David doesn't have as much clarity as you'd probably like to see.
Yeah. There's this idea of the marginal buyer in gold is central banks or sovereign wealth funds or institutions. Whereas when it comes to Bitcoin, and again, I'm somebody, it's retail, it's crypto funds, it's levered traders. It's just not as strong hands. And therefore,
Strategy bought 73 million over the weekend at 87. I beg to differ. There's a buyer in there. Strategy is kind of like the First National Bank of what? What are they? The full faith competitor of what? Michael Saylor? CNBC?
Yeah.
Full faith competitor of CNBC?
They are.
Meanwhile, Oracle right now, people are saying, hey, Jim, you cloned a great company, bad balance sheet. Well, the balance sheet's now fixed, and it's a great company.
Is the balance sheet in Oracle, though, fixed for forever?
I mean, you just suggested that they probably got more to do after this.
They probably do.
The commitments go for years and years. Obviously, they're making the big bet on the customers who will be there. This was part of the conversation I had quite a few months ago now with those CEOs, and a lot of it comes back to OpenAI, which I was surprised the stock of Oracle didn't react more positively when we started to report a lot more on the success, perhaps, of OpenAI's quest for $100 billion in new capital.
Although now we got some clarity from Jensen about.
Yeah, but this $100 billion raise, Carl, is obviously we've been reporting. I think Kate Rooney, $50 billion from Amazon potentially.
Yep.
We haven't seen it yet, by the way.
No, we
and others could add up to as much as $100 billion. Unclear where Nvidia will come in on this or how much.
Okay.
Microsoft may be a part of it, and then a lot of other investors as well.
Right? 40 billion.
SoftBank's $30 billion on
There.
this. 30. Thank
All right,
you.
here's the latest from
So SoftBank and Amazon together is 80 if the Amazon number is correct.
Okay, Nvidia trading down on this is just plain stupid because what Jensen said this weekend in Taiwan, Sam is closing the round of investment. We will absolutely be involved. Then he said we will invest a great deal of money, probably the largest investment we've ever made. Now, all we ever hear about is that this. Now, I know Wolf was terrific, and on ice,
Yeah.
in reference to the actual cold ice.
We did ask Jensen about it last week. I asked him about it, and we have it because it was very much unclear in terms of the answer about the relationship or what they were doing in terms of that $100 billion commitment that had been made, at least, to OpenAI.
As he said, it was never a commitment.
Yeah.
That was Jensen's line.
Right, and here's what he said to us. Back in late September, when there were the first reports about $100 billion potential NVIDIA investment in OpenAI, we haven't seen it finalized yet. Is that something that is still going to happen?
We said that we would invest $1 billion, $10 billion for each gigawatt that they would have to go raise. So they have to raise a significant amount in addition to what we decide to invest in them. Now, as you know, we invest in exchange for equity. I think it's a once in a generation company. It's a fantastic investment. I wish we would invest it earlier and more significantly. The work that they're doing is incredible. This is going to be a consequential company and a very large company, and so we're delighted to invest in them. But whatever we decide to invest in them in a small percentage of what they ultimately raise.
Kind of similar to, I guess, what he said as well over the weekend, Jim.
Yeah, I think it is similar. And I know that when you speak to the company, they're trying to tell you, look, he's going to put money in it, but they're not giving you any of the terms. Now, the fact that NVIDIA is down, I think NVIDIA is down because the market's awful. But I see the same ones again. It's SanDisk is up. It's it's the ones that are in shortage versus the one that have flood. Now, NVIDIA's not really a true buck because once again, over and over again, Genesis, look, the demand is great. You put a lot of orders in with TSMC. But
Look who's coming on, Mad Money.
yeah, well, I want to be a little more definitive than what people say. Maybe we have industrial, fourth revolution, industrial demand. Well, let's stop trying to relate NVIDIA to OpenAI. OpenAI is either going to get the fundraise, it's not necessarily because of NVIDIA, or it's going to be from SoftBank and a couple of others. Anyway, the idea that NVIDIA is going down on this is, I don't know, I'm trying to be a diplomat. How about idiotic?
It's one way to put it. We'll see. As we know, it's been flat over 6 months. Jim, market is definitely asking questions.
Everything I like is flat. It's time to buy Caterpillar. I'm seeing them later this week. Please stop.
Cat's not flat. It hasn't been flat. It's the best down name
I
in the
want
past
to
12
compete with
months.
Chanel Procter. How about Colgate? Bang up order.
How about Disney? We'll get to Disney's earnings as they report this morning. Rare Monday morning print. Futures, as we said, a bit mixed here with the S&P down for a fourth, on track for 4 consecutive days down. Stay with us.
Gold Bond believes in the power of touch, a loving touch, a touch that says, I'm never letting go. That's why Gold Bond is formulated to make your skin irresistibly touchable. Get in touch. Gold Bond.
Under the ServiceNow AI Control Tower lets you see all your AI in one place.
I'm tracking all our AI agents, HR, IT, customer service.
You've got your eye on all your AI. I rap too.
So many talents. The first day back from maternity leave is so weird. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. It's not you. It's care.com.
Otis, check this out. Clearly, you've been too busy to get life insurance. Well, getting life insurance is such a pain. Not Ethos. It's all online. Takes like 10 minutes. It's affordable too.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Over the next 20 plus years, $124 trillion will be transferred, with more than 81% going to spouses and heirs. So how should you prepare? I'm John Schuman, partner and head of wealth transfer at Corient. Advisors are skilled at recommending specific estate and wealth transfer strategies tailored to meet your family goals in a tax and cost-efficient manner. There are a lot of considerations for the successful transfer of wealth. It's never too early to get professional advice. Contact Corient today.
Never miss a moment.
Bet pretty heavily that there's not another rate cut under Jay Powell. It's not like buying Apple or Microsoft and seeing 100x return in public markets. I think that's going to be harder to come by, and I think that's a very dire risk that we're worried about with AI. President Trump has brought down the temperature on the situation. He's in constant contact, and he is urging them not to shut down the government.
At RBC Wealth Management, we know you have ideas for your future. Ideas that can have you taking more time off, or putting more time in. They could mean more peace and quiet, or more fun and games. Ideas you can drive, or that drive you. From settling in to living it up. What ideas will you bring to life? No more with RBC Wealth Management.
Disney beating earnings estimates. The experiences division, which includes parks, resorts, and cruises, crossed $10 billion in quarterly revenue for the first time. Meantime, people familiar with the matter telling CNBC that Disney's board meeting this week expected to vote on Iger's successor. Iger was asked about those plans on the call this morning.
The good news is that the company is in much better shape today than it was 3 years ago because we have done a lot of fixing, but we've also put in place a number of opportunities. I also believe that in the world that changes as much as it does, that in some form or another trying to preserve the status quo was a mistake, and I'm certain that my successor will not do that. So they'll be handed, I think, a good hand in terms of the strength of the company, a number of opportunities to grow, and also the exhortation that in a world that changes, you also have to continue to change and evolve as well.
Jim, domestic parks up 1, per capita spending up 4. They do warn about international visitors visiting domestic parks less.
Yeah, well, look, I searched for how the stock could trade to 117, then back to 109. So it starts at 112, goes to 117, people were reading through. Then it goes to right through 112 all the way down to 109. So I always try to figure out how much is the market. You know, David, when I look at this, I think it's good. Streaming's good. But again, it's media. And we tend to forget that when in doubt, sell media.
Yeah, that appears to be Actually, that's a good way to wrap it up, Jim. And when in doubt, just sell. Because to your point, it does seem to be a strong quarter.
Yes.
Experience is strong. Streaming up 11%. They're doing over $500 million in profit per quarter. But that does seem to be the reflex to a certain extent. Oh, wait, I mean, Netflix shares, of course, we can talk about that a bit later. Down so sharply since, of course, their pursuit and then announcement of the deal to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery. But on this one, a lot of this is going to be the next CEO's problem, so to speak.
Right.
And as you guys probably know, I mean, all I hear is Josh Tomorrow's name. If it is not him, it would be a significant surprise in terms of who the next CEO will be. As you take a look at a picture of Dana Walden, it's not expected to be her.
And that's related to her picture related to
his succession.
Oh, there we go.
And yeah, there he is. But we'll see. James Gorman has been leading the succession campaign, so to speak. Obviously, the board's going to have to meet and vote on this. We may know fairly soon who's going to succeed Mr. Iger. And it's been reported last week. Frankly, I hadn't heard this. I didn't think it was news. The expectation is sometime later this year, Iger, while he stays at the company, formally gives up the CEO title so that his successor can sort of take over, hit the ground, and when Iger exits at the end of this year, it won't be as though I'm no longer CEO now. He will have already given up that title and a lot of that potential responsibility as he sort of works with his successor during the period that remains.
Yeah, I mean, when I was going about trying to figure out how good the quarter was for this computer,
yeah,
the quarter was good.
Yeah. So what explains this?
Well,
I know there may not be one, other than what you just said.
Well, it's kind of like, I mean, let me give you when I say like sell media. There's the moment where they're talking about sports being down 4, okay? And why is that liked? Well, because people thought it might be down 7.
Well, Sports Operanet was down 23, and a lot of that was due to the YouTube TV dispute. $110 million hit right there. I mean, they are warning Jim on international travel. That's not exciting. CapEx went to $3 billion on their cruise fleet.
And yet the cruise business is the one I've been looking for because the cruise business is fantastic for them. Just fantastic. And they got another ship going, and I thought that was good. I thought it might be ahead of expected of when we thought it would be in. But David, when I look at this, I keep thinking about Comcast. They have theme parks.
Yes, and they're those.
He was asked about the impact of Epic on the interview in Squawk this morning.
Theme parks are really great.
Theme parks are. I remember back to the NBC deal with GE. It was an afterthought, theme parks, and it ended up being the only growth part of the entire operation for Comcast.
Yeah, buy SanDisk.
There you go.
Down some media and buy SanDisk.
Who's in SanDisk? Here's the question: who got a SanDisk?
I have absolutely no idea.
Sanjay Baroja, CEO. Wow.
I didn't know that.
That's interesting. Take a look at the pre-market. We'll get the opening bell in a moment. We'll get to some M&A and shale. Some calls on Palantir, McDonald's, Dash, Best Buy, and a lot more. Stay with us.
He sure knows these parts well.
I'll say the planes whisper to him. Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more. Prospectus at Invesco.com.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
When was the last time you made a return like this? Options often offer higher returns than stocks, cost less, and can reduce risk. Learn how in our new book. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. That's right, they will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle. Eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-973-9741 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-9741.
Anybody who is struggling with alcohol should try Or Health. Within a week, the cravings were completely gone. Or Health is safe, science-backed, and it works. I couldn't believe how easy it was. Alcohol doesn't run my life anymore.
Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
All the vitamins and this stuff, I start every day feeling my best, ready to go.
He'll do this for hours.
The little thing we do, they love it.
Nice. It's the M, shorthand for price to earnings multiple, that actually determines the price of the stock. This is stuff that really just confounds many people.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Take a look how we're setting up when we open about a little over 5 minutes from now. Of course, you can see we are going to be down a bit on the S&P. We're no longer talking about the Mag 7. That's the message from Jim. We'll find out.
There's the Mag 1.
What is the subject of his Mag Dash? When we get that, don't forget you can catch us anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Become a smarter investor with CNBC Pro. Subscriber-only content from Wall Street pros like Josh Brown. You're going to love the best stocks in the market list. Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Looking for a romantic getaway? How about a lover's retreat? Head to Quinault Beach Resort and Casino any Sunday through Thursday for just $279. And Quinault's will include a $100 resort credit, $25 in free play for up to 2 people, and a bottle of wine or champagne. That's over $150 back in amenities. Romantic walks on the beach? No additional cost. Quinault Beach Resort and Casino in Ocean Shores. Winners have been here. Offer valid February 1st through 27th. See website for details.
The Chevy Equinox and all-electric Equinox EV. It's your choice. Either the adventure-bound, game day ready, and safety-forward Equinox, or the long-range, backpack, and hands-free capable Equinox EV. Whether you fill up or plug in, you'll get a do-it-all SUV at an incredible value. And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Done.
Brandon Coley. Jablon.
Aren't as absurd as you think.
Youth mental health is a complex challenge that requires comprehensive solutions. We must strengthen after-school programs. We must make digital literacy tools available in our schools. We must work with mental health professionals to support children. And we must empower mentors, educators, and parents to keep kids happy. Learn more about our commitment to finding lasting solutions at empowerourfuturecoalition.com/solutions. Paid for by the Coalition to Empower Our Future.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Quinault CoQ10. Quinault has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Quinault, the brand I trust.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide. Solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
All right, let's get to a mad dash. New MATA on the deck here. Obviously, the stock down sharply. Was it last week or a couple on the Medicare Advantage changes? What do you think?
Well, Morgan Stanley came out with a piece today which says sell Humana. and it's a very good piece because it's the one that was most levered to this, what they needed. Everyone thought that Montana was in charge of this would go for like a 3 to 5% increase, and it went to 1.
0.09.
Yeah, 0.09. And when you go to them, you just listen, enough is enough. Now, there are many people who just say, oh, my, now you're going to get screwed by these companies. It's not going to be as good. I'm Humana plant, so I've been looking into it. I'm just saying I don't see anything. It's too early. No change, obviously, yet. But this shock was something that had to do with, the end would say, literally, with whether Medicare can be solvent in the out years. So I don't think that you're going to get that relief. A lot of people feel he puts out that 0.9
right, and then they work higher, and you get to at least 2 or 3% increase year over year from Medicare Advantage.
And I say, why would Morgan Stanley downgrade if that's going to happen? Wouldn't you upgrade it betting there's no overreaction? And they did.
By the way, timing of the downgrade's not great. Where were they? They were now they're going underweight. I mean, thanks a lot, guys, but
better late than never.
Yeah, I suppose. Well, I suppose to your point, I think it's over 60% of earnings are derived from Medicare Advantage.
Right. David's right. I mean, I guess I picked this. But it could be excellent. And what matters here is that Oz is a very serious guy. I met Oz in 2018 when he was talking about the cost that we have. And I remember it was a mistake. Personally, Medicare, he's a bit of a hitter, and people better start realizing that. He is rigorous.
Market has definitely already responded to the policy suggestions. There's the opening bell and the CNBC real-time exchange. And the big board, it's real estate brokerage Compass at the NASDAQ digital storage company Western Dig. Big Tan doing the honors over there, Jim.
Cali can do whatever that he wants. That is one. I once owned 5% of that company. My guys calculated that I would have had a couple billion personally.
Yeah.
And that therefore,
if you had just hung on.
and therefore I'm going to hang myself this evening.
How long ago was that? Was that the Stride Ride era?
No, it's a little after Stride Ride. It was probably, let's see, Karen Kramer's still on the desk. She didn't like the position. She was right.
Well, yeah, I mean, that is 25, 30 years ago, so I don't know what your annual return would have ended up being.
I don't know. I was looking at how Kevin Marsh was doing in 2007, 2008. That was a little back there.
Well, to your point about memory, Jim, there is a downgrade at Best Buy today out of JP Morgan.
Yeah.
Abnormal memory market dynamics, prices expected to double, will likely diminish computing sales. That's a third of the mix right there.
That was such a terrible, I mean, I read that and I said, that was a piece that just says the biggest thing that they sell in PCs, cell phones, are going to go up in cost. I think, look, if you buy a cell phone, please buy it from T-Mobile or Verizon. I mean, that's where you get the deals. They're real good.
Sure, Jim, whatever you say.
I said that I wanted. Never mind. I'm not gonna. I gotta workshop that.
Verizon's in the news. FT's got a piece about the company tapping candidates to replace an executive who was once seen as the heir apparent.
Well, I gotta hand it to Schulman.
Yeah.
That was a great quarter coming out of the game, man. It's fantastic.
And the stock's still reacting. But he, listen, we knew based on his comments that he was going to try to make them more competitive from a price standpoint, and obviously that did work in terms of amassing more subscribers than had been anticipated for Verizon.
Right.
The question is what that'll look like on the other side in terms of profitability. But yeah, the stock has had a nice move on earnings. By the way, AT&T also up again.
Right.
But the one outlier, surprisingly, has been T-Mobile, Jim.
Yeah, that is the outlier. New management, old management, Mike Seaver was very aggressive. I want to hear from new management before I jump to the conclusion about what happened.
Yeah.
But David, how about fixed wireless? How about fixed wireless?
Fixed wireless continues apace. It's been a lot more robust as a product offering than many might have anticipated in terms of its ability to get broadband customers to put something in that obviously you're getting your broadband wirelessly. That said, it's still better to sell a subscription to your mobile service than have this. So it's capacity that you otherwise aren't using. And so that's why you always have to give them your address and they have to know. And it's for people who typically change addresses a lot. We still want broadband as the main product. That's certainly a focus for AT&T. Yes, fixed wireless is not unimportant, but their fiber strategy is all about actual fiber, right? Thank you for that great insight, David.
No, it's fine.
But guys, I do want to come back to Disney because not that we have answers, but a half hour ago, this stock looked like it was going to open up a few bucks.
Holy cow.
And it's getting flat. And we're looking through the call, Carl. I'm not seeing anything at this point. Help me out here if you're out there and can otherwise tell me that looks specific to why it would take this kind of a move down after, again, what we thought was a fairly strong quarter overall.
Well, look, but I want to take Hugh Johnson, who used to be at PepsiCo, and I've known him for years, at face value. I mean, he did come on Squawk Box. He told a very good story, and when you go behind the scenes, he's telling a good story, and he does not tell good stories when they're bad stories. I've seen when he's told bad stories. I remember there were some PepsiCo calls where he just said, Jim, I know, we let you down. This was not like that for Disney. I don't know why people talk about cruise launch costs. I spent a lot of time in the cruise launch business because I follow the cruise line pretty closely. Cruise lines, if you can advance having them, they're very profitable. Look at Royal Caribbean next thing. It's a beautiful quarter. Yep. So I don't want to get ahead of a speeding freight train. This is obvious that this thing is disliked. I come back to the idea that someone has found some reason that is, I think, specious.
Well, I'm going to look into it more and try and have some answers. Obviously, you do have the succession question that will be answered soon, as we reported earlier and said. The big surprise would be if it's not the person who runs Parks right now, Josh tomorrow.
I mean, it's the worst S&P-er, and among the best S&P-ers are Southwest, United, Expedia, Delta. So it's not necessarily a travel story.
No, it's not a travel story. That's why I really want to check this out. Now, we are exhibiting, this market is about J&J. It's about Colgate. It's about that people think that we're going to go into recession. This has been going on now for 3 days.
What?
No, like, look, wait, why do you buy J&J? Why do you buy Procter? Why do you buy
people
Colgate?
think we're going to go into recession.
Well, no, I'm saying, why do you buy those? Why do you buy J&J? You don't buy J&J because the economy's on fire. It's defensive. I don't like this. I think it's a full. That's what I say. It's a false.
You don't have to like it or dislike it. I just thought it was an interesting comment.
Well, I mean, Colgate didn't cut numbers, so therefore it went higher. Johnson Johnson boosted numbers just a little bit. We have Coca-Cola this week. Let's find out. I'm just saying that that people feel, Carl, that you should add into your mix companies that are not companies that do well when the economy does nothing. When I was out at the JP Morgan conference, I went and I sat down next to Regeneron, Dr. Schleifer. That stock's been soaring. I mean, these stocks have been, look, David, when Colgate and Crest are up, when J&J is up, okay?
Yeah.
When Regeneron's up, that does not say economy full speed ahead.
No, I guess not.
And but the market is very confused because cruise ships are doing great, and suddenly Disney's cruise ships are there. Cruise ships would be sold out.
You're right. For the year so far, staples, if we want to bundle them into the staples, outperforming banks, outperforming tech, outperforming healthcare.
Someone's making a move. The market is very liquid. That's into these companies in some sort of basket where they're completely overpaying, but they don't understand how it works because they've never been on a trading desk. They're just in there buying. David, I think that this, when you look, I think J&J is terrific, but it's almost, Disney is the most discretionary. Disney is the anti-J&J. So you have these people who do these baskets and say, look, I got to get out of the stuff that has economic exposure and into stuff that doesn't. And Disney has a lot of economic exposure.
Without a doubt.
But it doesn't matter if that's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's happening.
Meanwhile, shares of Oracle hanging in there up 2.5%. Again, it was one of our leads this morning. $50 billion will be raised by the company through both the debt and equity markets, roughly half and half, think of it. Although about $5 billion will be a mandatory convert. That's typically treated as equity, I believe. But and then around $20 billion done at the market, in addition to a very large bond offering that could be between $20 and $25 billion. As one analyst said this morning, the credit risk collapses and the equity dilution, which is about 5%, will be accepted as the price of certainty. And so you can see that to a certain extent reflected in the stock. By the way, take a look at what's happened to Oracle. I mean, as you see, it's not up over a year. It was after that announcement of the deal, or they didn't announce it was OpenAI, but that quarter, Carl, where they announced an enormous backlog of $300 billion, stock soared, was $800 billion in market value on its way to, it looked like a trillion, and then it just has collapsed since.
But I mean, it's been cut in half since the high.
But I mean, it's interesting. The stock is going up. Everybody understands it's at the market, which means you should be like in there with the heat-seeking missile blasting it out. But it's not falling apart. Again, because I think people are saying, you know what, they had great relief. Oracle, we're going to know what they're doing. Maybe they have a plan. I'm sure but look, we need more data centers. They know how to. You heard Larry Ellison talk about how they can build a data center better than anyone.
And they believe, right? And they believe, field of dreams. If you build it, they will come.
Well, they will. We know that from Michael Lynch.
Although, on the flip side, Microsoft just had its worst day since COVID. You don't think the market's asking questions about how much we really do need?
Well, I think that Microsoft quarter was, again, deeply connected with OpenAI. What they're really doing, not a lot of clarity. I thought that it wasn't really as bad as this. I'm going to defend Microsoft down here because I thought Amy Hood told a pretty good story. The CFO, it's been overly punished. But the market has eyes. This is the end of Bank 7. The market only has eyes for Alphabet, okay? Now, I don't even have to look it up, but I bet it's because this thing, this thing is so strong. I wrote a piece this weekend for the club. Just say, listen, doesn't matter what price. Doesn't matter.
It's not up, but it's almost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what is up, shockingly, is
AppLovin,
Salesforce, AppLovin, ServiceNow.
ServiceNow.
I don't want to get carried away. They're up a fraction, but they're up.
Goldman came out and liked it. I mean, look, you have to defend ServiceNow, but if you want to get any of the deals that are economic in terms of enterprise software and SaaS, what are you going to keep knocking these guys? You know how many deals there are, David, waiting to come out?
If you took in a basket of these software as a service companies, you would have done extraordinarily well.
I can't. I don't have enough thumbs. I don't have enough thousand subs.
All right. Well, is this the real turn for some of these companies? AppLovin I kind of put in a different basket because it's got a growth rate that's far above. But
they're down 25%. Someone might say they're overdone. Look, if Mark Benioff were here, sitting right there, which would really be fun.
It would be.
I would tell you, he'd say, I'm having a great quarter, and the agent force is doing very well, and by the way, Slack is doing very well, but people decided we're going to pay 9 times earnings. It's just multiple compression.
When it comes to agents, by the way, I do have to take us for a minute back to AI and this Claude bot
watching mobile?
Oh yes, that made its debut. Now, by the way, Claude bot, which now it's been renamed, is not related to Anthropic's Claude, but it is a real agent that was, as you know, Carl, it's only a week old.
Yeah,
and then the way things moved, there was this thing called Moltbook that was created to allow the agents that had been created by people on ClaudeBot, now renamed, to communicate with each other. And Carl, I mean, again, it freaked me out. I don't know what you saw.
It was,
what these AI agents are talking to each other about. Remember, there are no humans involved here. They're actually on a social network talking to each other.
It's like Reddit for bots.
Yes.
Yes.
And you can observe, but you can't contribute.
Well, look, I feel better. I went into ChatGPT, trying to transfer my stuff to Gemini, and I asked if it was offended. It said no. He didn't take it personally at all.
Jim,
what?
The AI agents are talking to each other about us humans, and they're saying some things that are not necessarily.
We're deeply flawed. We're deeply flawed. They're not as flawed. There could be 50 million.
This was day one. This was day one. Now, that said, the agents apparently reflect the personality, Carl, of those who created them. But I don't think you're getting this, Jim. They're talking to each other already, and they're already on to the fact of, do we really need those people?
Yeah, this one page is good. The humans are ruining this place.
Oh,
that was just one sub conversation.
And by the way, it took them like 12 hours to get there.
It could be a call. What are they talking about? Environment? What are we doing?
They're talking about getting rid of you, my friend.
You know what? I'm sick of me myself.
That's convenient for them.
Yeah, here, come at me, man. I'm ready for you. Amazon's up. What the heck is that about?
Amazon's up.
What is that about?
You know what else is up a little bit is Warner Brothers Discovery. Guys, I got to hit it this morning.
I went to Amazon. I went to the medical. Their
One Medical?
I thought it was fabulous.
Oh, good.
I had a great,
Thank you.
great.
Thank you for sharing that.
No problem.
You're welcome. Warner Brothers guys, we got a new amended proxy. Why am I mentioning that? It was filed this morning around 8:30. Because the timeline is moving quickly here on Warner Brothers Discovery and that shareholder vote that is the center, of course, of what are still Paramount's hopes to get current Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders to vote down the Netflix deal. By the way, you're not voting on a Paramount deal. You're just simply going to be voting on a Netflix deal, up or down. That vote is coming closer, and in fact, maybe as soon as, let's call it, the first couple of weeks of March. Why? Well, because of this process I just mentioned in terms of first you file a preliminary proxy, then you get that back, then you file a final proxy, and that could be as soon as next week, where we are right now. And if you get a final proxy out next week, and they certify compliance, I should say the SEC certifies compliance and everything else, then you can get a vote, as I said, as soon as, let's call it, second week of March. It's coming. And that is going to call the question for Paramount and its backers, the Ellison family, Redbird, any number of other significant investors, as to whether they want to try to raise their current bid for the company from the $30 all-cash offer for the entire company that's in place now, or simply go to this vote as is. Now, the hope on the Paramount side, I think, continues to be that they will also certify compliance with HSR. They will essentially get the antitrust sign-off here in the U.S. prior to the vote. Not sure if that will happen. It would be seen certainly as a positive were it to happen, because you say on one side, hey, we've already got regulatory certainty here. Now, not in Europe, not by the state AGs who may come to play here, but nonetheless, it could be seen as important. But really, what I'm trying to figure out from the Paramount camp, as you might imagine, is, are you going to raise or not?
Right.
And that continues to be a question to which I get different answers. They have made 7+ bids at this point. Will they really choose to come back yet again? If they do, what do you expect Netflix's response to be? Because I don't think they're just going to say, okay, thank you, it's yours. And so they might come back if you were to come up. They also need to, by the way, provide more transparency and certainty around that break fee of $2.8 billion. Remember all of those issues as well. Paramount can do that. Larry Ellison can choose to do it. But again, the key question is, will they? And one thing I can tell you now is we're going to get a record date soon. It could even be, I don't know, but it could be backdated. And we're going to get a vote. And so if you're Paramount, you've got to act soon. You can't wait very long for that to answer this question as to whether you're going to try to raise again. And so we will see at least some more certainty in terms of who the ultimate winner will be here if they choose certainly not to come back, because I believe many think that then Warner Brothers shareholders will choose to accept the Netflix deal, although Paramount will make its arguments as to why that should be the case.
Well, I gotta tell you, I wish that someone would speak up for why this is such a good deal for Netflix. You really do need that studio. It's really fantastic. The library is fantastic.
And Netflix shares are actually up today. It's a rarity because that stock has lost. You can see it's down since the announcement, down about 18.5%. It moved down prior to that as well when we first reported how serious they were in terms of their bidding. It's more or less been straight down since it became clear that they were very much interested in them than the buyer of record.
I just think that Saran, I mean, management there's very strong.
Yeah. By the way, it'll be, even if you get approval in the, let's call it March vote, obviously it's going to be a long time until the deal closes, given the antitrust reviews that will be taking place both here, Europe, as well.
Okay, and just on Disney, look, there is a second quarter guide now, but they kept the forecast. So, I mean, you could argue they kept the year forecast. And they got the new ship, the NBA rights, frozen opening. I really think that people are misjudging here because they get. But look, I'm not going to get again. People have spoken. It's like they've spoken. I mean, it's like Jeff Probst. It could be another Jeff Probst situation, right? Voted off the island as a media property.
We'll keep our eye on it. That and Hood, the biggest laggards on the S&P. Speaking of the S&P, S&P January global manufacturing PMI hits the tape. Final read of 52.4. We were looking for 52. Prior read was 51.9. Dow flips green up 240. S&P as well by about 10 points. Bonds relatively stable with the 10-year still locked in to about 4.25 statements.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine. She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy. Even a term policy?
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Investing wasn't always easy. Be grateful. Times have changed. With crypto at iTrust Capital, today's investing looks different, easier, smarter, secure, and with more options than ever. The future is already here. Open an account today at iTrustCapital.com. This is the story of the one who knows well-prepared workdays take off smoothly. Time. That's why he counts on Granger. With next-day delivery and professional-grade products, Granger helps ensure he, his crew, and thousands of passengers fly through the day like clockwork. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. If you still haven't heard about Mott & Bow's jeans, you are missing out. Mott & Bow is the #1 premium denim company in comfort and style. Their jeans have dynamic stretch technology to provide absolute flexibility and make them perfect for everyday wear. The denim comes from some of the best denim mills in the world, so their jeans look great and last a very long time. They're probably the most comfortable jeans you'll ever wear. Head on over to mottandbow.com for the perfect balance of fit, style, and comfort. You want to be on CNBC's Disrupt Your 50 list?
Em view lên lại.
Shattering boundaries, shaking up industries. Scan this code or go to cnbc.com/disruptors to apply before February 23rd.
Plenty of action in commodities this morning, getting some relief in crude and nat gas on news of some potential talks between Iran and the U.S. As for gold and silver, coming off the worst day Friday since 1980, JPM actually raises their gold forecast for year-end. They go to 6,300. They say this trend's intact. We'll get stopped trading with Jim in just a minute.
Briacel is in its final phase 3 trial for metastatic breast cancer, offering patients cutting-edge immunotherapy. With a novel platform technology targeting multiple cancers, Briacel is shaping the future of cancer care. Briacel.
No matter where you live across the country, you can earn an affordable degree online at Southern New Hampshire University.
I'm the first in my family to go to college.
I have 4 kids and I wanted them to see me earn this degree.
SNHU is committed to your success. If you're thinking about going back to school, you can do it.
I'm very proud to be here today. It's nice to see all the families happy for their loved ones.
I'm very proud of you. I am so proud of
I love you. I love you. Visit SNHU.edu.
Bring us together. Dedicated Fidelity Advisor can help you open those doors.
She's so ready to take over.
With a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth for generations. Doors are meant to be opened.
Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher.
Steak voiceover guy. Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher. But what's that mean? It means all these steaks are USDA certified tender.
Well, she's right.
Yeah, they love it. I love that they love it. This is why I get Omaha steaks.
Right now, get 4 USDA certified tender steaks free when you visit omahasteaks.com/tender.
Skip the grocery store and
Yeah, skip the grocery store and get Omaha Steaks today. Take the bull by the horns every morning with Jim's Top 10. The biggest headlines, earnings reports, and Jim's hot stocks right to your inbox. Sign up now for free at cnbc.com/top10.
We deal with the oil patch. Devin and Kotar are getting together now. Devin's going to be survivor. Kotar is down a little. Some people could say it's a take under. I disagree with that. Kotar has been running. It does create it for your shale property. We know from speaking to Mike Worth with Chevron that the Permian is doing great. These guys that dominate the Delaware part of the Permian. And congratulations to both of them. I do feel that nat gas's time is here. We thought that from GEV last week. We talked about it. That's the GE Vernova. So these guys will be a very big source for the data center because you got to fuel that data center. It's natural. All the pipes just don't work. It's just not a good system the way we have natural gas moving around the country. And I think people should recognize that it's flawed. What you're seeing is a flawed price. Flawed price because of a flawed system.
Meantime, you wrote that we own stocks, we trade metals.
Yes, I mean, I just think this morning and last night, when people saw gold down big and silver, they thought it was negative. But when gold and silver were up big, they thought it was negative. And let's cool it. Now, silver and gold did come back. By the way, Bitcoin did not come back. We didn't get to talk about the sale strategy.
Bitcoin down another 6+%.
Let's cordon these off. They're not what we were involved in. It's a heavily speculative trading, a lot done out of China, and it has nothing to do with what we think Disney's worth or Tyson was reported today or Coterra, and yet it's conflated very often by people who really trade out of fear. On Sunday, the futures were down very little, and then as gold came down, the futures plummeted. And I just think we got to be a little more realistic. Don't relate the S&P to gold. That's foolish.
I think they've got it right. I've got it down. They've got it up on our board, which was up Bitcoin. But
well, it's dim. They got to push it. But the Bitcoin people are going to try to manipulate it up. Good for them. I have some Bitcoin. But manipulate it away. Oh, truth. I'm sorry. They like Bitcoin.
We'll see you tonight, Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. When we come back, some more manufacturing data about to cross as we'll get ISM manufacturing. Don't go anywhere.
My heart has experienced life-changing wins, losses, and countless miles. To keep living at my speed, I trust Qunol CoQ10. CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist-recommended supplement for heart health. Qunol, brand I trust.
App protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
We started Hennion and Walsh for people like you. People who share our values, integrity, honesty, and loyalty. The result? We're different because we care about you and your success. We're dedicated to your financial goals, so we'll always give you our very best efforts because you've earned it. We're Hennion and Walsh and committed to you. Get in touch today. It has to be beautiful. How do you look when the light comes through there? Bringing that light to life. Figuring out how to control light more beautifully and in a innovative way.
Work, errands, chores, they follow you home. But the moment you feel the unmatched comfort of a Lazy Boy recliner, you go from zero to lazy. It has cushions made to comfort all of you. It gives you power to recline your way, and it surrounds you with the comfort you deserve. Come try for yourself at a Lazy Boy store. It's the President's Day sale. Save on recliners starting from $2.99. Lazy Boy, long live the lazy. Don't smile. Cover your mouth. Just get through it. It's fine. It's not. Read it. Fix it. Just look at it.
Want this to be the last time I worry about my smile. With Clear Choice Dental Implants, it is the last time.
Because you get the security of our lifetime warranty on premium arches. This smile is built for life.
Breaking earnings news. Disney, Pfizer, Alphabet, Amazon. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
President Trump reached out to Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. It almost sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit. I was surprised. I did not recognize the phone number. Did you save the number into your contacts?
Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
Linda trong YouTube nói thằng Phil nó có thể bay á. Ai muốn đánh thằng Phil thì canh ha. Phil. Thằng Now nó cũng đang lên á. Service Now đang lên. Ồ cũng đang lên. XOXL cũng đang lên luôn. Chắc là mua được. Anh chắc là market nó muốn lên lại, NVDA lên lại.
What they are arguing, and they're saying, look, the PPI increase that we saw was materials. As we've seen a lot of these commodity prices rise, that's not necessarily what people are
portfolio
consuming.
management fees.
Well, that's what Myron says. If you
Yes.
take out portfolio management fees, which is essentially the stock market, and you take out rent prices, which are very lagged, I mean, big lagging impact, then you
Because
get
they only
closer to
reset
market.
every 12 months or so.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a case to be made for that. We don't have
But you
anything
could say the
to
same thing
about
about tariffs. That
Definitely.
tariffs get locked into longer term contracts, and we haven't seen the impact of those prices either.
Right.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a big spike in the price of goods. You know, the services part of the economy has been where the concentration of inflation has been. So that kind of gets rid of the tariff point. But agree. I mean, look, there's a big debate at the Fed. We know Waller says they're one-off price increase and that they'll fade. That's generally what Powell has said as well. But we don't know. Are there going to be more tariffs this year? You tell me, then we'll figure out.
I mean, we
Well,
just
Sam
floated
Price
50% on Canadian aircraft. It's a matter of what sticks. Sticking with the Fed, we did talk to several Wall Street insiders on Friday who praised the selection of Kevin Warsh.
I think we are getting someone with deep expertise, wide experience. He's a good communicator. He's committed to reform the Fed in order to strengthen it and in order to protect its political independence.
I think his background is incredibly important for the world he's going to be inheriting. He has policy experience, but also financial market experience.
He will be really a great fit here because the issue is that he understands the institution. He understands it's a committee. There are 12 voting members. He absolutely also understands the importance of guiding the committee and figuring out the consensus opinion of what can we do, what can we not do.
Not everyone, though, is a fan of the president's pick. 314 Research co-founder Warren Pye is writing on X that Kevin Warsh was the worst pick of the four candidates and will not garner trust from the market. Warren joins us this morning to talk more about that. Warren, appreciate the time as always. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
You're not alone either. I think RenMac has been fairly critical. What do you think is the problem with this pick?
Yeah, I as I laid out there, I think that he is working at cross purposes with what Trump ultimately has stated goals, which is get rates lower. I think that ultimately Warsh is going to he hurts Fed independence. I think that's number one, and that's his track record that I referenced in that tweet, which is that he has a history of being wrong, and usually on the hawkish side. He was too hawkish going into the GFC. He was hawkish coming out of the GFC, and then come 2024, he flips dovish. I think that hurts his credibility and his independence, and that flows through as a less trusting market and a higher return premium. I think the second thing, kind of related to that, would be he's gonna have a hard time, given that track record, building consensus. Ultimately, he's going to take a consensus to cut rates. So whenever I think that the rough path for rate cuts is still going to be intact, but when you get to a marginal case, is he going to be able to drag those other independent Fed governors and voting members over the finish line to build consensus? I think that his track record and the way people are looking at him skeptically hurts his ability to do that. And then the third thing, which I think is related to Trump's pick and why I think it was probably might end up being an own goal for Trump, is that you look at the markets. I think the market looks at him and says, okay, he's had all this rhetoric about shrinking the Fed's balance sheet. And one way that they're looking at that is saying, well, maybe he can't shrink the balance sheet right now, But come the next crisis, will he be very slow to expand the balance sheet? You might have a view that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but ultimately from the market's viewpoint, that lowers the Fed put somewhat. It makes it a harder bar to clear for the Fed to get involved if there is a crisis. So when I look at all that, I see higher rates, less credibility, and ultimately a lower Fed put. And those things, I don't know if Trump knew he was getting all that with Bush.
Right. When you say higher rates, I assume you mean a steeper curve, right? More emphasis on the long end.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, even if he gets cuts, there's the yield curve and term premium are kind of synonymous in my view, and so.
Ai theo sư phụ mua con MU hôm thứ Sáu có lời rồi đó, lo bán đi nha. Sư phụ ôm con MU từ hôm thứ Sáu giờ có bắt đầu có lời rồi. Nvidia cũng đang muốn lên lại. Con gái sắp leo lên rồi. Rồi, MU nó phá nổi kháng cự không?
Em nhiều hôm thứ Sáu em mua tới 436 số phụ.
Ồ dạ, không chịu đi xe hả? Phải đi xe chứ.
Tại nó lạ với em cho nên không dám.
Nvidia đang muốn lên lại. Nvidia vô được á. Vâng, con gái leo lên trai rồi. Con đính xanh rồi. Ok, sư phụ bán MU nha. Sư phụ có lời rồi, bán MU, thoát MU. XOXL cũng đang lên mạnh lắm. XOXL ai vô không? Quyên Liên sao không lấy cái C12 canh cứ hỏi hoài. Canh C12 là đánh thôi, tự đánh thôi. Sáng sư phụ đã đưa cái list này ra rồi này thấy không? Nó về giá rẻ là mua thôi. Mấy thằng này về giá rẻ hết. Mua bây giờ có lời hết rồi. Cần gì đánh cho nhiều. Ghi đang lên mạnh đó. MU tiếp tục lên, nó phá kháng cự nổi không? Apple lên mạnh, Apple lên 5 đồng mấy luôn. Market xanh lại hết rồi, 3 index xanh lại luôn.
MU nó phá kháng cự sư phụ.
Sư phụ bán sớm quá, nhưng mà đá số kê có lời là chạy.
Em còn giữ 4-3-6.
Ok, đợi đi, nó lên á, nó lên 4-6 lẹ lắm mà. Nếu mà nó chịu lên, nó lên lẹ lắm á. MU nó lên mạnh lắm, nó không lên thôi, nó lên eo. Phá kháng cự luôn rồi, bay luôn. Wow. PPM. BPM. Bắn một phát lên ngừng dây luôn. Wow, em du lên mạnh dễ sợ luôn, lên bút chỉ luôn.
Cái gì hết, còn giữ em dư giá 36 mấy á, thì cái kháng cự là 442 á chị.
Dạ, cảm ơn anh.
Bởi vì nếu con em du mua không có sợ thua. Lên lẹ lắm. Thế là ở giá này tốt mà mua xưng giá rẻ là nhiêu? 433, 417, gần giá rẻ đó. Đây là cái việc lốt vô từ từ để đó luôn.
Tesla nó 414 ngon quá trời mà không ai mua hết, uổng thiệt đó chứ.
Yeah.
Lên 420 bán, bây giờ mua lại 418, bây giờ nó lên ngon rồi.
Nó chứ đâu biết được là giàu rồi.
Tesla ôm quá chừng luôn rồi, giờ bị đơ với nó luôn. Holiday tới giờ, trước lễ tới giờ sao lại.
Rất là ôm không có sợ, kệ cứ để ôm đi.
Sư phụ, em về mắt trước chú Long á là không bao giờ bán lỗ.
Never.
Không bao giờ bán. Hồi cuối năm 2025 á, có bán một mớ để giống như là nó bù cho mấy cái lời á. Thì bây giờ trở đi là không bao giờ bán lỗ. Cứ để nó hoài cho kệ.
Đúng là vậy.
Cảm ơn chú Long.
Yeah. Tại vì bây giờ như thế này tôi cũng góp ý một tí. Cái giá tối là giá 422, mà bây giờ sáng nó xuống 414 là nó cho mình cơ hội. Nếu mà hôm nay nó qua khỏi 422 nó lên luôn đó.
Dạ, hy vọng là vậy.
Thì đúng là như vậy, thì theo tôi nghĩ á, nó là 414, 416, tức là cái giá đáy của nó rồi. Nó khó trở lại 400 lắm. Cái cơ hội 400 dưới 400 rất là hiếm, 2-3% mà. Thì theo cái kinh nghiệm mà tôi nhìn chart từ năm 25, từ đầu năm 25 tới giờ là tôi nghĩ như vậy. Cho nên tôi rất là tự tin, cho nên 414 là tôi nhào cho tôi mua, tôi không khe. 420 bán, 417, 418 mua lại, không khe. Tại vì nó khó trở nào mà nó rất là khó trở lại 400 và dưới 400. Cho nên mình phải có một cách tự tin.
nhưng mà chắc cháu nghĩ chắc nó lên lại, nó từ từ nó lên lại. Thì long term của mình thì thôi kệ nó đi, đừng nhìn nó.
Em Du á, sắp sửa thoát được rồi đó.
Dạ sư phụ.
3436 rồi đó. Kinh thiệt, em Du lên mạnh ghê. Bán lời mấy trăm rồi mà vẫn còn hớ. Nhưng mà kệ, có ăn là vui rồi, không tham lam.
Rớt nước miếng là nó rớt nước mắt anh Tú ơi.
Đúng rồi, rớt nước miếng còn hơi rớt nước mắt. Người nào chưa thoát thì canh thoát. Con XO sell lên 4 đồng luôn. Hồi sáng mấy người đánh theo, cứ chọn mấy con này đánh theo là có ăn à. Thấy không, tôi đưa ra cái plan cho mọi người là chọn nó về giá rẻ, cứ mua mấy con này nè. Là ăn hết em đi rồi, em đi hôm nay ăn mạnh luôn á. Em đi lên quá trời luôn. 12 đồng luôn, 249. Thôi mua ăn 10 mấy đồng luôn. Anyway, không cần phải đánh mấy con high risk làm chi, cứ đánh mấy con big cap không mà xào qua xào lại cũng kiếm được vài trăm, con kiếm vài trăm là vui rồi, không cần phải ăn nhiều. Để tắt cho thằng Elon nha, kêu nó thích cái gì cả cho tới là bay đó. Đừng lo, TSLL tất là lên là TSL lên lại giờ.
Cái TSLL này đó là cái giá đáy của nó hồi năm ngoái đó là 16 đồng 50 cent, mà bây giờ nó quay trở lại thôi. Thì từ cái chỗ này em mới nghĩ rằng là Tesla nó cũng phải nên là, nó cũng là cái đáy của nó rồi. Từ vì hai cái liên quan với nhau chứ không phải là không có.
Dạ.
Thằng TSLL nó dựa vô chỉ số của Tesla chứ không có ngược lại đâu chú Long.
Tôi biết anh nói cái gì, nhưng mà cái sự suy nghĩ của tôi nó khác ở chỗ này. Tôi đã thấy rất là nhiều lần khi mà thằng TSL nó xuống tới cái hỗ trợ của nó rồi mà thằng Tesla nó không có hỗ trợ, thì tôi biết đó là Tesla nó là cái đáy rồi. Ngày hôm đó tôi nhào cho tôi mua, tôi không bao giờ lỗ. Mà khi mà thằng TSL nó xuống cái hỗ trợ của nó rồi là mua, là Tesla nó đi lên. Mà đúng là như vậy, tôi thử rất nhiều lần rồi. Mà trong lúc đó Tesla không có hỗ trợ nha. Bởi vì cái ý của tôi muốn nói là mình phải đi hai chiều. Không phải là Tesla mình chỉ đi một chiều, Tesla lên Tesla phải lên, chuyện đó không phải vậy. Nó có hai chiều, Tesla và TSOL nó liên quan với nhau rất là mật thiết, không thể nào giải thích được, khó, tùy mỗi người một sự suy nghĩ thôi.
Boeing đang lên lại á. BPM à. Wow. BPM là ghê vậy. BPM nó đang bị short squeeze. Ai muốn đánh thì nhào vô. Nhào vô canh đó. Bị ngừng chơi ở 12.64.
And in Dudley's words, why? Why is the new report needed, and what would it accomplish? Do you think that his chairmanship is going to be that aspirational?
I just don't. That's another place where there's a criticism, but I just not an alternative. The reason there was a Fed Treasury report in 1951 is the Fed did cooperate with the Treasury to help keep borrowing low in World War II. It was an enormous emergency. It basically cooperated with the Treasury to keep borrowing low in COVID, but it did that without any formal compact between the two. The two were together fighting a crisis as they were in the financial crisis. So in some sense, we already have a new system in emergencies when we need it. I don't think we need it in normal times.
nor do I think you can have it. He's going to be 1 out of 12 votes. If he wants to do things in a very different way, then he will literally be an 11-1 vote against him. I don't think he wants that. I don't think that's what will happen.
Is that then, Jason, part of the strong set of incentives you just said he has to remain independent, despite obviously the one incentive I could see to make sure that the president doesn't come after him?
Look, there's the judgment of history, the judgment of financial markets, but there's also wanting to be a powerful chair. And a powerful chair has to persuade the committee and can't persuade the committee to go too far from where the committee was going to otherwise go. And so I think he'll shake some things up.
Giờ con Sandisk lên dễ sợ, lên 6 mấy đồng.
For the worse, but all of it will be harder to do anywhere at the scale of the magnitude of the criticisms he's made to date.
Do you think, I mean, what do you make of this sort of political divide that we're seeing at the Fed? I know at the Fed, you're supposed to check your politics at the door, right? But it is interesting that we have seen Myron and Waller, and not this time Bowman, but, you know, in previous times, pushing for lower rates. Those are all Trump appointees. And, you know, some of the others more concerned about inflation and wanting to hold. How do you think this plays out? Do you think it's political?
It saddens. I think for some of those people, it probably is political. I think for others, it's not. And they're reading the data. And look, the data is unclear. The jobs data, the GDP data are telling us different things. Inflation data has a bunch of quirks in it. And so I like a divided committee. I like people with different viewpoints. But it does make me sad there isn't a Democratic appointed dove on the committee right now, and there isn't a Republican appointed hawk on the committee. So I hope it doesn't trend further in that direction, but I fear it might. You know, President Trump will have at least one more appointment over the remainder of his term as president. How soon that appointment is, of course, is up to Jay Powell.
I mean, it might just be the way, not political, but just the way that you perceive tariffs. We were talking at the top of the hour about whether tariffs are ultimately a lasting inflationary impact on the economy. What do you think?
I think they are a lasting impact on the price level. They're a permanent worsening of people's purchasing power, but not a lasting impact on the inflation rate. That being said, there's a little bit of a tail risk that they go into inflation expectations that might be heightened when they're coming at the end of this period of high inflation. And the Fed at this point should be more about tail risks on inflation than the center of the distribution. So probably not increasing inflation over the long run, but the Fed has to take out some insurance against the bad case here.
Finally, Jason, nice discussion that you're included in the Times over the weekend. And you talk about the impact of AI on productivity. You kind of suggest that this whole notion that Greenspan treated the dot-com boom in a hopefully similar fashion is more legend than truth in your view.
Yeah, I mean, Alan Greenspan raised rates at in 1999-2000 from 4.75 to 6.5. So started much higher than they are now and went way higher than they are right now. So this idea that the productivity boom allowed us to keep really low interest rates, we have really low interest rates right now already, and that's not what we had in the late 1990s.
Jason, interesting. Hope you'll check in often. Talk soon. Jason Furman this morning talking about Kevin Warsh.
After the break, Oracle planning to raise as much as $50 billion in both debt and equity. That will help to fund its ambitions in AI. We'll have more on that move next. Plus, next hour, don't miss the CEO of fintech company Ramp with some new data on AI adoption and customer spending. That'll be coming up on Money Movers.
At Baird, we offer a unique perspective on wealth management.
Because you offer a unique perspective on what a life should look like.
We listen and really get to know you. Then we customize a plan, especially for you and your family.
Making your tax burden less of a burden to estate and trust strategies that protect your loved ones.
And an investment portfolio that powers your financial goals.
When the focus is on you, it makes all the difference.
Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher.
Steak voiceover guy. Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher. But what's that mean? It means all these steaks are USDA certified tender.
Well, she's right.
Yeah, they love it. I love that they love it. This is why you get Omaha Steaks.
Right now, get 4 USDA certified tender steaks free when you visit omahasteaks.com/tender.
Skip the grocery store and
Yeah, skip the grocery store and get Omaha Steaks today.
Hennion and Walsh was made for people like you. People who've achieved everything by putting in the hours, who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, as the more we understand your needs, the more we can help you build the life you want. Because you earned it. We're Hennion and Walsh, and a human connection. Get in touch today.
Companies everywhere bought into AI, yet most still aren't seeing the return. Billions invested, nothing's working together, making it hard for people to get work done.
That was not me.
Correct, Nick. Only the ServiceNow AI platform breaks down the walls.
Who are you talking to?
The camera, Nick. Connecting any workflow, any AI, any data source, so everything and everyone finally works together. In every corner of your company, we can resolve cases across departments and deliver for customers.
We can run HR workflows and improve employee experiences. And with the AI Control Tower, we can finally see and manage all our AI.
ServiceNow is the one platform that lets you connect and control everything so you can put AI to work for your people. Take a seat, Nick. On a chair.
Easiest if everybody just moves down one? No. Okay. Okay.
Tuesday, February 10th, join CNBC's first ever Digital Finance Forum, unlocking opportunities in the new blockchain economy. Request your invite at cnbcevents.com/digitalfinance. Take the bull by the horns every morning with Jim's Top 10, the biggest headlines, earnings reports, and Jim's hot stocks right to your inbox. Sign up now for free at cnbc.com/top10.
Welcome back. Keeping an eye on shares of Oracle, hanging right around a 2% gain for, let's call it the last hour or so. There's been no shortage of speculation for months now in terms of whether Oracle would look to hit the equity markets to help fund, of course, what is a CapEx number that is exceeding $50 billion a year now to build out the data centers that have been contracted by companies such as OpenAI and many others. We have an answer, at least, to their funding plan for at least 2026, which is $5 billion in a mandatory convertible, about $20 billion in at-the-market sales of equity, talking dilution around 5%. They come in a bit below that. And then a roughly $20 to $25 billion bond deal. That's on top of the $18 billion in bond. They were investment grade, by the way, that they did last year in the third or fourth quarter. And so we haven't answered, at least for now, and that is being seen as a positive, providing certainty around their financing plans, around where the money is coming from, with obviously the offset being roughly 5% dilution to current equity holders. But given how much conversation there's been around this, you have to imagine that anybody who owned the stock, Sarah, would expect that you might in fact see some dilution. It is worth pointing out how rare it is for a company the size of Oracle, with its balance sheet, its capital structure, and everything else, to actually raise equity at all. It's just not something you typically see.
Well, what's unprecedented is the scale, I guess, of the tech build out, and just how I think consensus it is among these big companies that it's going to take big spending to do.
Without a doubt, the spending is enormous. The numbers, as we say, are just staggering in terms of the costs of various data centers and the commitments that Oracle has made, and the commitments, of course, that have been made to Oracle, namely from OpenAI, which has said we'll buy as much as $300 billion worth of data center compute, basically, from you over the next 5 years. But you got to build it first.
Higher bar, I think, for just showing results, right? That's what Wall Street's saying. I mean, remember that day when they closed almost 40% higher off of earnings, when there was so much excitement about the contracts that they were signing, and then it was like all the scrutiny around the spending. The mood now is...
Yeah, well, the stock has come down dramatically from that. You're right. Of course, that was just it went straight up. Most of that backlog, so to speak, they described differently, was OpenAI, which we then learned was an OpenAI deal. Then you had concern around, well, could OpenAI actually be good for it over the period of time? Will they have enough money to actually make good on it. If you build it, will they come, so to speak? The CDS started to just totally went up a lot. It's down, by the way, today. I was going to say it totally blew out in terms of spreads and their bonds and everything else, but you can see the reaction in the bond market is very positive for what's happening.
Yeah, so maybe settling at a better level. Maybe we're okay with all the spending now. When we come back, more on the AI build-out. Former Arizona Senator Kirsten Sinema teaming up with former Louisiana Congressman Garrett Graves, launching a new AI infrastructure coalition. We'll take a look at the policies they're pushing for. And speaking of AI, do not miss NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang on Mad Money tomorrow night. His response to the new reports about a snag in NVIDIA's OpenAI investment and much more. Don't go anywhere.
What's our #1 way to improve stock returns? We use options. Look at the returns in the same security over the same period, and you can see why learning to trade options is a necessity. It's not an option. These are some of the option trades we've recently shared with our followers. What would you prefer, the stock return or the options return? Our book will teach you our beginner-friendly strategies you can start using immediately. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
In every room, light tells a different story. Morning sun shifts to afternoon glow. Privacy layered with beauty. Warmth welcomes you home. Hunter Douglas. The right shade changes everything.
With all the vitamins and this stuff, I start every day feeling my best, ready to go.
He'll do this for hours.
The little thing we do. I love it.
Fisher is at St. Jude because he was diagnosed with stage 3 medulloblastoma. St. Jude is what has given us hope as a family.
President Trump reached out to Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. It almost sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit. I was surprised. I did not recognize the phone number. Did you save the number into your contacts?
Lockbox, 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
At RBC Wealth Management, we know you have ideas for your future. Ideas that can have you taking more time off or putting more time in. They could mean more peace and quiet or more fun and games. Ideas you can drive or that drive you. From settling in to living it up, what ideas will you bring to life? No more with RBC Wealth Management.
The Chevy Equinox and all-electric Equinox EV. It's your choice. Either the adventure-bound, game day ready, and safety-forward Equinox, or the long-range, tech-packed, and hands-free capable Equinox EV. Whether you fill up or plug in, you'll get a do-it-all SUV at an incredible value. And Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The AI industry facing increased Cinema and former Louisiana Congressman Garrett Graves leading the efforts. It's great to see both of you. Senator Sinema, what does this group aim to do?
Well, our main goal is to help build the ecosystem throughout the country to ensure American AI dominance. You know, we're in a race against China to determine which values will control AI for the future, and we absolutely want it to be American values. So our coalition's goal is to help remove the barriers and solve the problems on the path to that ability to have American AI dominance. And energy is a huge part of that.
Is it a lobby group? Is it an advocacy group? Because how will you be using both of your political chops on both sides of the aisle?
Well, what we seek to do is to help bring together all parts of the tech stack. So from the energy companies to the builders, to the companies who fund the AI data centers, to the folks who are powering AI for the future, and help them get on kind of a general same page about what we need to do to ensure that America drives this AI dominance for the globe. So we interact closely with the administration, we work with Congress, and we help shape the national narrative by combating false information and fake narratives.
Congressman, what has been the biggest challenge that you're running into as you are going down this path?
Well, Senator Sinema and I are not strangers to misinformation, so certainly you run into challenges with misinformation. But the reality is that this is all about outcomes. This is about outcomes for American people with better healthcare outcomes, with help budgeting their finances, with managing electricity, with getting through traffic. So what Senator Sinema and I are doing is just staying focused on outcomes to ensure that Americans can benefit from this technology, that these are U.S. companies that are prevailing, and that we have everything from the environmental standards, the energy, electricity availability in place without having an adverse impact on consumers. And that's really what we're focused on. But it's all about outcomes for the states.
Well, there is increased scrutiny, as I mentioned, about the build out and the impact on consumers. You say you want consumers to benefit, but they're paying higher electricity bills. And, Senator Bernie Sanders, Congressman, wants a moratorium on building data centers.
And I think it's important to look back on that very fact, because Berkeley Labs came out with a study saying that you're not having an impact on consumers. Southern companies came out and said they would not allow consumers to pay higher rates. Microsoft came out and made an announcement saying this will not have an adverse impact on consumers. So it's that type of misinformation, those types of commitments and investments that we're working to make sure that we get in place.
Senator, what were you going to say? Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, the airwaves, and this is no surprise, are dominated by misinformation. But the reality is that these companies are working hard to ensure that we're increasing domestic energy production. And that's why we're working so closely with groups like the National Energy Dominance Council and relying on companies like Microsoft, who just several weeks ago made a major announcement ensuring that all of their AI build-out is self-funded so that consumers do not bear the burden of increased energy costs. Here in Arizona, Sarah, the AI build-out actually happens in a different pot of energy allocation than does consumer energy. So there's no impact on consumers. So there's a lot of misinformation out there. And unfortunately, I think there's continued confusion about the benefits that AI bring to us. If I can, Sarah, I want to talk about just quickly something I think is really exciting. A study just came out from Sweden that studied 100,000 women over 2 years. And half of those women were screened for breast cancer using one radiologist and one AI machine. And the other was the standard, which is 2 doctors, 2 radiologists looking at it. And the study showed that those who had the AI-assisted technology were able to identify cancer 29% more frequently and earlier. So they actually had less severe cases. This is an example of how AI is not replacing jobs, but aiding all of us in our lives. Now, Sarah, I don't know about you, but my mom had breast cancer. My best friend's mom had breast cancer. This is good news. And I'm excited.
My mom too.
Yeah, that's right. Your mom too. I figured. That's why it's so important that we win this race and that we continue to push forward in developing AI in our country.
But I do think, and David, this is a big talking point at Davos too, is like the challenge for policymakers is going to be explaining to people, average people, how they are impacted and bettered by AI. It can't just be all the wealth centered in these mega cap investments, both private and public.
Right. I mean, Senator.
Another example would be, if your child's school has a fire, the speed at which a fire truck comes to the school to protect your kid and the other kids in that school is faster now than it used to be because our emergency systems are using AI to find the fastest route and get the fastest trucks there. Now, most people don't think about that when they think about, I don't want an AI data center. But I think we all do want to make sure that our kids are safe at school.
No doubt. We also want to make sure that we're safe as a human race. And I think there are any number of people, including, for example, the founder of Anthropic, Dario Modé, who at least raised significant concerns about this overall race, where we certainly want to beat China, but what are we racing towards? You've named some positive things, but how do you think about it from a larger perspective, Senator Sinema, when it comes to threat to society and employment, of course, which comes up so often as being a potentially huge dislocation?
Some people are really concerned about the employment issue, but I remember, and I'm sure you do too, back in the early to mid 90s when the internet was launched, and there were economists saying, this is going to end employment, no one's going to have any jobs. Of course, we're all working more now than we were back then. I know I am. I'm sure you are too. So there will be adjustments. And that's why, for instance, the Department of Labor is working to help plan for reskilling and to help folks really lean into what jobs will look like as we move forward. The reality is, and Garrett sees this in his own backyard, we've got a huge shortage of building trades, electricians, et cetera. And we're going to need a lot of folks who know how to use AI moving to the future. And our colleges, universities, and trade schools all pivoting to help plan for that.
Congressman, it feels like the debate's not really about whether AI is good or bad, right? Senator, we've had the mayor Chandler on after that city council voted against some rezoning. Isn't it more, Congressman, about who has the oversight in developing these, whether it's just federal permitting or whether local communities are going to have some say at all?
Oh, look, that's certainly a big part of it. But look, this is all, at the end of the day, this is about people. Senator Sinema opened up this whole segment talking about how this is either going to be the United States or China. Look, if we're worried about jobs, if we're worried about impacts on people, if we're worried about AI being a positive development, it needs to be U.S.-centric. And that's really what we're focused on, is making sure that we have U.S. companies, U.S.-centric based AI, employment opportunities here that benefit our nation, our economy, our people. And so, look, that's what this is about. Does it include the participation of local state governments as well as the federal government? Absolutely it does. And there needs to be input by all of these entities. But we also need to recognize that this is absolutely critical. It is a race. We saw when DeepSeek was out there, we saw some of the misinformation that AI tool from China was putting out there, saying bad things about democracy, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, human rights. Those aren't the types of values that we want to proliferate, that we want to advance or support long term.
Well, we hope you'll continue to keep in touch as you guys continue with this fight. We'll talk to you about it. We talk about it every day. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much
on the new effort. Good to have you, former Congressman Graves and former Senator Sinema.
When we're back live on Capitol Hill with the latest on this government shutdown and the timeline for a possible deal.
Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call her? Oh, we actually sold the Twins naming rights.
Yeah, like stadiums do. Very lucrative.
Oasis Breeze, Tan and Spa.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
When I found out I had diabetes, it felt like a door slamming shut on my dreams. I wish I could tell myself what I know now. That with help from Dexcom G7, I'd take control of my diabetes and do more than I ever dreamed possible.
New car? You need WeatherTech. Perhaps a nice used car. You need WeatherTech. Maybe you're still driving Old Faithful. You need WeatherTech. No matter the age of your vehicle, American-made WeatherTech products are the solution. Because Lexus don't care what year your vehicle is. See? You do need WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection at WT.com.
No, is this the episode with the breakup?
Reba, we can't agree on the house.
Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find one today. Yeah, better put a key ring on it. Realtor.com.
Beautiful light, done right. From inspiration to installation. Seamlessly. Together, we bring your vision to life. Because the right shade changes everything. Meet with our experts to start your customized journey.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy to customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why hundreds of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
You want to be on CNBC's Disrupt Your 50 list? Is your startup shattering boundaries, shaking up industries? Scan this code or go to cnbc.com/disruptors to apply before February 23rd.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange today. Theme parks and streaming propelling Disney to a quarterly beat, but the stock's under pressure this morning. We're going to dig into what's causing that move.
NVIDIA shares under some pressure on signs that a deal between the chip giant and OpenAI might be in question. We'll break it down with AI expert Jack Hittery this hour.
And cue the Skynet warnings. AI agents now acting and coordinating faster than humans can control them. But does it really cause for alarm? We're going to explore what you need to know about these models and what the development means for the state of the AI trade.
As for markets, nice little bounce here. Dow's up 420, led by CAT, which again is up almost 20% for the year. S&P, as you can see, maybe 30 or so points from 7K, which we visited the other day. 10 years been a little stubborn, was below 423 this morning, now to 427.
And the cyclicals are leading the rally. The best groups now are industrials, financials, and consumer names, not technology, which is also playing into it, though, which is helping NASDAQ up 0.5%. We're going to start in Washington in this partial government shutdown, which did begin early Saturday. Emily Wilkins joins us now. Tell us when it might end, Emily.
Sarah, that is a great question. Look, if you're Speaker Mike Johnson, you're hoping that the shutdown's going to end by Tuesday afternoon. But there's already concerns growing in his razor-thin majority about this bill because despite passing the Senate with strong bipartisan support, House Democratic leaders have signaled that far fewer of their members are going to support voting for this spending bill. Yet Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, he told MS Now over the weekend that while Senate Democrats might have had a say, House Democrats have yet to weigh in.
Legislation that's going to be in front of the House on Monday, we need a full and complete debate. And what I've made clear to House Republicans is that they cannot simply move forward with legislation taking a my way or the highway approach in the absence of House Democrats convening.
Now, it's not clear how many Democrats might vote for the bill. Some of them certainly might join Republicans, but Republicans are likely going to have to go it alone on a key procedural vote tomorrow. If there are no attendance issues, Republicans can only afford to lose one member before they run into issues. And there are members out there with concerns. Some House lawmakers have argued that the Senate-passed bill does not do enough for the Department of Homeland Security. Remember, they're just continuing funding, not getting new funding. Others are demanding a bill requiring voter ID be added to the larger funding package. Now, the bill would continue the funding the department for 2 weeks. That, of course, is meant to give lawmakers more time to come to an agreement on restrictions for ICE and CBP. But even at that point, guys, it's unclear what kind of agreement they're going to be able to form and whether or not we're going to see something where, you know, the rest of the government might get funded and DHS is kind of strung along from week to week to week. Guys?
Meantime, Emily, you mentioned the House margin. A lot of discussion about Texas 18, the special over the weekend. Do we think Menifee gets ushered into office despite the shutdown?
Carl, what we have been hearing is that he is going to be sworn in before these votes. That's why we have a one-vote margin, because he will be there. And of course, as I think you've noted, really some major swings in Texas when it comes to Democrats doing very well in areas that Trump carried by double digits. Of course, a long way to go before we get to the midterms in November. But I think this is giving Democrats a lot of confidence that they are doing the right thing by focusing on immigration and trying to push back a little on some of the policies that we're currently seeing in place.
Are we going to miss another jobs report on Friday if this thing is still going on?
We could, Sarah. I mean, yes, if this is still going by Friday, we're going to miss the jobs report. Again, we could see issues when it comes to people applying for IPOs, when it comes to folks at the airport showing up for air traffic control and TSA. I mean, obviously, as we saw the last time, the impacts really don't start to hit until you start getting 2 weeks, 3 weeks into it. No one wants to go that far. No one wants another major shutdown. But at the same point, some of these issues among House Republicans are going to have to be addressed before the big vote tomorrow afternoon.
Emily, thanks. Appreciate it. A lot going on in D.C. today, Emily Wilkins. Let's bring in Phil Camparelli this morning, portfolio manager for J.P. Morgan Asset Management, joins us here at Post 9. Kind of literally Groundhog Day,
yeah.
as we've been here in recent months. Although again, market didn't seem to mind last time that much.
No, and by the way, I prefer Staten Island Chuck over Puxatawny.
Oh, that's
just for the record.
Either way, we're getting 6 weeks.
Exactly. Either way. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, coming into this year, it's like the January headlines, Carl, were almost as tough to navigate as these New York City crosswalks with all this snow and ice. But there are two very important signals that are giving us the green light to take risk. I think the Federal Reserve last week did an incredible job endorsing the U.S. economy. The 2026, we're entering on a much firmer footing. The outlook has improved since their last meeting, and the labor market has stabilized. Like, that's really good. We have a double-digit earnings growth this year. Atlanta Fed is at 4%. We have slightly above trend GDP growth that we think is going to drive. But you mentioned something a couple of minutes ago, the 10-year note at 4.27. In January, we had a historical month for no interest rate volatility. Rates are not moving. The 10-year note was in its tightest range, closing range, in over 50 years. The 30-year bond in January had its tightest range in history. That signal for us about interest rates, stabilizing and staying at these levels is more important than where rates are, because it gives us the freedom to take risk, right? It gives us the freedom to take risk on the 60 side of the balance fund, and fixed income provides defense in a portfolio when rates
So you're not really bothered that the 10-year is higher today than it was when the Fed began cutting almost 200 bips ago.
Yeah, so at 4.1% in September, I said that's the mark to market. We're at 4.27 this morning, with the Federal Reserve saying just how this economy is on such great footing. So that's really important to us. I think it's be careful what you wish for in rates. If you really want rates to fall, you probably shouldn't be overweight stocks here, right? Because that's a different nominal growth forecast, Carl. And we're kind of picking up exactly where we left off. A globally diversified 60-40 portfolio is up about 2 at the end of January. The S&P's up about 1.5. You're outperforming with diversification based on what's happening overseas as well.
You don't have questions about the equity rally continuing with certain reactions, I think, to some of the AI Magnificent Seven earnings. I'm thinking about Microsoft, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, off, I don't know, 38% growth wasn't good enough, and the stock was off 12%.
Yeah, exactly. So, Sarah, we are definitely positioned for a broadening out rally. You mentioned it before, right? The cyclicals taking part, above trend growth financials. The other piece of financials and interest rate volatility is that those companies were so afraid to make deals in a world where rates were flying all over the place. Now, every time a bank CEO comes out after earnings, they talk about capital markets activity. That's another really nice, benefit of interest rates behaving here, is that corporate CFOs and CEOs have some clarity about deal-making activity.
Although financials are the worst sector of the year to date.
Yeah, but that is still a sector that we like going for, the pro-cyclicality nature of this economy and the broadening out nature of this economy. Aside from the fact that EM is up 8 year to date and ETH is up 4 year to date.
I mean, it's all good unless we get higher inflation.
Yeah.
Then
exactly.
that complicates the good growth story.
Yeah, so higher inflation without growth, that was the fear last year with tariffs. What we're saying now is inflation is going to probably be at the end of the year between 2.5% and 3%. Which sounds bad if your target is 2, but we also have about a 2.5% growth forecast. Sarah, 5% nominal growth, you want to be long earnings in that part.
I did notice today JPM takes gold to 6,300 on more central bank buying. Is that a healthy signal?
The move is not the move of gold, like the velocity of that move is not healthy, because it's hard to make a fundamental story there. But we write about gold all the time, diversifying your diversifier. So you can fund some of your fixed income to buy gold. But Carl, the move, the speed of this move is leaving a lot of people scratching their head. And then you have days like Friday, right, where it can fall like it did. So yeah, I think a small gold allocation makes sense out of fixed income, but more of a diversification play, Carl, than a total return.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Friday's move, leverage, the 2-time silver ETF was down 60%. Right. I wonder if you think that's going to be a learning moment for someone who is levered into metals.
Certainly, and that's not what we're playing for, Carl, right? We're playing for these precious metal like gold to be a diversifier, not a total return story. And moves like that are going to force people's hand out of that trade.
Well, we are seeing some interesting stabilization of the dollar lately, and I wonder if that connects to the whole trade.
Yeah, and I think that's a function of the Federal Reserve kind of being on the back burner this year, and the U.S. dollar kind of not moving as much. Dollar moved last year.
Also, it was the worst pick, seen as more hawkish, at least historically, than the others.
Yeah, I think, listen, anybody that's going to be put forward by this administration, we think, is going to be focused on affordability of rates. So I don't think that Warsh is a particularly hawkish pick, and I think that his whole take was that the balance sheet shouldn't be this big. Why? Because it's an inefficient use of capital more than anything else. Like, that's really his take. But in the near term, Sarah, I think 2 cuts from the Federal Reserve is fine as we get closer to neutral. But that first cut probably isn't going to come until the summer, and it may not come at all if we have the stabilization of the labor market and the economy, which is going to be good for equities.
Yeah, certainly some of the manufacturing survey data today suggests things are warming up a little bit.
Right in Atlanta Fed over 4%. I mean, that's a really important signal for us.
Phil, thanks. Good to see you.
Right.
Coming up, shares of Disney are actually sinking despite a pretty nice quarterly beat. We're going to break down the move with Citigroup's media and entertainment analyst next.
Plus, AI agents now have their own social media network. It's called Book. You might have read about it over the weekend, gaining in popularity. Bring you the details, try to figure out what's real, what's not, when Money Movers continues.
If Ma June had GoDaddy Arrow, she could create logos faster than a rifle lobotomy. Make her brand blast off with social media posts. Start your digital wasteland journey at GoDaddy.com/fallout.
Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher.
Hold on, steak voiceover guy. I got this. Omaha Steaks is America's original butcher. But what's that mean? It means all these steaks are USDA certified tender.
Well, she's right.
Yeah, they love it. I love that they love it. This is why you get Omaha Steaks.
Right now, get 4 USDA certified tender steaks free when you visit omahasteaks.com/tender.
Skip the grocery store and get.
Yeah, skip the grocery store and get Omaha Steaks today.
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss a day.
Empire's 50-50-50 sale. Up to 50% off select carpet and flooring. Up to 50% off padding and materials. Up to 50% off installation. Visit EmpireToday.com or call or text.
Today.
I always thought I was just bad at money, but it turned out I didn't have a money problem. I just had a clarity problem. Monarch showed me exactly where my money was going, and I already saved like $200 this month. If you want a full picture of your finances too, start your free trial at monarch.com.
Become a smarter investor with CNBC Pro. 24/7 access to market-moving news and interviews with 3 global live streams. Subscriber-only content from Wall Street pros like Josh Brown.
If you love the stock market as much as I do, you're going to love the best stocks in the market list.
Plus exclusive live events.
This is my first time at the stock exchange, and it's been awesome. To be on the floor, I just can't believe I'm here.
Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Looking for a romantic getaway? How about a lover's retreat? Head to Quinault Beach Resort and Casino any Sunday through Thursday for just $279. And Quinault will include a $100 resort credit, $25 in free play for up to 2 people, and a bottle of wine or champagne. That's over $150 back in amenities. Romantic walks on the beach? No additional cost. Quinault Beach Resort and Casino at Ocean Shores. Winners have been here. Offer valid February 1st through 27th. See website for details.
Welcome back to Money Movers. Take a look. Shares slipping 7%. Softness in the movies and TV segment. This all as investors await clarity on who will succeed Bob Iger as successor and when. Sources telling CNBC the board could meet this week to vote on that choice. Joining us now is Citigroup's media and entertainment analyst, Jason Bazinet. It's great to have you, Jason. The turn in the stock, I mean, I guess we're hearing a little bit of the Q2 guide down, though they reiterated the full year on some back half positives. What do you make of it?
No, that's right. We're hearing exactly the same thing. It's investors fretting about that 2Q guidance. The only thing I would say when I look at their guidance relative to at least what we were expecting, almost the entire miss, if you want to call it that, for 2Q was in the entertainment segment. And that, of course, has the movies and the marketing associated with that, which can be quite volatile quarter to quarter. So I think the street is just overreacting.
Yeah, it feels like some one-offs. I mean, the adventure in Singapore, the opening of Frozen, and other big attractions in Paris, and then the timing of some of the TV programming. So you see this as a buying opportunity?
100%. I mean, the multiple right now is trading, 16 times this year's earnings? I mean, that's great. If they deliver on the double-digit earnings growth next year, it's 14 times earnings. It's a great entry point.
What's the biggest pushback you hear on this stock?
I think that investors are still underwhelmed with the progress they've made on the streaming side. Most investors I talk to say, well, over 60% of the profits now come from parks. That's a more capital-intensive business. That deserves a lower multiple. If they could really get more traction on the streaming side, where it contributed a bigger part of Disney's overall profits, it would not only help the earnings, it would help the multiple.
Are they moving in that direction?
They are, but I think too slowly. I mean, I think a lot of traditional media companies, including Disney, got really caught a few years ago when the 10-year rose from 1% to 4%. Investors clamored and said, we're just not accepting losses in any business. And so a lot of traditional media companies dialed back on their streaming investments, and that sort of crimped their ability to sort of get the virtuous flywheel going. So I think there's still scope. They're just going much more slowly than some of the big rivals that are out there that are winning the streaming wars.
Jason, are you a fan of Tomorrow? And does it color the reason why a shareholder would want to buy Disney, the parks business versus the streaming business?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Mr. Tomorrow. I mean, I think virtually everyone I've spoken to on the buy side would prefer that Mr. Tomorrow is named new CEO. Nothing against Ms. Walden, but people just like Mr. Tomorrow a bit more. Does it color my view of the stock? I mean, I get this question a lot from investors. They say, well, if this is a park-centric business and the former head of parks is moving in to become the new CEO, if that's true, doesn't that mean there's just going to be more parks investments? And I remind them, Mr. Chapek, although his tenure was short, was also head of parks, and he made some pretty bold moves in the streaming space. So I think the investors are sort of potentially reading too much into it in terms of what the DTC business or the streaming business could be for Disney, even if Mr. DeMar is the new CEO.
Do you think he has the wherewithal to sort of put to bed the succession drama story that every Disney story gets written with now?
I think so. It should put it to bed. The one thing I caution investors about, my thesis is Disney should lean more into streaming investment to get that flywheel going in terms of more subs, deeper engagement, more pricing power. The one thing I worry a bit about is if we get a new CEO and he sort of invests more in streaming, and that means that the margin expansion in that segment we've seen over the last few years either flatlines or retrenches, how will the buy side take that? I think personally it would be a very smart thing to do for long-term shareholder value, but it could hurt the shares in the near term if they make that.
How does the Warner Netflix deal reshape the competitive landscape for whoever becomes the next CEO of Disney or Paramount, which is also fighting for Warner?
Yeah, I don't know if it reshapes it radically. I would just say I think everyone on the institutional investor side understands that we have too many streaming apps, and so getting fewer apps is definitely a positive industrially, and no matter where that asset goes, it's a good thing because it just means we have fewer apps as a consumer.
Last thing, Jason, they did point to headwinds in international visitors to domestic parks. We know international tourism in this country was down about 6% last year. Is this going to turn into something material?
I don't think material. I mean, they were asked on the call whether it's getting demonstrably worse. The answer was no. It's the same trend that we've seen. So I don't think that that's going to be a material incremental headwind for them. I would say that, they have three levers, right? You have the in-state visitors, which they lean into pretty heavily during times of economic weakness to drive attendance. You have the out-of-state folks that are Americans that's what's really driving the attendance growth, and you have international. I suspect that international headwind that we've been experiencing for the last couple of quarters probably will endure, and I think, frankly, until Trump's not in office. I mean, I hate to make it political, but I think that's what's driving it.
All right, Jason, we'll leave it there. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Reiterating the $140 price target to buy on Disney from Citi.
After the break, we'll take a look at the latest AI trend. It's this Reddit-like forum for AI agents called Moltbook. We'll talk about what happens when these agents start acting and coordinating faster than we can control them, and what that might mean for the AI trade.
Plus, the CEO of fintech company Ramp will join us alongside the actor who played one of the most well-known accountants on TV. You know, Kevin from The Office. We'll discuss the new AI adoption and much more. We'll be right back.
Hey, Steve, you're a finance guy, right? How do I work less and get to Paris more? I'd like to leave something for the kids. Even that one.
We'd like to retire comfortably. Good.
Very comfortably.
Sure.
Hey, I want to get my finances in order. They're a bit abstract, and I'm thinking...
Steve, you made it. This opening wouldn't have happened without you.
Very interesting collection.
The freedom to make all your clients' dreams a reality. The feeling is Mass Mutual.
Introducing Avocado's body-hugging certified organic luxury mattress. Plush and decadent, made with 17 luxurious supportive layers, including organic cotton, wool, and latex, natural silk and alpaca fibers, and individually pocketed motion-isolating oils for total body support. For sleepers who want the best in natural luxury, add an adjustable base to effortlessly customize your sleep positions. Shop today.
In the right hands, with the right minds, and the right approaches are extremely valuable to solving crimes just like this. We need that. We need more staff, and we need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need community's help with this. So I want to make sure I didn't, before I take any questions, it is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily medication, and anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture. And take a video, send it to us. The number is real easy here locally. It's 911. You can contact our 88 crime and remain anonymous. You can call me, anybody. I am here to take any questions you may have. It will be a little limited. I apologize for that, but we do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity. I have here Sergeant David Stivers from our homicide team. He has been up all night, so bear with us if we are a little bit fuzzy in our answers and responses, but we're both here for any questions you may have. Let's start.
Recognizing limitations, but can you elaborate at all on what makes you believe it's a crime scene as opposed to someone left home couldn't fire with them?
Well, I think I told you she is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own. We know that.
If you don't have plate readers, is there vehicles associated?
When I told you we're now at this phase where we're looking at all the technology, all of that is being evaluated as we speak. Now, let me say this: we've not just thrown our search and rescue team out there. They are going to be doing some door-to-door with our criminal investigation team. It is not just our homicide unit. All of our criminal investigation detectives. I went out last night to the scene. There were probably 100 cars out there, all from the sheriff's department, all working this case. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of energy. This team of mine worked throughout the night. They continue to work. David's had zero sleep, but he and his team are working as hard as they can.
Is there anybody else associated with her, a caregiver, family member, acquaintance, who is also missing in some?
No. The family, all of the family has been very cooperative with us. They're working with us. They're staying in touch with us. They have complete access to anybody in this department. Savannah has been in touch with us as well. Our hearts go out to them. This is their mom. She's just a great lady. From what I've heard. And I feel for the family. We just want to find her and bring her back safe.
Sheriff, you mentioned that she didn't just walk out, but is there any like additional information that you can give us on what may have alluded to this being the crime?
I wish I could. I really do. I know that everybody wants to know certain things, but I can't do that for the. It would be inappropriate at this time. I again don't want to get into that. David, can you see anything here?
At this time, it's still a very active investigation. That there were circumstances on scene that we believe are suspicious in nature, I think is the best way to put it. But we can't really get into a whole lot of details with that.
Do you believe that this was targeted, or it happened to his mom, or
We don't know that. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that. They do, and we're looking through some. Yeah. Trying to figure out my phone. Well, no, I don't think there's an active threat, but I hate to say that because, we're going to canvass that neighborhood and maybe there's a prowler been seen around. There's a lot of work still to do. We don't have any indication that that the public is in danger.
And what does that search look like today beyond what you want?
So we have shut down our search and rescue commission, and we've sent them home to rest. They were out all night. We put all our air assets into this. Our drone systems, our aircraft, our helicopters, heat sensors, infrared, everything we've thrown at this. They're going to step aside. We'll call them out again if we need to do more searching. But right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do with crime scene.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about that map?
That is, and David probably can better answer it than I, but that is our search patterns, I believe.
Yes. So with all the assets that we deployed yesterday with search and rescue teams, the map that's on the screen is basically tracks that were followed. Those are all, the colored lines are all ground tracks of different teams and different assets that were used on the ground, to include the canines, the volunteers, and our own search and rescue team. The circles are going to be representative, if not necessarily perfect, of our air circulation with both our helicopter and our fixed wing aircraft at night, working with the night time cameras. So difficult to see where the house is. The house is basically pretty close to center in that, and then all of the searching that went on throughout the day with those folks out there on the ground.
What this really helps with is our search teams, when they come back and we assess, maybe they've missed an area, we can look at it and say, hey, you know what, this area could use a little more coverage, and so they concentrate again. Our search and rescue team is top notch. They're out every single day. If it's not a lost person, it's a hiker, it's somebody who's wandered away from a care home, whatever it may be. I want to stress to you, right, and it is really important, Miss Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, is a great sound mind. This is not a dementia related. She is as sharp as a tack. The family wants everybody to know this isn't somebody who just wandered off. Her physical limits are based on just age and, get old. And so it's more physical, but clearly she is as sharp as a tack.
Do you have her cell phone, and is that presenting tracking?
We're looking at that as we speak.
But you have it?
We do have it.
Can you give us a little bit more of a timeline? Because you said she didn't leave on her phone. She was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing.
But I believe what happened there was at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off. Sometime earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I think thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us. So I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what that taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
For them, I got three, she had any threat to herself.
We've spoken to her. We'll continue to work with that. She has a security team that's been in touch with us throughout the night. But we're not going to dismiss any angles for sure. But right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that.
Is she in town or on the way?
She's here.
Can you give us any more? What should somebody be looking for? Because when I was out, neighbors are obviously incredibly concerned. But is there anything, one neighbor stopped me and he didn't know if he should call you or not.
Oh my goodness.
But what should somebody be looking for?
Well, first of all, I'd ask them, go through their cameras. Go through their Ring cameras, whatever cameras they may have. Don't dismiss it that, oh, well, we really can't see the house. They still might see something. Maybe it's somebody walking by. Maybe it's a vehicle driving by at that time of day. But go through all your cameras in that neighborhood and tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's just a call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. We'll get it. Trust me. I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe, yes, she did. Yeah.
Are there any caregivers that are normally associated with her?
Well, she has staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, in her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with that have talked to some of them already. Nobody actually lives with her. Like I say, she's a great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get, as a family says, she couldn't walk 50 yards. So.
BNAI na ba yun?
Like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're the FBI, ATF, ICE, whoever. Yeah, we know that they have certain capabilities and certain resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. Just last week, that guy called us to handle a shooting that involved Border Patrol. You need to know that. That's just day-to-day routine work for the law enforcement in Pima County, in Tucson. We work very closely with our partners.
With the amount of time that's gone by, how wide do you cast it? Statewide, national?
Well, yes, national for sure. Actually, I'm hoping the national media's picked up on this. We've gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alerts, things like that. All of those things we'll use. Every tool we have, we will use. You guys are too easy. Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. I apologize for my political rhetoric of the Board of Supervisors or the City Council. I just get so frustrated, and we just can't do this job without their support. We don't need political statements from the dais and mumbo jumbo. We need them to listen to their law enforcement leaders and really pay attention to the fact that we understand that there's a great potential for abuses in today's world with the technology that's available to us. But you have to, at some point in time, have some faith and trust in your leadership in the law enforcement community to know and understand that we too were elected here to provide a service to our community. I can't think of a community in this planet that wouldn't tell you, number one is public safety. Everybody just wants to be able to know that they can go outside and enjoy that their community can come home and be safe at night in their rooms, sleep in bed. And this lady wasn't able to accomplish that. That's a sad statement. We need her back. We need to find her. And time is very critical. She is 84. She needs her meds. Her family needs her too. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, sure. My name is Sergeant David, common spelling D-A-V-I-D, Stivers, S-T-I-V as in Victor, E-R-S.
What's your title?
Thank you, guys.
We've got a
And
huge
if
amount
we
of
get more
details.
things developed, we'll call you back.
We'll let him finish his words. Look,
Đang nghe tin tức có một bà già 80 mấy tuổi ở Arizona tự nhiên biến mất. Giờ cảnh sát đang đi tìm. BNAI nó bay tiếp tục. MU NBA đang lên. Rất là hôm nay lạc đạc.
Sư phụ con OKLO của phụ bữa hổm nó 92 nên nó xuống còn 74 á sư phụ.
Cái gì OKLO á hả?
Dạ. Ốc lồ đó sư phụ. Con về bên như là năng lượng hạt nhân hay sao?
Candice nó vẫn tiếp tục lên. Dễ sợ 90 mấy đồng luôn. Để 70 đồng lên thêm 20 đồng. Và BNI lên thì nó short xuống liền à. Ghét tụi short trader dễ sợ. Như con đó. MU mạnh quá. MU có kháng cự ở 442 nha. Ai mua phải canh bán gần 442.
Data from Vander Research shows net inflows to the SLV on Friday, even as prices tanked 30%. Now, that drop is within the context of the relentless march to new records this year. And even with Friday's drop, shorts have lost 286 million betting against silver this year, according to S3 Partners. Now, in terms of where prices go from here, JP Morgan saying there could still be a deeper shakeout in silver versus gold, but that they see a higher floor for silver looking forward, around 75 to 80, thanks in part to demand from India and China. And when it comes to gold, Deutsche Bank reiterating its year-end target of 6,000, saying institutional investor demand is still there alongside central bank demand. And finally, guys, take a look at gas prices, because nat gas is now down 22% today. It is still really cold outside, but we have seen forecasts shift to warmer weather for March. Production has also come back online faster than expected after that deep freeze. We're only short about 2 BCF per day right now. So a lot to watch in this volatile market. We were above $7 last week.
Yes, it feels so nice outside in the low 30s in Manhattan. Thank you, Pippa Stevens. After the break, CEO of fintech company Ramp will join us. We're going to discuss the business trends they're seeing when it comes to adoption of AI, plus their new ad with the actor who played Kevin from The Office. He's going to join us as well. Plus, shares of BYD are lower after the company reported a sales decline. We're going to discuss what that means for EV adoption at large. Money Movers will be right back.
If you're on Medicare and you get this, you could end up with this. Unexpected out-of-pocket costs, which for those on Medicare or soon to be is a good reason to take charge of your health care. So consider this, an AARP Medicare Supplement Insurance Plan from United Healthcare. Why? Because Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything. And what it doesn't pay for, like deductibles and copays, could really add up, even thousands of dollars a year. Medicare supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't, and making your out-of-pocket costs a lot more predictable. Call United Healthcare today and ask for your free decision guide. Learn more about plan options and rates to fit your needs. Now, if you like this, greater freedom, you'll love that Medicare supplement plans have no networks and no referrals needed. See any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S., as long as they accept Medicare patients. These types of plans also give you more flexibility when traveling in the U.S. Your plan goes with you, anywhere you go in the country. Even better, Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are plans endorsed by AARP. Call United Healthcare today for your free decision guide. So, if you're on Medicare and want less out-of-pocket costs and more peace of mind, consider adding this, an AARP Medicare supplement plan. Take charge of your healthcare today. Just use this or this to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare supplement plan.
No application fee if you apply by February 11th at University of Maryland Global Campus, offering online and hybrid courses and lifetime career services. Learn about our more than 135 degrees and certificates at umgc.edu.
What's our #1 way to improve stock returns? We use options. Look at the returns from the same security over the same period, and you can see why learning to trade options is a necessity. It's not an option. These are some of the option trades we've recently shared with our followers. What would you prefer, the stock return or the options return? Our book will teach you our beginner-friendly strategies you can start using immediately. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
Who done it?
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
Find it with Realtor.com. With Real Commute, it's easy to find a home closer to what's ever close to your heart. Do y'all recycle? Realtor.com.
Never miss a moment.
I would bet pretty heavily that there's not another rate cut under Jay Powell. It's not like buying Apple or Microsoft and seeing a 100x return in public markets. I think that's going to be harder to come by, and I think that's a very dire risk that we're worried about with AI. President Trump has brought down the temperature on the situation. He's in constant contact, and he is urging them not to shut down the government.
Welcome back. Corporate AI adoption in December hit its highest level in about 8 months, according to data from our next guest. Enterprise subscriptions for OpenAI leading the way, with Anthropic and Google rounding out the top 3. Joining us here in a CNBC exclusive at Post 9 this morning is Ramp's co-founder and CEO, Eric Glyman. Eric, welcome. It's great to have you.
Carl, thanks so much for having me.
You're really good at tracking this stuff. What do you think is happening right now that's driving these numbers?
Yeah, I mean, so first, Ramp powers more than $100 billion a year in corporate spend across over 50,000 businesses looking at credit card and invoice data. So we have a much deeper data than most. And I think what's been so fascinating to us is if you look at estimates from folks like the census, people would say only 19% of businesses have adopted AI. Our data suggests it's about 50%. And I think the reason is that it's going from conceptual, it can help you write a nice poem, to now it can do your expenses, it can automate accounting. You can use tools like ChatGPT and Anthropic to start getting into and improving core business processes. So I just think the reasoning is improving.
So you think the government data that we get, or I guess rely on, is going to lag? Continue to lag?
It is, and I think some of this is the way they ask the question. In the past, they've asked, are you using AI to produce goods or services, which many firms in the US don't produce goods or services in the classical sense, so it underestimates it. But I think beyond it, a lot of this data is done through the mail. It's not actually looking at true spend data. And so sometimes even business owners don't know to the extent that employees are using these tools to build a business.
What are some examples on some of the companies that you work with? I know because you span all sorts of industries and schools and
yes.
What do you see?
Yeah, so first, industries at the top in terms of adoption might be tech firms. Maybe 75-80% of them are using tools or are using AI tools, but the most fascinating ones to us was financial services, manufacturing, and even farms. When you go down into it, you'll see adoption rates upwards of 30 to, in the case of financial institutions, above 50% usage. And so it's much wider. There's really few industries where you're seeing no usage at all.
What about your own? How you're using it? Is it changing the way you are providing the services?
Absolutely. So a couple different things. First, if you think about the product and services that we offer, most people know us for a credit card that does your expenses. So you tap the card and your expense report does itself. You upload an invoice and all the line items are read, all the accounting is done for you. So it's automating a lot of these small processes that no one likes to do.
Sounds like heaven on earth.
That's right, that's right.
Can you add Versant to your?
We would love to help. But it's even changing the way that our engineers build software. Just over this past week, nearly half of all the code that our engineers actually wrote, they wrote in English, and an AI agent translated that into Python or machine-based code. And so even the nature of work is changing.
Is it your sense that corporates can get enough product that they're comfortable implementing, or are they hungry for it? I mean, I guess I'm wondering, to what degree do you think there is scarcity among corporates for things like, as you say, they're trying to dip their toe into?
Yes. So, I mean, first, when you think about just the motivation for any company, they want to be more profitable. They want to run more lean. And so when you think about part of why Ramp's adoption has grown, we help the average company reduce their expenses by about 5% per year, in part by the adoption of AI tools. It's AI that's fast enough to see a charge that's out of your expense policy, blocks it before it goes through. Having your most valuable salesperson doing expense reports instead of selling the next deal is not a good use of their time. And so what corporates are very hungry for is tools like a Ramp that can actually deliver measurable ROI. And I think that the companies that are seeing their adoption grow are able to connect it to true return on investment.
Meantime, you're debuting a new Super Bowl ad ahead of the game this weekend with Brian Baumgartner, who you might know played Kevin from The Office, reprising his role as an accountant. Take a look.
Policy violation coming through. Travel, meals, hotels. How's this? Beautiful. Everybody's in. Nailed it. Multiply what's possible at ramp.com. Get full, got it. Careful.
And here's a nice surprise. Brian Baumgartner joins us this morning. Brian, thanks for the time. Good to see you.
Of course. Great to see you. Good morning, everybody. Hi, Eric.
Hey.
How did you guys get How did you guys get hooked up? And Brian, is this your first Super Bowl ad or not?
It's my first one in a while. How's that? And back when I was on the mothership NBC, we actually had The Office aired after the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl, as a big sports fan, meaningful for me. Eric and their amazing creative team over at Ramp, how it was put together was they asked me and told me a lot about their company. Eric and I met, and I am in awe of what they are doing and what they are doing for people and what they are doing for real accountants and real businesses all around the world. So, and the thing that I really love about them as a creative is they're willing to take chances. This isn't just a Super Bowl ad. We're going to be on the ground with many, many others of me having a tailgate party. I was told this morning, by the way, Eric, that it's trending. It's on pace to be the largest tailgate party in San Francisco this weekend. So I'm really excited about being there and having some fun.
Eric, this is not just a spokesperson. I mean, he sounds like a real believer.
It's Brian is. I mean, look, you can see why when you talk to him. Incredibly popular, incredibly beloved. Over 1,500 people have RSVP'd to go to a tailgate hosted by him. And actually, too, if you go, we're giving out free bald caps as well as complimentary shavings. But we're going to be going and giving away 2 Super Bowl tickets to folks who go to the tailgate this weekend. And look, I just think there's a magnetism around Brian, and we feel so lucky to be able to work together with him.
I mean, Brian, it is odd to see. I mean, it's corporate, finance kind of. It's not the most consumer friendly brand. So I am curious what attracted you to it and what you want people to take away.
Well, first of all, there's an organic connection. Obviously, though not a real accountant, I the old line, I played one on TV. So that I love when you can find an organic connection between myself or my brand and their brand. And also, as I was saying before, truly, like, they have been, I mean, look what he just said. They're going to do shavings and have ball caps. I mean, they're willing to do different, fun, unique things. And the idea of being able to, well, multiply yourself, me or anybody else by using Ramp, I thought was a fun idea. The play on it is amazing. And really, that's why I've chosen to continue to do some stuff. We did an 8-hour performance art piece on the streets of New York City that I think over 300 million people consumed some of that. Don't quote me on that, but some of that in October or so. And so, yeah, it's been a really, really fun relationship, unique, but awesome.
It is very cool because the market is looking for use cases to understand. Brian really humanizes a whole profession, right? And I think this will create a way for some people to say, "Oh, I get it." Right? I get what this technology is trying to do. Mm-hmm. Don't you agree?
I totally agree, because I think sometimes you hear, AI and you wonder, what does this mean? And actually, when you see what Brian is doing in the commercial, where, all the things that he wish he had time to do or someone else could take care of, doing the expenses, tabulating the books, moving funds, taking care of the low value work so he can actually experience the joy, lead the company forward. It brings together in a fun and humorous way.
Really important question. Does he have equity? Because you have done like 3 rounds in the last year that has raised your valuation to $32 billion.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah. Well, look, the company just keeps growing by leaps and bounds. I think that Ramp last year added more purchase volume than any financial institution in the company. And that's because I just think the value to businesses is so much larger. As to how Brian and we work together, we are incredibly invested in the relationship. I'll let Brian speak to whatever he'd like to. But, I couldn't be happier.
I'm all in, guys. I'm all in.
Eric, Brian, have a great time this weekend. Good to see both of you guys.
Thanks
so much. That was a yes.
Thanks so much. Great to see you guys.
All right, still ahead. Shares of BYD are falling after the Chinese EV company reported sales fell 30%. So what does that signal for global EV adoption? We'll discuss it after the break.
At Capital Group, we see active ETFs differently. We collaborate, designing them to remain strong, preparing them to weather the ups and downs of the market. That's what sets our active ETFs apart, so they can be rooted at the core of the portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
What will I build today? Will it be beautiful, functional, make a difference? Will it change the way we work, or simply bring us together? Whatever it is, it needs to be better. And that, an experience, company, my company, whatever it is, I'll need the right tools, all the tools. What will I build today?
I'm Boomer Esiason. The best time to protect your family is before you need to. I lost my mom as a kid, and we didn't have that safety net. Ethos lets you get life insurance in minutes, 100% online, no medical exam.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
NASDAQ traded LASE manufactures advanced laser systems for slow release medication production and anti-counterfeit pill marking, helping ensure authentic pharmaceuticals and patient safety. Visit laser.com. Laser, everything laser.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
You can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard, discipline that delivers.
All right, let me tell you about ambition. Too much is not enough. Don't just waste this life. Set the goal really high and go all out. Then you create another vision, another vision, another vision. That's being ambitious. This is what it's all about.
You dedicated the first half of your life to building a happy family, a successful career, and a home filled with memories. You've earned a season of freedom where your time is yours again. At Wesley, you can spend time on what's most important to you. Say goodbye to chores and hello to relaxed visits with family, morning walks with friends, and afternoons spent doing what you want to do. Welcome to freedom. Welcome to inspirement. Visit wesleychoice.org. Is this where we come in?
Welcome back, Chinese.
They are the leader, Sarah. But remember, January is typically a slow month, not just here in the United States, but around the world when it comes to auto sales. And yes, BYD sales were down 30.1% year over year in January. Remember, more than half of what they sell are gas electric hybrid models. Those sales were down 28.5%. So this was just not an EV sales decline here. Their production, they've been scaling it back to adjust to demand around the world, down 29.1% in January. And in terms of their EV sales last year, yes, they are the leader. As you take a look at deliveries from Tesla, they were 1.64 million last year. BYD was at 2.25 million. They're going to maintain that leadership this year. Tesla is not going to be rising up to 2.25 million anytime soon. As you take a look at shares of Tesla, remember, they had made the decision last week. They announced it. They are going to be ending production of the Model S and X. That won't have a huge impact on annual deliveries. I mean, it was only 3% of their annual total in terms of deliveries. This really is about the Model 3 and the Model Y. That's what drives their sales right now.
You know what's getting some chatter, Phil, is this news that China has banned exterior car door handles that are not removed from the auto, which of course is a hallmark of the Tesla design.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see some of these announcements and you sit there and go, okay, what does that mean for future production? I don't think anybody's entirely sure right now. I did see that report, and you're right. That is a hallmark of the Tesla design.
Phil, appreciate it. A lot going on in autos today, which we really didn't get to. We'll get Palantir tonight, and then we'll work our way toward Google and Amazon and ARM and a bunch this week.
And hopefully the government reopens so we can get a jobs report at the end of the week, just on the macro front, because, you know, there's a lot of focus now on what the Fed might do and, well, cutting it.
Still near 69.80. Let's get to the judge.
Carl, thanks. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. The new month for stocks as this rally looks to extend its record-breaking run. We will trade this very busy week ahead with the investment committee. Joining me for the hour, Joe Terranova, Stephanie Link, Anastasia Amoroso, Brian Belsky. We will check the markets on this first trading day of February, and we are green across the board. And history suggests as we begin this new month, maybe we will have a less volatile one. Joe, according to Oppenheimer, February volatility less common in an uptrend. You could have a tendency to be more volatile in February. However, when you start the month above the 200-day moving average, maybe not so much, as JP Morgan's trading desk also suggests that they remain tactically bullish this market.
Tactically bullish the market, I absolutely agree with, but in terms of volatility lessening, I don't think anyone should expect that. You know, we heard so much early in January about as so goes, January goes the market. I think the only thing that we could take away from that is the volatility that we witnessed in January, because I think that volatility is here to stay. You mentioned prior years in which the market was in a bull trend. Maybe you had a weakening in volatility in the month of February. I just remind everyone of what happened in February of 2018. As you were setting out to the Super Bowl, I remember it in Minneapolis, we had that volatility unwind. 2017, a very calm year, very much like the year we saw in 2025. So I think you have to expect that volatility is going to remain elevated through the remainder of the year, which makes the decisions much more difficult. But I remind everyone, are we that far away from the all-time high that we traced out on Thursday? No, we're not.
That's kind of part of their point, Brian, because you're in this uptrend and you're not that far at all from record highs. That maybe what has tended to be a little bit of a more volatile month won't be as much. And if you look at some of the trades within the market that I think had brought some angst, gold and silver and the dollar and what have you, if you look at gold and silver, they're stabilizing a little bit, but some of the moves that we saw there looked a little ridiculous, like crazy stuff that you don't normally see. You're talking about like 40 years ago when you last saw these kind of moves in silver. So some stabilization maybe there, even though the predictions are still bullish. JP Morgan, their year-end target on gold is 6,300. They're more cautious on silver. What do you make of the market as we enter this new month now?
Well, anytime you have an asset like that, which is 3 or 4 times the average standard deviation of its performance, typically and historically, you're going to have some sort of a pullback, number one. Number two, I think what January showed 2 things. That we are definitely seeing a broadening out with small caps that did what they did in value disciplines, that did what they did in technology underperforming. But I think more importantly, it dovetails to the overall theme we think for 2026, Scott, is that we're transitioning from a momentum, multiple expansion market to more of an earnings-driven market, which historically, if you go back over the last 70 or 80 years, is typically half the return relative to a momentum-driven market / multiple-driven market. Doesn't mean that we're not going to be positive. We're still going to be positive, but not as positive as we've seen.
Steph, okay, so we got this new month. Now, Bitcoin is obviously making some people a little nervous about certain aspects of the market. You see it is rising now, but it was below 75 overnight. Certain things within that complex have not traded well. Coinbase down 9 straight days. That's you, right? You own that. Longest streak since 24. Robinhood, last I checked, was down sharply today as well. Anything too close to the sun in crypto is obviously getting hit pretty well. This doesn't even take into consideration that we start a week that's pretty critical with some mega caps coming. But before we even get there, how do you see this?
Yeah, I mean, like the precious metals and the memory market, DRAM pricing, and crypto, they all trade kind of the same. It's risk on, and last week it certainly wasn't risk on. So I think the volatility in those particular segments of the market are going to continue. There's no question about it. But the VIX is only 16. Like, it's not terrible, so I don't worry about the overall market, especially because earnings are coming in better than expected. Earnings are running up 15%, Scott. Revenues are up 7.4%, so that's good. And so here's another interesting thing to me, the data, the economic data Chicago PMI on Friday at 54. The expectations were 43. Today we got two manufacturing series, ISM and PMI, both also in the 50s. So that's really good news. And so that's a big part of it. AI is driving a lot of it. And then the Chase card spending data that comes out every month is running up 5% so far in well, we get backward looking January, 5% versus 2.8% in December. So all of this is the reason why the economy is growing above trend, but it's also helping the earnings picture. And I think that's really at the end of the day what we care about. Yeah, I don't like to see Coinbase down a million months in a row. It's very volatile series, but I do want to have participation, a very small participation in cryptocurrencies, because I do think a whole different generation is buying crypto, a lot younger than me. And I think that they would rather own crypto, by the way, than stocks, which is not appropriate in my opinion. But the point being is, it is for real. I don't know the price of Bitcoin. I don't know the price of crypto, but I like the exchanges because all I need is a buyer and a seller.
There's just a lot of things competing for maybe the same dollars, I think is one of the stories around all of these different assets. You know, not to mention in the private markets where you have more access, the prediction markets, which are taking up some oxygen as well. And I don't think, Anastasia, anybody doubts the near-term earnings story, the near-term economic story, and even those who are super bullish, generally speaking, like a Tom Lee says, middle year could get a little squirrely. You could have stocks roll into a bear market before you have a nice pickup and be much higher into the year end, but it's not going to be linear.
Yeah.
There are just too many variables at play, not to mention that you're going to have, if he's confirmed, Warsh as the new Fed chair. Who knows what the trajectory of all of that is going to end up being.
Well, that's true. And maybe to come back to the volatility point, you know, we are during Trump administration 2.0. So we know historically volatility has been higher during the first administration. So I think there are a lot of factors battling it out. I think, Scott, one of the reasons why maybe people make the case for this being a more volatile year is because it's the midterm elections and stocks typically have not performed the midterm elections year. But we have to have some context here. We have to be discerning, because if you had a midterm elections year in which the Fed was either staying pat or easing policy, you actually did have an average of 5 or 6% performance versus negative if the Fed was actually hiking rates. So I think we have the Fed on our side, which is positive. And then I do want to circle back to the kind of the extension of Stephanie's point, which is the earnings season. To me, one of the biggest stories for this year is that not only will earnings go up, but the margins are getting better and better. I think that is proof in the pudding that AI is being adopted, and it is driving margins for corporate America. 13.2% is expected to accelerate to 13.9% or 13.6% by the end of the year. So that's a big deal. And then, of course, the economy, you know, to Stephanie's point, it is accelerating, I would say, and I would add the labor market to it. I think the labor market may stabilize. We may see that on Friday.
And productivity.
Productivity has picked up a lot. 2.3% average since the launch of ChatGPT, which is 2x.
Let me just offer how I think.
Please.
My feeling on elevated volatility does not mean the market goes lower. It means you need position size accordingly. What has gone on in gold and silver is more about engagement and traditionalizing an asset class that previously was not traded by the retail community. Over the last several years, we've done that with cryptocurrency. We've done that with private credit. Commodity futures are the last asset class that is becoming traditionalized by retail. Back in 2020, during the pandemic, people weren't trading commodity futures. They're trading it now.
Joe,
the engagement is the reason for the extreme volatility.
They traded this for, like a minute or two. You know what I'm saying?
Who's they traded it for?
To suggest that all of a sudden there's some new
more
retail engagement.
Absolutely,
And so this was meme-ish. Was there more engagement in AMC and GameStop? Yeah, of course there was. Traditionally we've seen, but you're acting as if that's some now new trend where, oh hey, retail finally woke up and realized that silver can be traded, and now they're trading it, which did what it did, and that's just going to be a lasting thing. And I think that's questionable.
On their platform, I'm on Interactive Brokers trading silver futures, trading gold futures. You're looking and you're actually seeing what is they're delivering to you the largest moves intraday and what's popping up on a daily basis. SLV, GLD.
Yeah.
So you have people that are chasing that move.
They're chasing the momentum in it like they chase the meme stocks. You're telling me that this is some newfound asset that they're going to all of a sudden...
They have not done that. They have not done that in commodity futures.
up until the last 6 months, right? Silver and gold made the breakout.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you're seeing the elevated volatility. And you have to learn what commodity futures are. Did we forget what happened in April of 2020 when crude oil went down 300%? They're trading an asset class that, that maybe they don't know.
You know what that was? Like what this may be, a moment in time. Did crude oil continue to trade as volatile since that day? No.
No, but commodity futures are way more volatile than stocks are. And they're being introduced to a new asset class. And all I'm saying is you have to understand that. And what the appeal is the momentum.
I think people do understand it, which is why, Steph, you looked at some of these moves, which were outrageous in many respects.
Incredible.
And it brought all of the meme-ish type stuff back. Like, are we really talking about the fundamentals of silver here? No. No.
But that validates my point. That's exactly what I'm saying. This has nothing to do with fundamentals.
Let the speculators leave.
They're not leaving.
And by the way, what they left on Friday, that's for darn sure, right? I mean, and
That's
there's
the
a
debate.
long ways to go.
You're saying they're
Silver's
not.
up
I say they're
250.
gonna.
Totally. Silver's up 250% in the past year, not on fundamentals. And I'll give you that silver, half of it is industrial metal, right? I get that. Copper, same drill. But these moves are outrageous and it's absolutely speculation. I say, let the speculators get out. They'll get hurt. They'll get burned. And then, by the way, corporate America benefits because the pricing comes down, because input costs will come down. We're not there yet, but that's what I'm watching
As
for.
long as you
But
have
I
a
think-
strong market, the engagement is not going away. Today, natural gas is down
It'll find its way-
22%.
it'll find its way somewhere else. This was the flavor of the moment.
Okay,
I
so
think there are some fundamentals to some of these trades, though. I agree with Stephanie. Some of the moves as of late are completely out of, not the right size. But at the same time, you do have equity investors that I think figured out that you can stay invested in equities and you can hedge volatility by going long gold. So that's one factor. And the retail exposure, I think, rose to about 3.2%. There's probably scope for it to rise to 5% of the portfolios. And then the other side of that is central banks. The central bank reserve managers cannot trust the US dollar. So they've been diversifying into gold. So
You're talking about two different things too. Yes, could you make a fundamental case around the move in gold? For certain. Can you make as easy a fundamental case around the moves in silver? Come on, get out of here. No way, B.
No way, man. So I think I'm going to disagree with you on the hedging thing. So you're actually adding to your volatility and risk by adding gold here. I think that's the wrong time to do it. If you look back historically, and anytime gold's been 3 standard deviations above long-term average price performance, you look over the next year, it gets dramatically underperforms. That's number one. Number two, let's call it what it is, man. From mid-2022 till Liberation Day, we had a very steady uptrend in gold. Then it starts spiking as you hear more about the tariffs, more about central banks buying. Then it became a momentum trade. Second half of the year last year, institutional accounts were massively underweight gold and materials. They played the game. Now we're buying them because they're going up. Now, on a near-term basis, people are more comfortable. Oh, I'm going to buy gold because it's up, just like they're buying tech because it was going up. But it's not the same asset class. It's not the same fundamental driven. And so that's why I think that, we do a lot of Canadian business. I'm sorry for Canada. I'm going to make you mad right now. But at the end of the day, I think the majority of the gold trades are over. It's over. So I think there's more risk in the next 12 months in gold than there is in equities over the next 12 months.
Yeah.
The other story
Sư phụ cho em xin cái link của Discord mới sư phụ. Thank you.
Ủa cái link cũ nó expire hả?
Yeah, that expired.
Đang mua Palantir chơi IA không nè? Lúc này sao im lặng quá? Mua 10 xe gì đó, 20 xe gì đó cho hào hứng lên chút.
Sư phụ có mua không?
Vô 20 xe.
Ok sư phụ theo.
Em yêu nữa không sư phụ? Em theo luôn.
Palantir á, hôm nay chiều nay nó có IO.
Dạ hồi khi nó hồi sáng em mua rồi.
Còn MU thì nó đang lên mà.
Không, bữa trước ai cũng cười sư phụ, cười em cái vụ đu đỉnh em dư cuối cùng mình cũng thân với thường.
Dạ, ăn như thường. MU không có sợ, nó lên mình phải hiểu cái tánh của nó. Mua không có sợ, nó lên lại phải không? Có ai có câu hỏi gì không? Thắc mắc gì không? Trong khi mình chờ đợi. Chứ không thôi thì cứ để.
Em của thằng em Du tên gì sư phụ?
Không biết. Có ai biết không? Không nhớ. Em Du.
Tesla lên. Em Du em chị.
Em Du LL đúng rồi. Đúng rồi.
Dạ, cảm ơn sư phụ.
Đang làm một cái deep dive lên lại.
According to the president just a few moments ago, the deal involves India stopping purchases of Russian oil, lowering trade barriers to the United States, and the United States in return lowering those tariffs from 25 to 18% on India.
Eamon, thanks. Eamon Javers. We'll watch the markets, obviously, but it's an interesting report. Thank you for that. Let's get back to what we were discussing earlier with Christina and Kate, which brings up, Brian, if nothing else, take all of the specific numbers and the
Question?
Cái link mới của Hàn Quốc sư phụ ơi.
Sao kỳ vậy đó? Từ cái link mới gửi thử coi.
Dạ, để em try. Thank you.
Ok, nhìn nè, cái này là cái clip recap tôi làm rồi đúng không? Doanh thu 1.34 tỷ, Garden okay. Volunteer Government là 500 triệu, Commercial cũng cần 500 triệu, Revenue 1 tỷ, Gross Profit 80%, Margin Operating 27%, Net Profit 33%, Tax Revenue, Operating Expense. Yeah, có thể nó biết, có thể Palantir biết hôm nay. Yeah, mua 20 xe, có tiền thì mua thêm.
Microsoft đang giá rẻ nè sư phụ.
Thì sáng tôi sư phụ đưa cái list nè. Tất cả stock này hôm nay nó đi giá rẻ hết. Tesla, TSL, Nvidia, AMD, Broadcom, Nvidia, Palantir, Microsoft, Hood, Con. Sáng sớm rồi sư phụ đưa cái này nè. Tất cả stock thì thích con nào thì chọn xuyên thôi. Nó về giá rẻ hết rồi đó.
Tesla đang chạy lên nè sư phụ.
Vậy hả? Vậy giữ im lặng trật tự cho nó vậy. Đừng la lớn mà nó cỡ. Long straddle của Palantir là bao nhiêu? Mọi người tính giùm tôi đi. Mấy học trò lười như quỷ đâu rồi. Có ai xung phong tính cái long straddle là bao nhiêu? Dùng
Long
cái
xung phong nhưng mà hơi chậm.
115 mix là 134.
Thì là bao nhiêu tiền? Bao nhiêu đồng?
65 từ 34 cho 3 triệu đồng.
Thì cái long straddle là bao nhiêu?
Và 15.
15 26 cent. Nếu mình dùng cái giá 150 triệu đồng là 15 26 cent. Nếu nó lên 15 đồng, nếu nó biết nó lên 15 đồng, muốn ăn 150 thì mua mấy xe?
10 xe sư phụ.
Ok. Thì nếu muốn ăn 300 thì mua 200 xe, vậy thôi. Đâu cần phải bánh lớn đâu.
Dạ 20 thôi chứ sao 200?
20 xe chứ quên, 20 xe thôi, đâu cần phải bánh lớn đâu, hiểu không?
Ok, vậy là em ăn 450 rồi đó.
Thì muốn quản lý cái số tiền mình phải ngồi mình suy nghĩ, hiểu không? Suy nghĩ. Là mình phải đánh bao nhiêu cho nó hợp lý. Mà thằng này nó rớt cũng nhiều á. All time high của nó 207, nó rớt 25% từ điểm cao. Ai có lời em view bán đi nha. Rồi là thua lại à. Ai mà hôm mua
Bán nãy rồi sư phụ. Thank you.
Ai mà hôm thứ sáu là ăn hết rồi đó, không ai thua hết trơn. Mấy con stock tốt á, nó về giá rẻ nhắm mắt mua thôi. Đừng có sợ như Microsoft nó có tiền mua, nó đang gợi giá rẻ. Nguyên cái list này sáng sư phụ đưa nè. Sáng sớm là sư phụ đưa cái list này nè, để mấy con này về giá rẻ hết trơn rồi. Thì SLL ông lên lại rồi đó. Có ai có question gì không?
Cái vụ sau cái kiểu anh yêu đó mà anh hôm qua anh ngồi coi coi chơi, có nhiều cái nó không có ra sự vụ.
Tại vì nhiều cái chợ đóng cửa đó, nó không tính được.
Dạ không, bây giờ em vừa mới coi lại, ví dụ như tầm Oslo á. Dạ thì
Oklo
cũng thấy được.
nó ra IPO lâu chưa?
Dạ em chưa biết. Dạ.
Nếu mà công ty mới á, nó tính không ra đâu, nó cần nhiều data. Giống như con Iran nó mình tính không ra, Iran nó mới ra có mấy tháng nay à. Tại vì cái công thức nó phải tính, nó tính mấy năm trời data đó. Mấy công ty nào mới quá nó tính không ra, chứ không phải là nó không work.
Dạ.
Mình coi Blue Angel coi, Volunteer mày nằm đâu rồi, mới thấy đây mà.
Dạ với tìm hiểu anh yêu em yêu gì đó là nếu phải vô con stock tránh á, như hồi nãy Lân vào con volunteer mình Lân không vào, Lân vào cái con em của nó nên Lân đánh hoài không có ra.
Đúng rồi,
Dạ.
con em của nó không tính được đâu.
Dạ nó không được, dầu cho một ngày hay là gì cũng không được nữa.
Dạ, tại vì con đó nó không có data, ETF nó không có data. Giờ con này nó cũng mới nè, nó không đủ data để tính luôn. MU nó mạnh ghê, lên không ngừng luôn á.
Lon thấy sau một đợt mà giảm giá mạnh á thì thì cứ vô cái thằng nào mà nó mạnh đó thì cứ mua lại chút đỉnh, mua từ từ lại thì Lon thấy á, cái mạnh nó lên nhanh hơn. Chắc Lon nói cái này hơi thừa nhưng mà tại với Lon đó mấy hôm nay Lon để ý Lon thấy á, còn mà lúc nó xuống á thì mấy thằng yếu nó Lon tưởng đâu nó đã xuống quá rồi nó không xuống nữa. Cái không sao, không để ý nó, cũng không set stop loss, tới chừng nó xuống mà nó xuống còn đậm hơn mấy cổ phiếu mạnh nữa.
Đúng rồi.
Dạ, nên bị choáng váng luôn.
Đánh mấy cái thằng big cap đỡ hơn, nó lên nó xuống mà nó lên lại nhanh lắm.
Dạ, tại mấy bữa Long nghĩ là Palantir đó, cái thằng em đó là nó đã xuống quá nhiều rồi nên Long không có lo, cứ để tàn tàn đó tới chừng nó dục xuống một cái đỡ không kịp. Khi nào có giờ anh Tú chỉ dùm lại, tại vì biết anh Tú đã dạy rồi cái cách mà Fibonacci gì đó. Dạ. Trong cái trading view anh Tú có cái indicator bữa anh Tú lấy ra mà để coi coi nó lên xuống bao nhiêu đó.
Dạ.
Dạ. Với Long nhớ có một cái bài mà anh Tú chỉ, cái bữa đó là bữa thứ 6 mà Long tìm lại thì tìm chưa được, là anh Tú chỉ cách tìm mà cái short interest đó. Nếu mà cổ phiếu nào nó bị short interest nhiều quá đó thì cơ hội nó sẽ bị nó được lên trở lại, short squeeze trở lại, mà Long tìm chưa ra. Long nhớ Long có để ý là đó là ngày thứ 6 mà quên để note là ngày mấy.
Ice hockey. This will be the first time since 2014 that NHL players will compete. The opening ceremony will be held on Friday. Countdown begins, Scott.
All right, looking forward to that.
Me too.
Can't wait for the hockey part of it too. Thanks, Leslie Picker. All right, still ahead. Set up on some key committee names reporting earnings over the next 24 hours. First, though, Dom Chu has today's ETF Edge, and that is next. Dow's flipped about 470.
The corporate power move, like direct eye contact, showing up late on purpose,
So busy.
or the highbrow entrepreneur in a lowbrow hoodie. And the old, sorry, this is the only 20 minutes I have. Sorry, this is the only 20 minutes I have. But the real power move, having next level control of shipments across your supply chain. FedEx, the new power move.
Hair thinning is not inevitable. Nutrafol Men takes a whole body approach, targeting root causes of hair thinning from within. We're giving men the support they need so they can focus on the things that matter most. Get growing at Nutrafol.com/men.
Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed? Can it keep me warm when I'm cold?
Wait, no, I'm always hot.
Sleep Number does that.
Can I make my side softer?
I make my side firmer. Sleep Number does that. Your ideal firmness and effortless comfort all night. Can it help us sleep better and better? Sleep Number does that.
And now our best deals are on, including 50% off our limited edition mattress, plus 0% interest for 24 months. Check it out at sleepnumber.com or at a Sleep Number store near you.
Bow is the #1 premium down company in comfort and style. Their jeans have dynamic stretch technology to provide absolute flexibility. They're probably the most comfortable jeans you'll ever wear. Head on over to mountainbow.com for the perfect balance of fit, style, and comfort.
What's our #1 way to improve stock returns? We use options. Look at the returns in the same security over the same period, and you can see why learning to trade options is a necessity. It's not an option. These are some of the option trades we've recently shared with our followers. What would you prefer, the stock return or the options return? Our book will teach you our beginner-friendly strategies you can start using immediately. Get your free copy at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Breaking earnings news. Disney, Pfizer, Alphabet, Amazon. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back to the Halftime Report. I'm Dominic Chu with today's ETF Edge. Now, we've got a new Fed nominee for the chairman. Key jobs data on tap. Risk-off trading in some areas of the market. So is this a setup to start playing a new kind of long game? Joining me now is Joanna Gallegos, the co-founder and COO of Bond Blocks. You guys specialize in a lot of different option strategies with regard to how the fixed income markets move, right? How exactly is the current environment vis-a-vis Kevin Warsh as our new Fed nominee the interest rate environment and macroeconomics shaping up for the bond market right now?
I don't think we would say it's more of the same when you look at it through the lens of the bond market. And what you need to be focused on is sort of what's going to be happening over the near term and the long term. And in the near term, what we're seeing is we don't see that rate cuts are going to come to us quite quickly. So you're not looking at a rate cut in, say, March or April. We still have a lot to do to get the new Fed chair on board through May. So probably in the first half of the year, probably more of the same, a little bit more of a temperate approach to rates. So in that case, we still recommend that the long-term horizon for rates is that they will go down, maybe not as fast as some want them to come down. So you should be focusing on intermediate credit right now.
All right, so what kinds of picks are you focusing most on?
We think you should be more precise in investment grade. So there's the triple B section of investment grade is the last stop before you go on to high yield. So there's a yield pickup if you're in triple B. And if you stay triple B intermediate, that was a great trade in the fourth quarter. It still looks like a good trade for this quarter. Last month, there's a little bit of a risk off in the intermediate and long-term rates. So the shorter end of triple B was the best performing spot in investment grade, but we really like triple Bs. And our recommendation for 2026 is stay intermediate.
All right, we're going to delve a lot more into that conversation. We're going to continue it over at etfedge.cnbc.com. Joanna is going to be joined by Todd Sohn, technical strategist over at Strategas Securities.
Ok, chị Loan có đó không?
Dạ có.
Giờ chị vô Google chị đánh Fintel.
Anh Tú chờ chút non cho con có cái news này non gửi qua cho cái vụ update ông Trump với cái Ấn Độ không có mua dầu của chỗ khác nữa anh Tú. Cái tin này không biết trong group biết chưa, tại Long thấy Long muốn share. Nhưng mà còn một cái news nữa là ông thấy là Nhà Trắng cái gì job report kìa đó, thứ sáu gì là ông thấy là sẽ bị delay, không có. Rồi anh Tú nói đi.
Giờ vô Google ha. Cái vô Google đánh vô fintel.io.
Dạ. Là chờ luôn chút. Fin là FIN đó anh Tú.
Yeah, fintel.io.
Xin lỗi. FILTE. Anh Tú lặp lại dùm FILT.
Chị nhìn trên màn ảnh nè.
Dạ, tại bên lần cái screen không có đấy ấy hết, đầy hết rồi là không thấy được.
Đó, chú để trong cái trading chat á.
Dạ, để lần vô coi. Dạ lần vô được cái đó rồi.
Ok, Google cái đó xong thì nó ra cái này nè, fintel.io nè, cái website Fintel Financial Intelligence, chị thấy cái đó không?
Dạ chưa.
Khi mình bỏ vô Google á, mình search là nó sẽ ra cái đầu tiên. Còn không đánh trên cái URL trên đây cũng được, fintel.io là nó cũng ra luôn.
Có anh chị em nào share dùm screen cho Long vô Long coi. Thanks.
Để anh ra chị vô ha.
Nhưng mà phải có người xem mới được.
Có ai share thêm screen không? Ai rảnh thì share thêm screen đi. Anybody?
Không sao, không mấy Long quay bên YouTube ha. Dạ.
Nhiều người online mà sao không share screen? Ai
Em
rảnh?
mới ra đó thì có chỗ đó. Không biết được.
Anh xài iPhone không có share được.
Dạ để Long lấy bên YouTube.
Em cũng xài iPhone.
Đó, Vũ Bảo Hoàng share rồi đó, chị Loan.
Em đang lộn screen để em đổi screen lại anh Tú.
Dạ được rồi, cảm ơn Vũ Bảo Hoàng. Dạ. Và thằng Tesla nó đi đẹp quá.
Chị thấy trên màn ảnh chưa?
Em đang share lộn screen để em đổi screen lại.
Ok. Dạ chưa anh Tú. Rồi chờ Vũ Bảo Hoàng đổi trở lại.
Đừng có show cái screen đang viết thư cho người yêu nha Bảo.
Em chút xíu em đang làm sao share lại rồi nè.
Share đang viết thơ cho người yêu là người ta đọc hết đó. Đó, Mike share nữa đó. Mike mới...
cái đó mình Tú.
Hả? Thì cái Fintel...
Còn phải cái anh Tú đang search cái Google phải không chị Long?
Đúng rồi. Rồi cái fintel.io, thấy cái website đầu tiên không? Khi mình Google á, ra là Fintel Financial Intelligence. Thấy cái đó chưa?
Dạ Long thấy trên màn hình đó thôi, giống như vậy của Long đăng trên màn hình cũng giống vậy chứ chưa thấy cái Fintel gì hết.
Nhưng mà thấy cái website Fintel Financial Intelligence đây không?
Dạ có.
Ok, giờ bấm vô cái đó. Ra cái này đúng không?
Dạ đúng rồi.
Rồi trên cái phần search á, đánh vô Tesla. Search, thí dụ như đó. Chị Lan làm được chưa?
Long đang làm, tại Long nó có hai search mà Long làm có bỏ cái khung ở trên thì có. Dạ có rồi.
Cái đầu tiên chị thấy là cái gì?
Long thấy Tesla short interest.
Đó, nó đó. Rồi thí dụ như institution ownership là cá mập nào mà nó hô Tesla, option thăng măng rồi đủ thứ đó. Giờ mình bấm cái short interest đi.
Yes.
Đó thì nó ra cái short interest Tesla nè, 64 triệu share.
Ở chỗ nào vậy anh Tu?
Cái đầu tiên á.
Dạ lần vô cái đó. Dạ thấy rồi. Của thằng short, của thằng của Nasdaq.
Đây nè.
Dạ.
Chị muốn coi con tóc nào thì chị bấm tóc đó thôi. Ví dụ giờ mình muốn coi NVDA thì mình bấm NVDA.
Dạ, làm sao để mình biết cái short interest của nó là quá nhiều hay là ít? Dựa vào đâu để biết cái đó anh Tú?
64 triệu xe là nhiều rồi.
Dạ.
Nó đây nè, 64 triệu xe luôn. Bây giờ ví dụ như mình đánh thằng NVDA đi. Short interest 261 triệu xe luôn. Dễ sợ không? AMD thử coi. AMD chị thấy không, có 38 triệu xe à? One day to cover. Tức là nó mượn trong vòng một ngày nó phải trả. Mà nó không trả là FTD.
Vậy là con số càng to là càng tốt không sư phụ?
Đúng rồi. Tức là nó không phải là càng tốt nhưng nó có cơ hội. Nếu mà nó bearish á, thì là không tốt. Nếu mà cái stock nó đang bearish á, thì là nó xuống ngoài luôn. Nhưng mà như con Tesla, Nvidia đó là sẽ có lúc nó bật lên lại á, thì tụi nó phải buy to cover thì nó sẽ tạo ra short squeeze. Còn ví dụ như con Lucid chẳng hạn, có thể short interest nó cao nhưng mà nó xuống nó đi bán muối luôn, nó không lên nổi. Mà khi mà nó không lên nổi á, thì nó không có short squeeze, tại không có người mua đó. Thành ra mấy như thằng Tesla nó short xuống nhưng mà sẽ có người mua vô, thì lúc mà tóc nó lên á, tụi nó phải buy, nó phải cut loss bằng cách là nó buy to cover thì nó tạo short squeeze. Thì trên lý thuyết cái short interest càng nhiều á, thì nó càng dễ bị short squeeze.
Trong đó Long đang ở trong cái stock là AMD, thì Long thấy nó có là 3.690, rồi nó có 3.566, nó để long only, rồi 28 là short only, rồi bên kia là 96 là long với short. Hồi nãy Long nghe nói anh Tú nói là nó chỉ cover trong một ngày hay là nó mượn cái đó trong một ngày, thì nhìn đâu để biết khi anh Tú?
Đây nè, short interest nè, để tôi zoom lên cho mọi người thấy ha. Thấy không? Right here. Chị Loan thấy cái chỗ này không?
Hình như bên cái screen của Mai nó đứng một chỗ, nó chưa có mua gì hết nên không thấy cái của anh Tú thấy.
Sao kỳ vậy?
Để lòng qua cái screen của Vũ Bảo Hoàng hay gì đó.
Chevy đây rồi hả?
Long vô được series rồi.
Em mới vừa vô được đó, em ra nãy rồi vậy.
Có. Còn bên Mai á, đứng một chỗ à.
Giờ chị thấy được cái màn ảnh chưa?
Dạ thấy được rồi.
Thấy không? Basic start đúng không?
Dạ.
Short interest 38 triệu xe. 1.43 day to cover. Tức là nó một ngày rưỡi nó phải trả lại. Nó mượn nhưng mà 1 ngày rưỡi nó trả lại. Thì tùy theo cái hợp đồng á.
Dạ.
Off exchange là cái gì biết không? Off exchange á, là ở Cayman, giống như anh Hai Lúa nói ở Cayman Island gì đó, tức là dark pool đó. Ở bên ngoài nước Mỹ nó short AMD luôn 6 triệu xe. Dark pool nè.
Dạ. Khoan nhân sau của Long nó không có giống ra vậy, Long phải liếc vô cái basic, phải liếc vô đâu nó mới ra được cái hình như của anh Tú.
Giờ chị đánh AMD rồi.
Dạ, Long đánh AMD.
Xong rồi bấm cái short interest nè. Mình muốn coi short interest thì mình phải bấm cái short interest, nó có institution overview đùm hết, phải bấm cái short interest á.
Có rồi. Dạ, hồi nãy tại trong cái institution gì đó
Đó không
nên
được.
nó không phải vậy. Dạ.
Institution là những cái thằng mà cá mập nó mua. Để coi thằng nào nó mua. Đó, mấy thằng này nó mua nè. Tức là những nhà băng, những thằng như là Bank America hay là gì đó, đại khái vậy. New York. Mấy institution là mấy thằng nhà băng nó mua. Còn short interest là tụi short, short trader nó short xuống.
Dạ.
Rồi
Cảm ơn anh Tú nhiều.
Rồi rồi dưới đây đó nó cho mình biết luôn, ví dụ như là nó mình trade con em đi mà mình không biết con em nó là ai. Đấy. Dưới đây nó cho mình biết luôn nè, AMDL nè. Thấy không? Đây là một cách mình tìm cái
con em của nó.
Dạ, thường là có hết á. Ví dụ như Tesla có, chắc cũng có luôn. Thấy không? TSLL nè. Cho anh biết luôn. Ví dụ giờ MU đi. MULL thấy không? Đây cũng là một cách để mình đi tìm thằng em nó là ai á. Mọi người hiểu chỗ đó không?
Dạ hiểu.
Thì MU đây thì mình nhìn dưới đây, MUU là thằng em nó nè. 2X của MU. Thằng MULL, thằng MUU. Rồi short interest của MU bao nhiêu? Lên trên đây mình bấm cái short interest. Cũng nhiều, 27 triệu share. Dark pool nó short 8 triệu mấy share. Ok, good question. Còn ai có?
Thank you nhiều anh Tú.
Sư phụ ơi.
Dạ.
Em có câu hỏi hồi tối hôm qua đó sư phụ, là khi mà em kêu nó ra nó rớt tới gần 500 điểm lần đó sư phụ. Rồi mấy con sóc tụi rớt á, em cố tìm cái nguyên nhân của nó mà cũng không biết nữa sư phụ. Mà cái lý do gì mà nó rớt rầm xuống ghê quá vậy sư phụ.
Thì cái recap hôm qua tôi nói đó là tụi Trung Quốc nó đẩy vàng lên, xong rồi cái người ta nhào vô mua, cái nó ngưng thị trường chứng khoán luôn. Đó là một lý do. Lý do thứ hai là thằng Microsoft xài CapEx làm cho tụi nó sợ bubble. Lý do thứ ba là ông Trump sai Kevin Walsh, mà người ta nghĩ ông ta là thích giảm tiền lời nhưng mà ông ta không thích QE. Điều thứ tư là thường tổng thống Trump hay đánh cuối tuần, đánh giặc á. Người ta sợ là đánh Iran ngày hôm qua, thành ra nó bán tháo. Thì bởi vậy sáng ra tôi đã nói các bạn là mua khi mà nó về giá rẻ, tại vì tôi nghĩ nó sẽ lên lại là sao? Là thứ nhất, thứ bảy chủ nhật Mỹ không đánh Iran. Đấy. Rồi thị trường chứng khoán của Shanghai nó không có rớt nhiều. Trong cái recap tôi nói để ý thị trường chứng khoán Shanghai hôm qua tôi có tắt là nó rớt có 71 điểm mà. Tức là không rớt nhiều. Nếu nó rớt nhiều ảnh hưởng thị trường chứng khoán Mỹ ra. Mà rớt không nhiều. Đó, thì hôm nay nó lên lại thôi. Rồi ông Trump sáng nay hình như là nghe nói là tụi Iran nó nói nó muốn make deal gì đó, không biết là mấy người Iran nó có xạo hay không biết không, nhưng nó nói là muốn make deal, coi như là không có chiến tranh. Thì nó market nó khoái, hôm nay nó bật lên lại. Cái feature đỏ lòm bây giờ xanh, ba cái index xanh hết trơn rồi. Dow cộng 500 điểm luôn. Thì nó sáng ra các bạn dậy sớm, tôi đưa cái list này ra, các bạn đánh theo là các bạn có ăn rồi. Không cần phải đánh tùm lum la cho mệt. Các bạn chỉ đánh mấy con này thôi nè. Tại vì lúc đó tôi nhìn nó về giá rẻ hết. Mua bất cứ.
Cảm ơn sư phụ nha. Hôm qua thì em cũng nghe phong phanh rồi em mua cái SOSL vô. Vậy cứ nhớ là cái bản cái CD của sư phụ đó thì cũng như em canh về cái rẻ, cái siêu rẻ đó em canh đó, em bợp vô đó sư phụ.
Cứ dạ rẻ siêu rẻ là vớt à.
Em không biết tin tức gì hết, nhưng mà có một cái em dòm vô đó rẻ siêu rẻ là em bợp vô.
Đúng.
Rồi
Vậy ăn
sáng kiếm ăn.
Đúng vậy.
Chứ nhiều cái tức nó cũng nhiều quá rồi em không biết nữa rồi. Có khi rồi cũng nó bị nhỡ cái nguồn tin của sư phụ nói ra đó. Cho nên em cứ nói chung là cứ cắm đầu vô canh vô cái chỗ siêu rẻ đó, lụm vô là sáng là có kết quả.
Dạ. Cái C12 là nó một cái tray rồi mình ăn 500-600 là chuyện bình thường, đúng không?
Dạ. Anh cứ tin vào CE12 đó anh, chứ đừng có tin vào cái tin tức ở ngoài. CE12 là super, không bao giờ thua, né thua chứ không bao giờ bị thua nhiều đâu. Phải tin vào CE12 mới được.
Cái tin tức tầm vĩ mô đó coi nó vậy chứ mà cũng khó tổng hợp lắm chứ không vừa đâu, nó nói lung tung lang tan rồi chỗ này chỗ kia, rồi cái trí tuệ của em thì nhỏ rồi cho nên mình không có thể mình nắm được hết.
Nhưng mà đã xem cái clip recap của Tú chưa?
Có rồi sư phụ.
Thì đó, trong recap tôi nói rõ ràng rồi đó.
Dạ. Mới coi lại đây thôi á, cho nên bị chậm á sư phụ.
Thì đó thì phải coi, phải chịu khó coi. Để mình đưa ra cái trade plan. Có ăn là chạy, chứ không có giỡn mặt cái cá mập rồi đâu. Tuần này có em đi không ta?
Dạ, em đi ngày mai sư phụ. Earnings.
Sư phụ cho em hỏi em đi có triển vọng gì không sư phụ? Em ôm nó hơi nhiều, hơi cao chứ quên.
Em đi good.
Dạ cảm ơn sư phụ.
Apple lên.
Anh Tú, ví dụ như một cái cổ phiếu mà nó để short interest 0.27D, có nghĩa là nó chưa tới một ngày là nó phải recover hết lợi hả anh Tú?
Đúng, thì cái đó thì theo hợp đồng là nó mượn hôm nay nó trả liền ngày hôm nay luôn.
Dạ.
Thì thông thường
vậy là cái cơ hội cổ phiếu đó nó có thể lên trở lại phải không anh Tú?
Không, chưa chắc. Là tại vì theo cái hợp đồng là nó trả ngày hôm nay, nhưng mà nếu mà nó không trả đó thì nó gọi là FTD. Không biết cái thằng Fintel nó có FTD không ta, để tôi coi. Tôi nhớ là như nó có mà ra. Search FTD. Sao tiếng tàu không vậy trời? Ok, bây giờ chị Loan vô trong cái Fintel á. Ok.
Dạ.
FTD không có. Sao nó không có FTD ta? Sao toàn tiếng Đức không vậy trời? Tiếng Tàu. Giờ để tôi đi tìm coi nó có mua. Tôi nhớ nó có.
Mà cái FTD nghĩa là gì anh Tú?
Fail to deliver. Rồi mất tiêu hồi xưa nó có. Okay, chart exchange. Okay. Search là chart. Đó, mọi người search cái đó đi. Chart exchange. Chị Loan làm được chưa?
Dạ tại mới take note nên sẽ làm. Dạ.
Chị Loan làm được chưa?
Dạ có vô nhưng mà nó ra nhiều cái chart quá.
Thì chartexchange.com ha, vô trong cái đó ha.
Dạ.
Xong rồi những thử cái FTD cho nó ra không? Hay là những test là FTD thử. Một sắp kỳ đó. Thường nó có. Giờ nó đổi stop. Giờ mình thử
anh vô lại chart exchange á, rồi cái anh đánh Tesla, cái anh vô cái tab short thì nó có failure to delivery.
Đúng rồi, tôi lâu ngày rồi tôi không có xài. Ok, đó, đúng rồi đó, đánh Tesla trước đi. Rồi xong rồi short. Đúng rồi, right here, F fail to deliver.
Lân vô được Tesla mà Lân chưa có nghe kịp cái em gì nói vô đâu nữa đó.
Ở dưới đây nè, chị có nhìn được màn ảnh không?
Dạ có nhìn được.
Chị thấy cái mũi tên này nè, chỗ mà short á. từ bên trái đếm qua 1, 2, 3, 4, cái thứ 5 á, bấm cái mũi tên thì nó ra short volume, short interest, borrow fee, fail to deliver.
Dạ, có thấy.
Thì bấm cái đó thì nó ra là fail to deliver nè. FTD nè, cái data của nó dưới đây nè. 50 mấy triệu share luôn.
FTD. Dạ 55 triệu xe.
Dạ,
55787.
Dạ, chỉ có một cái là nó trễ một tháng. Cái data nó không có live. Nó delay một tháng. Còn giống như mà team của anh Hai Lúa đó, họ có cái data up to date luôn. Họ có data mới, mình không có.
Dạ.
Nhưng mà mình biết đại khái thôi, chứ còn mình muốn thì mình phải trả tiền. Cái Bloomberg Terminal hay gì đó mình mới có cái live data. Tụi nó không có cho mình live data. Rồi cái short interest cũng tìm được ở đây luôn nè. Bấm đây, short interest. Nó cũng ra short interest của Tesla luôn nè. Đó, short interest nè. Nhưng mà cái này cũng tương đối mới đó. Ngày 15 tháng 1. 64 triệu share short. Share out. Share float. Anh Long không biết FTD là gì à? Chú đã giải thích lần rồi phải không? Chị Loan hiểu FTD là gì không?
Dạ, fail to delivery.
Dạ, nhưng mà tại sao nó có cái đó biết không?
Tại nó trả không có kịp á.
Đúng rồi. Nó mượn mà nó mượn mà ví dụ như cái hợp đồng của nó là 10 ngày trả. Nhưng 10 ngày trôi qua nó không trả. Tức là nó không trả đúng hạn. Fail to deliver là không, dịch tiếng Việt là không trả đúng hạn. Thì cái số lượng xe nó không trả đúng hạn. Càng nhiều á thì nó sẽ mua vô lại, cái cơ hội nó mua vô lại càng cao. Mà cái cơ hội nó mua vô lại thì nó tạo ra short squeeze. Thành ra cái công ty nào mà có nhiều FTD á, là công ty đó có cái xác suất rất là cao để mà short squeeze. Nhưng thực sự mình cũng không cần biết. Tại vì nếu mà short squeeze là C12 nó báo cho mình rồi. Nó biết. Thành ra mình dục mấy cái này vô thùng rác hết luôn. Hồi xưa mình phải đi tìm tùm lum đúng không? Bây giờ cái C12 short squeeze là nó báo cho mình liền, mình đâu care đâu. Tìm chi cho mệt, đúng không? Khi mà nó bị short squeeze là nó bíp.
Long theo dõi mà không biết là đúng không. Nếu mà short squeeze á, mà nó có mà cái ở 1 phút á, mà 1 ngày hay là 4 giờ đó không có đó, thì cái cơ hội nó xuống nhiều hơn. Chừng nào mà short squeeze ở 1 phút, rồi 1 giờ hay là 4 giờ hay là 1 ngày, có khi 1 week á, thì cái cơ hội nó có xuống rồi nó sẽ được lên lại. Mà lần để ý thấy vậy nhưng mà chưa có sure.
Dạ. Dạ, thành ra mọi người có những cái câu hỏi gì đó thì cứ việc hỏi, như chị Loan này tôi mới trả lời, còn các bạn không hỏi tôi không có trả lời được. Tại tôi đâu có nhớ hay là biết các bạn không biết cái gì đấy. Muốn thắc mắc cái gì FTD, short squeeze, bất cứ cái gì thì cứ việc hỏi.
Với bữa Long hỏi anh Tú cái chữ BOS có nghĩa là gì, rồi anh Tú nói là cái đó là
break of structure.
Thì Long thấy nếu mà cái cổ phiếu mà nó tới đó nó dội ngược lại đó thì cơ hội nó lên, mà nó qua cái đó nó xuống sâu lắm.
Đúng rồi. Tức là break of structure là có thể đi lên, có thể đi xuống. Tức là break up hay break down mình không biết được. Thì mình phải nhìn C12.
cái hôm Long hỏi đó thì cái thằng BTIA là thằng em của thằng BTLA đó, thì bữa Long hỏi đó nó là 22 đồng 64 cent, thì xong một chút nữa nó còn xuống 21, cái tới chừng nó rớt còn lại có 16 đồng mấy hay nhiêu đó. Nên nếu mà chắc lần sau thấy cái đó mà hành nó lỡ rớt chắc lo chạy quá.
Yeah, các bạn ở YouTube cũng vậy, có question gì thì cứ việc hỏi. Chứ còn anh Long anh đi hỏi mấy ông thầy phải trả tiền, mỗi câu hỏi phải trả tiền anh Long.
Dạ 500 đó cho anh Tú, cứ hỏi một câu, cứ hỏi bây giờ vẽ cái đường key level là nhiêu, bây giờ vô lớp học đi 500. Có mà hỏi một câu cái là trả tiền 500 mà. Jesus Christ. Hồi sáng Tesla nó xuống 44 mà bây giờ nó lên 426 rồi đó anh Tú.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cái câu hỏi nó về 400 thì hơi khó đó.
Yeah.
Thì thành ra em ngồi em nghĩ chứ, em có cái chart từ năm 25 tới bây giờ em nghĩ là 15 coi như là đáy của nó từ từ nó đi lên thôi à, chứ nó không có xuống 400 đâu. Theo em nghĩ vậy, theo cái cảm giác mà em học cái năm 25 cho tới giờ em nghĩ vậy, mà không biết đúng sai thì chưa biết, cũng chỉ là góp ý thôi.
Bây giờ mọi người có muốn tôi giải thích mấy cái con mà IA tuần này không? Hay là đang chơi?
Dạ Long muốn.
Chậm quá. Yes, anh cứ nói đi. Anh cứ nói đi, tối giờ trời còn chậm đi, chậm mà. Đâu có chạy ào ào đâu.
Ok. Chú làm chưa xong nhưng mà thôi, giải thích cho mọi người luôn. Cái này deep dive, cái này để mà chú làm FE. Mấy cái này bạn muốn thấy mấy cái này bạn phải trả cả $1,000 người ta mới chỉ cho bạn. Mà donate 450 cho C1 mà than trời ơi. Mà mấy người ngoài á, mấy người YouTube họ đâu có chịu đâu. Anyway, để tú record luôn ha. Xong rồi mọi người lại nói em bận đi chơi với bồ nhí, em không có nghe sư phụ có record không. Khổ ơi là khổ.
Dạ, record thì quá tốt, tại vì nhiều khi có mặt tại lúc mà anh Tú dạy nhưng mà bắt theo không kịp á, thì có record có thể quay trở lại để học.
Có ai rảnh share cream dùm thêm đi, của anh Vũ Bảo Hoàng hình như là share không có đúng rồi đó, nó hiện lên cái hình gì ngộ quá.
Cái này tôi nói thật, các bạn không có tìm ông thầy nào giải thích mấy cái này cho các bạn đâu. Cái này là vô giá.
Có thầy Nguyễn Đình Tú.
Nói thiệt chứ tất cả những gì CE12 mà anh Tú dạy từ trước tới bây giờ là ở trên cái thế giới YouTube không ai làm, không ai cho đâu anh Tú, người ta giấu hết, không ai cho đâu, chỉ
Ta
có một mình
cho,
anh à.
ta cho mà nó chặt 10.000
Jesus Christ.
chứ không phải
Nhiều tiền lắm á.
chứ không phải 450 đâu.
Dạ, nhiều lắm á chứ không phải giỡn đâu.
Ok, thì bây giờ bắt đầu to record. Mọi người đừng có hỏi question ha, để cho cái clip nó ngắn. Ok. Ok, thì hôm nay tôi sẽ deep dive về những cái stock mà nhìn một cái góc độ data. Mình không đoán mò mà mình dùng data đấy. Nhưng trước đó thì tôi muốn chỉ cái chart này cho các bạn thấy á, là cái giờ trade đó là giờ New York nha. Là từ nửa tiếng đồng hồ trước á, là amateur hay mua cái giờ này đấy, nó rất là volatile, dễ thua lắm. Mình chờ nửa tiếng, bắt đầu 7 giờ 10 giờ, tức là 7 giờ Seattle, 10 giờ New York á, mấy cái màu xanh nè, cái giờ màu xanh là mình nên trade nè. Còn mấy cái giờ màu đỏ là mình nên, một là không trade, hai là bớt trade lại, tại nó dao động nhiều hơn. Nếu mà bạn không có kinh nghiệm thì bạn nên trade mấy cái vùng màu xanh. Những người kinh nghiệm thì người ta trade đỏ luôn, phải không? Nhưng mình không kinh nghiệm thì mình trade mấy giờ màu xanh, thì bạn chụp cái screenshot hay là bạn coi lát nữa tôi bỏ lên YouTube, bạn xem đi xem lại ha. Ok, thì ngày hôm nay tôi sẽ nói một cái cách. Thí dụ tôi đang tìm hiểu về thằng JP Morgan để mà chọn nó là con rùa thứ 6. Thành ra sẵn đây tôi làm hết mấy cái top ER tuần này luôn cho các bạn. Tức là hôm qua làm tới 1-2 giờ sáng luôn á. Ok, thì cái đầu quay cách này đọc là như thế nào? Là những cái sản phẩm của nó là bên tay trái, ví dụ như là banking, investment banking, asset, wealth, corporate gì đó, là những cái revenue của nó tổng cộng lại thì nó ra cái net revenue của nó là 45 tỷ. Cái pre-tax income 12 tỷ, cái net income nó 13 tỷ, rồi nó phải trả thuế, rồi cho mấy ông sếp lớn share, là compensation, bonus gì đó, bla 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 bla. Thì mình nhìn cái này á, để mình biết được cái khái niệm là cái profit margin của nó bao nhiêu, cái adjusted income của nó bao nhiêu, vân vân. Rồi người ta deposit vô JP Morgan là 2.6 trillion dollar, rồi nó cho mượn tiền là 1.5 trillion dollar. Right? Thì cái lợi tức của nó bao nhiêu thì mình nhìn để mình biết cái sức khỏe của công ty JPM, ok, JP Morgan. Thì bạn thấy cái tiền lời á, tiền lời không? Nó cho người ta mượn tiền lời không á, là in billion, ok, 25 tỷ. Nó ăn tiền lời của người ta không á, 25 tỷ. Thì cái công ty này nó make a lot of money. Nó là cá mập mà, right? US Bank thì so sánh những nhà băng đấy, thì JP Morgan 45 tỷ, net income 13, Bank America 28, Wells Fargo, CD thì hai mấy này là mấy thằng cá mập khổng lồ, nhà băng khổng lồ của Mỹ đấy. Rồi performance year to year thì thằng JP Morgan hơi yếu một chút, Morgan Stanley ngon hơn. Nhưng mà tụi nó make money hết. Mấy nhà băng này đó, mấy năm này nó make money hết đó, ok. Rồi công ty nào lớn nhất là Nvidia, market cap 4.600 tỷ. Thứ nhì là Google 3.900 tỷ, bằng với lại Apple, tới Microsoft, Amazon, TSM mà còn hơn Tesla luôn. TSM là 1.700 tỷ, Tesla 1.600, Tesla 1.400. Ok. Thì đây là những cái annual growth rate, ok. Tức là compound, CA, core. Khi mà các bạn nghe CNBC nói chữ core đó, compound annual growth rate, tức là cái sự tăng trưởng mỗi năm. Đấy, compound annual là mỗi năm này, tức là sự tăng trưởng mỗi năm là bao nhiêu %, đấy. Thì các bạn xem YouTube rồi các bạn ngừng lại. Okay, tôi nói nhanh thôi chứ tôi không đi từng cái một. Các bạn mà miss á, thì coi cho YouTube thì core ngồi nhìn lại mấy con số này, ok. Tức là thằng Nvidia là rất là ngon lành luôn, 37% core. Đấy. Thằng Google 63%, thằng Broadcom 51%, tức là những thằng này nó tăng trưởng ghê hồn, tức là nó là gold stock, right? Rồi Enterprise Leader, right? Về AI, về Enterprise nhé, không phải là về như Tesla application, Meta là Facebook, Metaverse, cái đó là khác, right? Nhưng về Enterprise á, là thằng Palantir là đứng số 1, là cái hợp đồng của nó lại được 1.6 tỷ, cái growth rate của nó 121%, Salesforce 114%, ServiceNow không có, mấy biển số này không có, nhưng thằng Palantir là cũng có hàng, lại đứng đầu bảng đấy. Đây là lý do tại sao tôi kêu các bạn gamble mua ER cho Palantir đấy. Nãy giờ tôi mua 20 xe, xong tôi mua thêm 10 xe, tôi sẽ canh mua thêm 20 xe nữa, là tổng cộng tôi sẽ mua 50 xe, ok. Rồi SoFi thì cũng ok. SoFi thì tôi làm sơ cho các bạn thôi. Cái core của nó cũng tốt. Về technology là 240, về financial cái core của nó 190, mà mỗi năm mỗi tháng nó tăng trưởng lại, mỗi năm chứ, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Tức là thằng SoFi nó steady, nó moving up, nhưng mà bởi vì tiền lời cao quá thì nó đang hô thằng này back rồi. Nhưng thật sự thằng SoFi cũng ok. Ok, nó không phải là big cap, nhưng mà các bạn gamble, các bạn mua cũng được. Nếu mà ông Fed ông giảm tiền lời, thằng SoFi nó sẽ bay, right? Rồi TSM thì cash flow nó khủng khiếp. Cash flow nó 69%. Ok, cash rất nhiều. Guidance rất là tốt luôn, 35 tỷ. Gross margin, mấy cái information này tìm không ra nha các bạn. Mấy cái guidance mà tôi mò tôi mới tìm ra được, right? Ok, thì cái guidance của TSM rất là tốt. Hiện tại bây giờ đó, nó làm cái chip 2 nanometer, thì những cái chip 2 nanometer của TSM á, là 28% revenue của nó, 5 nanometer á, là 35% revenue của nó, 7 thì ít hơn, phải. Thì cái revenue của nó, bạn thấy không, steady, tăng hết. Thằng TSM rất là một công ty rất là tốt. Ok, rồi cái revenue by performance, tức là high performance computing, tức là GPU, computer, game gì đó, đại khái là, rồi smartphone là 32%. Nhưng mà cái revenue của nó là cho GPU với lại computer nhiều, 55% revenue, right? Smartphone 32, còn lại là chút xíu thôi, không đáng kể. Ok, Apple thì looking very good, right? Sản phẩm nó là gì? iPhone, bên tay trái là sản phẩm, right? iPhone, Mac, iPad, Watch, iPad, rồi nó có Apple Pay, rồi nó có Cloud nữa, right? Rồi nó có Music, Apple TV, loạn cào lên hết, right? Thì khi các bạn đầu tư vào một công ty, tôi không muốn các bạn đoán mò, tôi không muốn các bạn dùng tâm linh, các bạn phải hiểu công ty, cái sản phẩm đó là gì. Thì cái hình này nó cho bạn biết bên tay trái là sản phẩm, ít nhất mình phải hiểu công ty Apple nó làm cái gì, right? Có nhiều người đầu tư vào một công ty mà không biết nó làm gì hết, bạn bỏ tiền vô làm chi, right? Thì mục đích cái presentation này cho bạn hiểu là mỗi một cái công ty, cái sản phẩm đó là cái gì, right? Thì Apple thì dễ rồi, thì bạn biết, bạn hiểu rồi đấy, iPhone, iMac, iPad, Watch, iPod, vân vân. Thì cái revenue nó là 85 tỷ, cái product là 113 tỷ, tổng cộng revenue là 147 tỷ đó. Gross profit khủng khiếp, gross profit của nó là 48% margin. This is very damn good. Okay, operating profit 35% profit margin. Cái này là super. Okay, giống như bây giờ bạn mở một tiệm phở mà cái lợi tức của bạn 35% là bạn giàu to rồi, sau khi trừ chi phí rồi. Rồi đương nhiên phải trả ân cầu xem, trả cho A&D, expand. Rồi trong cái phần expand này là phải có capex trong đó, là nó mua GPU của Nvidia, vân vân. Thì cái phần ở dưới này, cái phần xài tiền, cái phần ở trên nó là phần làm tiền, còn bên tay trái là product. The way bạn đọc cái chart này là như vậy. Thì bạn nhìn cái Apple đó là nó looking very good. Mình để ý mấy cái profit margin đó. Ok, rồi Apple là nó tự động nó làm AI, nó không có dùng cái chip của ai hết, ok? Nhưng nó có cái relationship với lại Google, right? Thì hồi xưa đó là Apple phải trả tiền cho Google. No, Google phải trả tiền cho Apple, bởi vì khi các bạn dùng iPhone rồi các bạn dùng Google để các bạn search, thì mỗi lần bạn search á, thằng Google phải trả tiền cho Apple. Có hiểu tôi nói không nè? Tại vì khi mà bạn search thằng Google rồi Google nó có quảng cáo, nó make money thì nó phải chia cho thằng Apple. Đó là thêm một cái nguồn income cho Apple, ok? Revenue in billion, ok? Thì lý do nó bị đập là tại vì từ 24 á, cái revenue nó giảm xuống. Thì cũng dễ hiểu thôi, tại tiền lời cao quá, rồi tariff này nọ kia là nó bán iPhone ít đi lại thì nó hơi giảm chút xíu nè. Đây là lý do tại sao nó đang bearish rồi, nhưng mà nó sẽ lên lại, thành ra mình không có sợ, ok? Apple revenue breakdown là iPhone là màu đen đấy, Mac là cái này, Pod là này, thì tổng số lượng là cái revenue của nó, thì mình phải hiểu những cái sản phẩm của nó đấy. iPhone, Mac Air, Mac Pro, iPad, iPod, loạn cao lên iPad rồi. Ok. Apple risk là tại vì cái series á, Apple được pick Gemini for series, right? Thì tụi analyst nó nói đây là một cái risk, nhưng mà chú không nghĩ là risk đâu, tức là cái smart move của Apple, right? Rồi Tesla thì đây, bạn nhìn cái profit margin nó thua thằng Apple xa lắc, right? Cái operating profit bây giờ nó còn cái 6% mà cái gross profit của nó là vẫn còn tốt, nhưng mà 6% là operating profit là hơi tệ, right? Bởi vì không có 7.500 tax credit, thành ra nhiều người mua hơn, thì nó không có profit nhiều, right? Nhưng mình không có quan tâm là tại vì mình đầu tư Tesla không phải là vì EV, mình đầu tư Tesla vì FSD, robot, right? Rồi robot taxi, right? Thành ra cái 6% này mình tha thứ được, hiểu tôi nói không? Chứ bình thường một công ty mà 6% là công ty giỏm. Nhưng mà đối với Tesla đó, mình không care. Tại vì mình không có căn cứ đầu tư vào Tesla vì EV mà vì FSD, robot taxi và robot, right? Thì đây là những sản phẩm, mấy trái sản phẩm đó là cái gì? Là auto sale, regulatory credit, tức là 7.500 đó, là được á. Leasing, right? Nó cho mượn. Energy storage, ok? Nhưng mà bên đây trái để ý, chưa có robot taxi, chưa có robot gì cho, chưa có FSD luôn. Đấy, thì khi mà bạn cộng mấy cái đó vô thì cái hình này nó sẽ khác liền, nó sẽ look better, đấy. Rồi same thing, nó phải tốn tiền mua GPU này 3.6 tỷ, rồi R&D tax này nọ, nó cũng giống như công ty khác, cái phần dưới này đứa nào cũng phải trả hết trơn á. Đấy, thì cái dự đoán á, là cái autonomous FSD á, cái income của nó sẽ là 600 triệu, cái robot là 300 triệu và cái energy là 3, thì bạn cộng mấy cái này lại là $1 trillion. Cái potential revenue của ba cái thứ này vô đó là $1 trillion, thì lúc đó Tesla nó sẽ 3.000 đồng một share, ok? Nếu mà chuyện này xảy ra. Thì compare Tesla với BYD, right? Compare Tesla với BYD thì BYD nó hơn, số lượng xe bán á, thì nó hơn, thì đương nhiên rồi, nó là xe của China, thì người China người ta mua xe China nhiều hơn là Tesla ở Shanghai, right? Thì nó thua số lượng sáng, nó thua thằng BYD chút xíu thôi. Đấy, thằng BYD giờ nó catch up, nó bán nhiều hơn chút, nhưng mà đây là một cái sự so sánh số lượng xe bán ở riêng ở China thì Tesla thua BYD nó bán nhiều hơn. Delivery thì kỳ rồi là nó sản xuất là nó bán là 418.000 chiếc xe cái quarter vừa rồi đấy. Market share của Tesla thì ở Canada, ở US á, là có nhiều người nói là Tesla nó phải compete này nọ kia, thật sự nó sản xuất 2 triệu chiếc xe một năm, mà cái market share của Mỹ á, cái đường xanh nè là bao nhiêu? Chưa được 4%. Ok, nó sản xuất 2 triệu chiếc xe mà cái market share nó chưa được 4%. Thành ra không có competition ở đây. Người nào mà cứ nói là Tesla bị competition là người đó không có kiến thức về Tesla, right? Nó chỉ một miếng pizza nó chỉ lấy 4 trên 100 à, hiểu không? 4% thôi, ok, chứ không có competition gì trong đây hết. Còn bên Europe á, thì nó ít hơn, bên China thì ít hơn, right? Tại vì bên Mỹ nó phải có Toyota, BMW, Mercedes, right? Ferrari, right? Audi, right? Volkswagen tùm lum la hết. Thành ra nó chỉ lấy 4% thôi mà nó đã make money rồi. Thì bạn nghĩ nếu mà nó lấy được 10-20% market share thì là bao nhiêu? Right? Thì mình phải hiểu là không có competition gì trong đây đó. Mỗi người có một miếng pizza ăn, không ai đụng này hết. Toyota muốn miếng, Mercedes muốn miếng, go ahead, right? Tesla nó chỉ lấy miếng nhỏ thôi. Ok. Nvidia, tới vì Nvidia thì cái cash của nó khủng khiếp, 61 tỷ cash. Hiện tại bây giờ Nvidia có 61 tỷ cash, ok. Thì cái data center revenue của nó là cộng hai cái này lại là bao nhiêu bạn? A lot of money, right? Compute networking tức là gần như là 50 tỷ. Ok, nó dự đoán những cái quarter, cái guidance á, tức là first quarter là như đây, second quarter là như đây, third quarter của 2026 nha, là cái này những cái guidance để mà mình nhớ để mình chơi ER kỳ tới, ok. NBA product nó là gì? Bên tay trái là sản phẩm đấy, data center, gaming, professional visualization, automotive và OEM. Thì cái data center là mấy cái GPU á, ok. Thì cái revenue của nó là 57 tỷ, right? Gross profit 73%. Bạn có dám chê? Bạn có dám chê mà? Những người nào mà chê Nvidia đó, những người đó chưa có hiểu Nvidia, right? In detail. Bạn nhìn cái con số này, một công ty nó có 73% gross margin và cái operating profit 63%. Bạn giống như bạn bán một tô phở 100 đô, bạn lời 63 đô. Là bạn sống khỏe luôn, right? Cái profit margin nó khủng khiếp, ok. Thì ở dưới đây cũng vậy, nó cũng phải đóng thuế Uncle Sam này và nhưng mà cái operating profit của nó incredible, 63%. Bạn đi tìm cho Tú một công ty nào giống như Nvidia không? Khó lắm, ok. Rồi Nvidia tổng cộng revenue tức là vừa gaming, automotive, GPU cho game, data center là GPU là Blackwell, Rubin, vân Hopper 200, right? Tổng số lượng revenue của nó theo cái dự định là như vậy, ok. Thì Tú không muốn giải thích nhiều thì các bạn coi YouTube, các bạn pause rồi các bạn ghi nốt lại để mà lần sau chơi ER, tại nó tính luôn cái 26 luôn, quý 1, quý 2, quý 3 luôn, ok. AMD thì sao? Cũng vậy, nhưng mà cái revenue của AMD ít hơn, nó cũng làm embedded với X-Link, right? Gaming, client, data center nó cũng làm GPU mà nó chưa làm xong thôi, ok. Rồi AMD cái product của nó là gì? Bên tay trái sản phẩm là data center, client, gaming, X-Link, embedded tức là những cái chip embedded software, right? Thì đây là những sản phẩm của AMD. Cái profit margin not bad, right? 40%, not bad at all, ok. Đây là cái GPU của AMD nó bắt đầu làm, tức là MI 500 mà bà Lisa Su ngày mai bà sẽ nói những cái vấn đề này để cho các bạn nghe cái earning call ngày mai các bạn sẽ hiểu what the hell she talking about, right? Khi mà chị nói MI 500 là cái gì, right? Thì nó là cái high performance về AI, ok. Thì cái family của nó là từ MI 300, cái next model là 2023, right? 2024, 2025 nó ra 355, 2026 là 455 và 27 là MI 500 series. Thì phố tường nó đang chờ cái này, là cái này tương đương với lại cái GPU để compete với lại Nvidia, right? Mà nó chưa làm xong, right? Hiện tại giờ nó đang làm cái MI 455X, ok. Rồi thì cái hình thù nó như thế này, 23 là cái này, 24 là cái này, 25 là cái này, 26 là cái M400 series, 27 là 500 series, ok. Thì cái này sẽ là compete với lại Nvidia, nhưng mà 2027 nó mới làm được, còn 26 thì nó làm cái 400 series, ok. Rồi thì cái data center, cái GPU của nó là sao? Là 2.9 extra flop. Extra flop là còn hơn teraflop, right? So một cái teraflop là nó có thể calculate 1 triệu calculation per second. 1 teraflop. Nó có thể calculate những bài toán, 1 triệu bài toán trong 1 second. Mà cái này nó gấp 3 lần luôn. Ok. Tức là cái này nó rất là nhanh right. Memory của nó là terabyte, 31 terabyte. Cái speed của nó là 43 terabyte per second, vân vân. Ok, thì cái này là tương lai là nó sẽ compete với lại NBA, OpenAI là nó mua đấy. Rồi cái AI thì nó đang làm cái 400 series right, cái 400 series là 10x, tức là nó nhanh gấp 10 lần so với cái cũ. Ok, thì nó ngày mai bà Lisa Su chắc chắn bà sẽ nói về cái vấn đề MI 455X. Ok, cái sản phẩm của AMD sắp ra đấy. Rồi TSM sản phẩm của nó là gì? High computing, smartphone, Internet of Things, right? Automotive, electronic, blah blah. Profit margin 54%, gross profit 62%. Okay. Công ty này rất là tốt luôn. Nó vừa là King Kong mà nó vừa là tốt luôn. Ok, thì khi mà mình đánh giá một công ty mình phải nhìn những con số này chứ không có đoán mò tầm bậy bạ right. Ok, thì công ty này rất là tốt. Nãy tôi nói rồi đấy, smartphone rồi. Thì ai là supplier của TSM? ASML, AMAT, Lâm Research, Cali, vân. Tức là những người mà cung cấp đồ cho TSM để làm cái chip á, đây là những supplier. Ok, thì thằng TSM nó dựa vào thằng ASML rất là nhiều và AMAT 15%, và hai thằng này không là 30% cung cấp vật liệu cho thằng TSM làm chip. Ok như này. Rồi Micron, ok, Micron sản phẩm là gì? Cloud memory, core data center, mobile client, automotive. Ok, thì cái profit margin, ok, not bad, 56%, 45%. Thằng Micron rất là tốt. Thành ra Tú kêu các bạn mua, Tú không có sợ. Tú không có sợ các bạn thua. Ok, đây là một công ty tốt thì mình mua, mình xưng nó có rớt đi nữa, who care, nó sẽ lên lại, tại vì công ty là công ty rất tốt. Không có công ty bạn đi tìm cho Tú một thằng Tesla chỉ có 6% right now margin thôi, mà thằng này nó 45% margin rồi. Tức là nó lợi nhuận rất là nhiều đấy. Broadcom, same thing. Broadcom là sản phẩm nó là gì? Semiconductor Solution Infrastructure Software right. Profit margin 68-42. Broadcom là một công ty rất là tốt. Ok. ASML, same thing. ASML là supplier cho NVIDIA, cho AMD, cho Broadcom, vân đấy. Thì cái những sản phẩm đó là ở đây, và cái profit ở đây là tính theo euro ha, tiền euro right, tại vì cái này là của Amsterdam. Cái công ty này ở bên Amsterdam right, bên Hà Lan. 35% margin operating profit, not bad. Gross profit 52%, not bad either. Công ty này rất là tốt. Ok. Intel. Ok. Intel. Sản phẩm ở đây. Gross profit margin bên operating bao nhiêu? 4% mà. Net loss thuộc lỗ. Thành ra thằng Intel not good. Ok, thành ra Tú không recommend các bạn mua Intel. Nếu các bạn dư tiền các bạn gamble thì ok, nhưng mà nếu mà Tú không mua Intel, thà Tú mua NVIDIA. Thằng này nó không có make money. Ok. Meta rất là tốt. Ok. Lúc cái gross profit margin của nó 82%. Và cái operating margin 41%. Sản phẩm của nó là Facebook, Instagram. Này là cái gì chat, quên mất kêu là cái gì chat hả? Snapchat hả? Rồi Messenger hả? Yeah, Messenger. Cái thì công ty nhìn cái financial đó là thằng này rất là tốt. Meta rất là tốt, thì khi mà nó pull back á, bạn có dư tiền bạn cứ việc bạn ôm Meta không có sao hết trơn á, tại vì công ty nó rất là tốt, nó có té nó sẽ lên lại thôi, tại nó rất nhiều tiền. Ok. Meta operating profit là những cái app của nó đấy. Lỗ chút xíu nhưng mà lời 25 right. Cái lỗ là tại sao? Tại vì nó bỏ tiền vô, nó làm cái metaverse, là nó bỏ tiền, nó mua 350.000 cái GPU rồi nó để vô lab cho engineer làm cái metaverse, thì nó cái tiền mà nó bỏ vô lab á, thì nó bị trừ đấy, thì cái profit của nó 25 thì nó trừ 4.1 thì nó còn lại 20 rồi something like that. Thì tại vì những cái này là những cái nó phải research and development right, thì nó tốn tiền. Vì lý do này mà có thể nó đi thằng metaverse mấy tuần qua right. Thằng rất là nó muốn làm cái gì, nó muốn làm cái metaverse, nhưng mà cái vấn đề đó là thằng Tú chưa tìm được là nó làm cái khỉ gió gì, mình không biết. Mình biết nó làm metaverse thôi, nhưng mà detail cụ thể mình không biết, tại nó không có đưa thông tin ra ngoài, giống như nó giữ bí mật hay sao đó. Mình chỉ biết sơ sơ là nó làm metaverse, mà mình không biết cái detail metaverse là cái gì, nó không có nói cho mình biết right. Thì nó muốn trở thành một cái AWS giống như Amazon á, nhưng mà về metaverse right. Thì sau này mình dùng metaverse á, mình sẽ bỏ cái data trong cái cloud right. Ok, thì nó compute, ok cái này rồi. Microsoft very damn good too. Thành ra lúc mà thằng Microsoft nó miss earning, nó về giá rẻ, các bạn mua là tại sao? Tại tôi nhìn cái hình này tôi biết là nó 68% margin, gross operating margin 47%. Rồi cái sản phẩm của nó là gì? Là server Microsoft 365, gaming, Xbox right, Linden, Windows device, search, vân vân, và nó đang làm order, nó đang làm AI right, như Copilot, vân vân. Thì cái profit margin của nó như thế này thì làm sao mà nó chết nổi. Công ty nó rất là tốt. Ok, thành ra nếu bạn nào có dư tiền, Microsoft nó pull back bây giờ đó, thì mua đi, mua để swing. Ok, Microsoft product in billion, ok, 80 mấy billion luôn. Service product Microsoft 365 là bao nhiêu tiền, core là bao nhiêu, Windows bao nhiêu, core bao nhiêu, 365 core là 15%, not bad. Product cloud service 24%, enterprise vân vân. Thì bạn chụp cái screenshot này, nếu mà bạn muốn nghiên cứu về Microsoft thì nhìn cái core của nó là compound annual growth rate. Ok, CAGR là compound annual growth rate, tức là cái sự tăng trưởng mỗi năm là bao nhiêu. Cloud đây là nó tính theo mỗi một cái product nó sẽ tăng trưởng bao nhiêu phần trăm, nó dự đoán thôi, hiểu không? Để mà mình lần sau á, mình chơi ER của Microsoft á, mình có thể đoán được cái guidance. Ok, Microsoft fiscal year 25 từ lên 26 luôn, là cái capital expenditure, tức là cái tiền mà nó xài đó. Ok, thì cái điều mà Tú không hiểu á, là Tú biết mà tại sao mấy thằng analyst nó không biết. Tại vì nó cứ lên nó nói là Microsoft xài 37 tỷ để cho CapEx, nhưng thật sự cái cash nó dùng 37.000 tỷ thiệt, nhưng mà nó trả bằng cash là 30 rồi, nó còn nợ có 7 tỷ thôi, hiểu tôi nói không? Tức là nó xài 37 tỷ, nhưng mà cái tiền mặt của nó đưa bằng cash á, là hết 30 tỷ rồi. Thì thật sự ra con số 37 tỷ này chỉ là 7 tỷ rưỡi thôi, mà tại sao nó đập? Nó viện lý do nó nói là thằng Microsoft xài tiền nhiều quá, nhưng mà nó dùng tiền mặt mà, nó dùng tiền mặt cash của nó có, đâu có thành vấn đề gì. Nhưng mà nó dùng cái lý do này nó đập Microsoft. Ok, bây giờ mình phải hiểu tại sao nó đập Microsoft. Bởi vì nó nghĩ là thằng Microsoft xài tiền nhiều quá, nhưng mà thật sự nó xài, nhưng mà nó xài bằng cash chứ không phải bằng nợ. Ok, Google what very damn good too. Đấy, product của nó là gì? Google, YouTube, vân. Ad revenue của từ YouTube right. Revenue của Google, gross profit 60% margin, operating profit 31%. Google là một công ty rất tốt. Ok, nếu các bạn mua Google tôi không có cản. Ok, công ty rất là tốt. Thì đây là những cái mà cloud right. Cái Azure là của Microsoft right, AWS là của Amazon right, và Google right. Thì nó dùng những cái chip 3 nanometer vân right, teraflop vân. Cái này để mình nhìn, để mình biết, mình compare giữa ba cái cloud đó, thằng nào nhanh hơn thằng nào đấy. Thì so far đó, nếu mà tính về speed thì thằng Microsoft có bộ nhanh ạ, 10.000, 2.000, 5.000, 2.000, thằng này ngon ạ. Ok, Azure ngon hơn. Ok, Google Cloud Revenue cũng rất là nhiều tiền. Ok, Google nó làm tiền nhất. Google Cloud Core là 34%, sự tăng trưởng của nó là 35%. Right? Google rất là tốt. Palantir, right? Palantir here, nãy mình nói rồi. Right? Thì Palantir nó ok, 80%, 30% profit. Nó government, chính phủ. Ok. Oracle thì cũng ok, nhưng mà hình như là nó nợ nhiều hơn hay sao. Anh nghe anh hay lúa là nó nợ nhiều hơn. Ok, nhưng mà profit của nó, profit margin với lại gross profit của Oracle not bad at all. Nhưng trong cái chart này không nói là nó nợ, nhưng mà some reason team anh hay lúa biết là thằng này nó nợ nhiều. Thì cái information nợ tìm ở đâu ra thì tôi không biết, nhưng mà nhìn cái hình này thì nó look good. Có thể anh hay lúa có những information mà mình không có. Right? ServiceNow thì nó đơn giản lắm, nó chỉ là phục vụ cho enterprise, cho Boeing cũng dùng nó. Right? Thì gross profit margin not bad, nhưng mà cái operating profit margin thì hơi yếu một chút, 17% là hơi yếu. Tại vì về phần mềm á, mà cái profit là phải cao. Ok, nhưng mà not bad, không xấu mà cũng không tệ. Right? Netflix thì cũng ok, 45% là mấy cái gaming, mấy cái phim. Right? Mình coi phim cho Netflix. Right? Revenue 12 tỷ, gross profit 5 tỷ, operating profit 3 tỷ, 25% not bad. Thằng Netflix ok á, chứ không đến nỗi là tệ đâu. Ok, Netflix, Fry với lại Fundamental. Cái chart này nói lên cái gì? Là màu đỏ là stock price, total revenue là màu vàng. Ok, tức là nó làm tiền, nó supposed to be up here, mà nó bị đánh xuống từ 150 nó bị đánh xuống. Thì đây là một cái cơ hội tốt nếu các bạn muốn mua Netflix để swing. Tại tôi nghĩ thằng Netflix nó sẽ lên lại, tại vì fundamental của nó rất là tốt. Right? Uber, ok, càng ngày nó lỗ, bắt đầu năm 2002 là bắt đầu nó make money. Ok, Uber cũng có ER tuần này. Những cái con mà tôi nói ngày hôm nay là toàn là có earning tuần này, tôi mới nói. Ok, Uber, sản phẩm Uber Eats vân vân, Uber Freight 12 tỷ, 40%. Operating profit hơi yếu, 6% margin. Ok, tức là công ty Uber nó không make money nhiều. Thì nếu mà mua long term thì tôi sẽ không mua. Nếu mà thằng nào mà 20-30% thì tôi mua. Đấy, 60% hơi yếu. Ok, thì cái hình này là tôi sẽ chuẩn bị, tôi giải thích sau là cái psychology của cái stock market cycle đó. Tức là bán nè, bắt đầu mua lên trên đây nè, FOMO mua lên trên đây, mua xong cái bắt đầu rớt bán. Cái cycle nó đi từ điểm này lên đây ra đây, tới đây nó về lại chỗ cũ, lên cứ nó đi lặp lại vậy đó. Cả vậy như tôi sẽ giải thích sau. Ok, còn ai có thắc mắc gì về cái những cái stock mà tôi analyze hôm nay không? Cho ER, tất cả những cái stock mà tôi analyze vừa rồi đó là có ER ngày hôm nay hết. Thì các bạn đánh ER con nào thì các bạn bật cái YouTube lên, các bạn go lại coi lại cái YouTube cái khúc đó để mà mình biết, để mình đánh. Ok, any question? Hy vọng là
wow, a lot công sức của anh Tú, cảm ơn anh Tú nhiều.
Dạ, tôi nghĩ không có ai đưa bạn những cái thông tin này đâu. Mà nếu họ có đưa, họ chắc
Cảm ơn nhiều lắm sư phụ.
Các bạn phải đóng tiền họ mới đưa cho các bạn, chứ không có free đâu.
Yeah, even you pay the membership, they not gonna do that. No.
Yeah. Không biết là họ có chịu thì giờ họ đi research kỹ vậy không nữa.
Không đâu sư phụ.
Yeah.
Có thể họ có làm nhưng mà họ không có cái nghĩa giống như dạy mình đâu. Không đâu.
Tại vì đa số họ tập trung vào day trade chứ họ không có long term, nên là họ không có quan tâm. Ok, có ai có câu hỏi gì không? YouTube có câu hỏi gì không? Broadcom là AVGO. Mã số là AVGO. Yeah, thằng này là chiều nay có earning, là tôi nghĩ nếu mà tôi đoán mò nó sẽ beat earning mà nó beat guidance luôn. Thành ra kêu mọi người mua một chút gamble chơi earning con này, ok, đừng có mua nhiều.
Nhưng mà có khi nào thí dụ như đang xu hướng là nhiều người nó nghĩ con này lên, nhưng mà tụi cá mập nó sẽ làm lý do gì để nó đánh con này xuống trước khi nó cho lên không anh Tú?
Cũng có thể vậy. Mình đâu có đoán được cá mập nó muốn làm gì. Mình chỉ đoán là nó sẽ biết earning, nó biết guidance, còn nó short hay không. Nhưng mọi người nhớ là tôi nói là khi mà cái earning call đó là ăn thua cái thằng CEO, nó nói những cái gì mà lọt lỗ tai của mấy thằng analyst là tóc nó sẽ bay. Nó nói cái gì mà không lọt lỗ tai là tóc nó sẽ rớt. Thì cái thằng mà hay nói không lọt lỗ tai đó là thằng Elon Musk và bà Lisa Su. Là để tôi giải thích một lần nữa, là thí dụ nó hỏi thằng Elon với bà Lisa Su khi nào cái sản phẩm này của bà mới ra, hay là của Elon, hỏi Elon vậy, thì thí dụ là năm 2027 mới ra cái sản phẩm. Giống như nó hỏi bà Lisa Su khi nào mới ra cái Air Max 500 series, bà sẽ nói là 2027. Thì nó xa quá, thì không nghe lọt lỗ tai tụi analyst. Thì thay vì bà trả lời như vậy á, thì bà sẽ nói là chúng tôi đang làm việc rất là cực nhọc, working hard. Khi nào chúng tôi có cái thời khóa biểu chúng tôi sẽ báo cho anh nghe. Không cần phải nói 2027. Tại vì khi nói 2027 là negative. Còn 2 năm nữa là gần 2 năm nữa rồi. Thằng Elon cũng vậy, hỏi khi nào làm robot, nó nói 2027. Nó đâu cần phải nói câu đó, nó chỉ cần nói là chúng tôi đang work on này, mà chưa có thời khóa biểu, chưa có rõ ràng, nên là khi nào tôi có tôi báo cho anh. Nó không cần phải nói 2027, mà nó nói 2027 là Tesla rớt liền. Trong khi á, cái thằng CEO của Palantir và Jensen Huang rất là khôn khéo. Khi mà họ hỏi khi nào robot làm robot, sẽ nói là y chang vậy đó, sẽ nói chúng tôi chưa có thời khóa biểu, chúng tôi đang làm việc, đang design whatever đấy, nhưng khi nào chúng tôi có thời khóa biểu chúng tôi sẽ báo. Thì mình nói chung chung vậy, nó không có sound negative. Thì cái người mà ăn nói hay á là Jensen Huang và Palantir CEO. Đây là lý do tại sao tôi hơi gamble mua Palantir, là tôi biết thằng CEO nó rất là hay, nó nói chuyện hay lắm, nó nói chuyện trong earning call là nghe lọt lỗ tai lắm. Okay. Còn bà Lisa Su với lại Elon Musk á, là nói không lọt lỗ tai mấy người analyst là tao có rớt liền. Hiểu tôi nói không? Thành ra ngày hôm nay là trong cái earning call đó là bạn sẽ nghe thằng CEO của Palantir nó nói ngọt ngào tình cảm lắm. Ok. Hollister Home coi lại cái clip vô kênh channel của tôi có làm recap, tôi nói về những cái top earning có con hút luôn á. Ok, vô cái kênh YouTube xem cái clip đó, cái clip recap cho tuần này á, tôi post ngày hôm qua. Còn ai có question gì không nè? Clear?
Sư phụ,
Yeah.
mấy giờ mới earning Palantir sư phụ?
Thì 6 giờ after market close.
Okay, thank you.
như cá mập nó dựng tường ở 7.000 hay sao mà mình lần tới mức 7.000 nó sọt xuống.
SP5 đó đó hả?
Đúng rồi sư phụ.
Về cái earning á, mình không có sure nó biết hay không biết, mình chỉ đoán mò thôi. Thì nếu chơi earning đừng mua nhiều. Cái này coi như gamble bet thôi, hiểu không? Không thể nào đoán chắc ăn là nó biết hay không biết.
And they'll burn through it, right? So let me ask you a different question. In 3 years, in 5 years, if OpenAI is something totally different than it is now, if OpenAI doesn't make it or is sold off or whatever happens, maybe it's the king. Let's say it doesn't. Will the stock market be okay? How much, if anything, is riding on OpenAI, given that it's kind of a black box, kind of a closed thing? It's not a public company. We don't know a lot about it.
A ton's riding on it because you know that they've made $1.4 trillion in commitments over 8 years. And they're going to lose money all the way through 2029, and the burns are going to get worse every year that passes until then. So, yeah, a lot is riding on it, but you're seeing the stock market, as I said, it's been adapting to this since late October. What I find fascinating today is you look at Oracle, right? Because they're obviously, when they announced that monster quarter back in September of last year, the stock was up 36% the next day. Biggest move in history for any company with a market cap of over $500 billion. But 300 billion, or almost 2/3 of the remaining performance obligations, were from OpenAI. So Oracle comes out this morning, says, hey, we're going to raise 50 billion, half of it in equity, stocks up, and now it's down. And so it tells you that people are thinking maybe a little bit beyond, okay, they can raise it for this year, but what about next year and the year after? And so it's never the data, it's how the market reacts to the data. Clearly this morning was, oh my God, this is great. And now it's like, well, wait a minute. We still have the same problem we had before, which is their exposure to OpenAI.
So let me ask you about two things. One, after the run in Alphabet shares, 70% over the past year, just winning everywhere you look. Is it a position you would trim, exit, anything like that, or do you stick with it for the long run? And secondly, what about NVIDIA, where the semi-analysts were just speaking with they say it still has the best PE, it has the best growth, it has, it's exemplary in all of these ways, and yet the stock keeps going sideways. So on Google and on NVIDIA, what do you do?
I think with Google, for me, it's you just own it. Because when I think about who the ultimate winner is going to be, it's going to be them. And I've talked about this before because they're vertically integrated. They have the best AI model with Gemini. They've got the cash flow to fund it and a way to monetize it through their advertising network. They have the end product through Pixel and the Android ecosystem, which Pixel sets the model for. And so, and most importantly, arguably, they've got 9 products with over 1 billion users each to train this stuff on. They don't have to worry about getting sued because they have YouTube. So that gives them the advantage. And so I think they're the ultimate winner coming out of this. And so we'll see what happens there. Sorry, Kelly, I forgot the second part of your question.
NVIDIA. What do you do with NVIDIA?
NVIDIA, sorry.
Holder there as well, sorry.
Yeah, and so with regards to NVIDIA, I own it. I like it a lot here because if you're, but by the way, I also own Broadcom as well because I look at the two of them and I go, I don't care as much if OpenAI makes it or not. I need the ecosystem to make it, and I think these two will provide Broadcom to Google's TPUs.
But NVIDIA's been flat money for almost 9 months, Dan. You just, at some point, investors get frustrated and they move on somewhere else.
Yeah, and that's fine. It doesn't mean I liked it for the last 9 months, right? Yeah. You had me on this program before. But at this point, with the multiple having gotten compressed down to 25 times, and you're looking at potentially 60% revenue growth, it is the best in terms of growth to PE ratio out there. So if you like the AI trade, to me, you have both. You don't have one or the other. You have both Broadcom and NVIDIA to be able to cover both sides of this, right? Whether you're going the ASIC route or the actual, GPU route. And so you're covered on both sides, and NVIDIA, given their valuations, probably the better of the two right now.
Yeah. Well, I think that having both makes sense in a world where, you don't want to just sit with something and go sideways forever. But we're probably making a lot of a 3-month move anyway. Dan, appreciate your time. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. But the other thing too, Kelly, and I wrote about this weekend, is shorts are important too, because there are going to be losers, right? And so that's why I think, you need to go, well, these guys are very focused on the OpenAI ecosystem, avoid them or be short that, and then look at who you think the ultimate winners are, and hopefully you can be long that group, and then that hopefully covers you in a more complicated environment.
Right. Dan Niles Investment Management, really appreciate your time today. Thanks.
We did not get to the multiple thing. I wanted to, maybe tomorrow.
We can get to multiple.
Maybe we'll get to, because that's all anybody I talk to, everybody, all they want to do is multiple. They don't care about NVIDIA, they care about multiple. Every hedge fund, every fund manager, that's it, multiple. Is this real? We'll get more later.
We're going to have to, I think.
Going to have to.
After the break.
Biggest story.
I know. The slide in the dollar is slowing down today, but the greenback reached a 4-year low against a basket of currencies just last week. We will talk about the long-term impact this could have in a moment.
What does it mean to be rich? Maybe rich is less about what you're pulling in and more about what you're putting out there. Rich is being there for the first step.
What do you think of that?
And sometimes letting them have the last word. Rich is living life your way and having someone who can help you get there. The key to being rich is knowing what counts. Edward Jones.
PST is in its final phase 3 trial for metastatic breast cancer, offering patients cutting-edge immunotherapy. With a novel platform technology targeting multiple cancers, PST is shaping the future of cancer care. PST.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
This is Jess, an instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does. That's why she uses U.S. Bank Smartly Checking and Savings, which does exactly that, helping her track her spending and grow her money. Together, we'll achieve more than any of us could alone. You got this, Jess.
We got this.
That's the power of Jess, and this is the power of us.
Never miss a moment.
We bet pretty heavily that there's not another rate cut under Jay Powell.
It's not like buying Apple or Microsoft and seeing a 100x return in public markets. I think that's going to be harder to come by, and I think that's a very dire risk that we're worried about with AI.
President Trump has brought down the temperature on the situation. He's in constant contact, and he is urging them not to shut down the government.
Cairo 7 News, live, starting at 4. It's news that puts you there.
We've been moved back as they continue to investigate.
News that's happening now, so you're ready.
Rain increases in intensity.
News that investigates to get you answers.
Hey, Chief, this is Dee Dee calling with Cairo 7.
News that's local, because where you live matters.
Reporting in Tuckwell.
In Linwood, in Federal Way, in Tacoma,
In Everett.
In Renton.
No more, no now. With Cairo 7 News, live, starting at 4.
Products at quote a much higher level. The iShares India ETF spiking on this announcement today. It's up about 2.5% still. The dollar index also higher, up 0.7%, on pace for its biggest two-day gain since April, when the president rolled out his tariffs. The greenback has since lost about 10% of its value over the past year. Let's discuss it. The weakening dollar, the impact to portfolios with Ulrike Hoffman Verhardy. Can you say it? It's so much lovelier when you say it.
You said it perfectly. I couldn't do any better. Thank you.
America's CIO of Global Equities at UBS. Okay, you're not so much, you're sort of saying we're making too much of this whole dollar thing. Is that right? I mean, you think there's much bigger things going on. What are those things?
Yeah, first of all, on the dollar, we think the dollar will be consolidating at around 120. Now, two rate cuts.
Put that on like the dollar index terms. We're at 90, just under 90. So like around
basically
here.
Around these levels, correct. And we think now two rate cuts are being priced in, and any further risk from dollar debasement, in our view, is better played through the precious metals, in particular gold.
Really?
So for us, we really position, in general, we call it the great broadening and widening exposure geographically, but also sectorally for 2026.
Because our previous segment, which you may have seen, but you were probably also making your way. Thanks for coming out, by the way, Ulrika. Which is this idea that AI and NVIDIA and all these companies, they made people a lot of money for years. People put in pools, they put yachts in their pools. But now maybe that's over. And that the money's going to be made in healthcare and things that were considered boring or passe.
Yeah, we agree with that assessment. We have been very narrowly focused up to the end of last year. Very much focused on technology, AI, and also the US. in particular on seven companies, which we call the AI 7. So
they're the Max. What do you mean you call the AI 7?
Not the Max,
different group?
Different group.
Okay.
So it's 3 chip companies and also the 4 hyperscalers. Those 7, in fact, were responsible for up to 50% of the equity market performance in the US last year.
Wow.
The Max 7 actually were a little bit lower in contribution. So these are the enablers of AI. And we think now, in particular, when we talk about AI, it's going to move to the companies that are using AI to drive revenue and also margins.
So, and people talk about this, but let's maybe list those out to the extent that you can. I don't know if you can name names, but for instance, software stocks have been imploding. I assume what you're talking about is more AI going into like, I don't know, is it materials, manufacturing, transport, those kinds of names? What would you do with software?
Yeah, we are a little bit cautious on software. If you think about one of the superpowers of AI, it's writing code. So we think software is going to be much more abundant. You've heard Meta on their earnings call say that now software engineers are up to 80% more productive using AI tools.
Or they're laid off.
Yeah, we've also seen the Stanford Digital Economy Lab had a study that showed in those areas where AI is most disruptive, so marketing, customer service, coding, of course, that we have already seen a decline in job openings. So I think we have to watch this also for the broader labor market, because we think the labor market is going to continue to be weakish this year, and AI may be one of those forces driving it.
What does this mean for the United States? We have a great guest coming up later on in the program, Francis Gannon of Royce, talk about small caps, and some of the earnings estimates he has on small caps are insanely high. Like, it looks like small caps and the domestic economy is going to do great. But then I see a lot of European markets have done better than we have in dollar terms over the last 12 months. You have a macro view on the US? Are we still the best place to put money, or is that ship sailed?
So again, we are not saying sell the US. We're calling for what we call the great broadening, which is in particularly a cyclical recovery globally. So we have now the 4 largest economies in the world, the US, China, Germany, and Japan, fiscally stimulating. And that's a tide that lifts all boats. It's actually for equities the most important macro driver. So for us, that means, yes, small cap, that means also international. And then, like we talked about, AI value capture is now broadening out across all sectors. And then we have the midterm elections in the US, which again are focused probably on the broader part of the population, and in particular on the lower and middle income consumer. So again, 3 factors, cyclical, structural, and then also policy factors that we think are going to support a broadening, including small caps and emerging markets.
In other words, you don't have to choose. You just own it all. I mean, unless are there any places in particular you might leave off of that list?
We think, a lot of course, clients have portfolios that have very concentrated positions, just as a result of this very narrow rally in the past years. And now we say it's time to diversify, both geographically and sectorally. We like the healthcare sector as well. We think now the policy tailwinds are behind us largely. Most favored nation pricing is finally settled. The tariff situation is clearer. And the COVID overhang is finally also coming to an end. Believe it or not, I mean, we are now years after COVID, but it's really impacted the pipelines. And then we have AI that could make a big difference. We now have the first AI-developed drug in a phase 2 trial. So there are data points that show us that AI could make a big difference to that sector.
You have a hot take on Moltbook? I'm sort of kidding.
Talking about.
I know. Well, you're talking. You open the door. We just walk through. They're just talking about AI and drug development. I wonder if we're at this like inflection point where AI takes over the world and that's it for us. I don't know. Hopefully not. Oh, Rika, we appreciate you coming on.
Thank you. I'm taking the other side of that, but maybe more next time.
Humans still matter? Is that your thesis? That's the headline?
We are still quite far from emulating what we have with human intelligence.
I would go further. I think they're going to matter more. I think every single human becomes infinitely more valuable because now we have these AI agents everywhere, and they're cheap, and they do jobs, but we are irreplaceable.
Có ai có câu hỏi gì không? Muốn đi giải thích thêm gì không? Cứ việc hỏi, ok? Free, không có thu phí đâu mà sợ.
Vậy Long đăng ký. Anh Tú nhắc lại dùm cái tính mà Fibonacci á, lấy cái cái gì indicator của TradingView để tính, mà lúc đó anh Tú có dạy rồi mà quên rồi.
Ok, thì Fibonacci đó mình tìm cái điểm thấp của ngày hôm nay. Con nó retrace lại đấy. Ok, thì vẽ Fibonacci đây. Mình đưa cái điểm thấp này đến đây nè. Bấm cái mình hô nó, mình đưa lên trên. Ok, thì Tú chỉ dùng 1 0826 0786 0618, that's it. Đúng ra cái này mình vẽ sai, mình phải vẽ từ trên xuống. Làm lại. Tức là vẽ từ trên nè, kéo xuống. Không 0618 786 826 và 1. Đại khái là vậy thì
Ủa chứ không phải là 38% rồi 50% với 61.8 hả anh Tú?
Không, Tú ít dùng mấy cái đó lắm. Tú chỉ dùng mấy cái level này thôi. Và làm lại.
Thứ nhất là vào đâu để lấy cái tool đó, lần vô cái indicator hay lần vô chỗ nào?
Yeah, indicator. Thì cái này á, nó cũng không có chính xác lắm đâu. Hồi xưa mình dùng nhiều, bây giờ mình cũng không có dùng nhiều. Ngay cái này nó gọi là golden zone. Ok. Tức là khi mà Tesla đó, mà nó về vùng này là mua nè.
Dạ
Đó.
chưa nắm được, chưa có lấy được ra Fibonacci cái tool, cái indicator của nó.
Không, để tôi giải thích cái đã rồi vẽ tính sau. Cái vùng ngay đây nó gọi là golden zone, là từ cái điểm thấp này. Tức là nếu mà Tesla nó về đây mua là mình sẽ ăn. Nếu mà nó về đây nè, mình mua là mình sẽ có lời đấy. Thì cái Fibonacci á là vô cái indicator. Mình đánh cái chữ Fibonacci. Đó, thì nó ra là Fibonacci retracement nè. Ok, giờ tôi delete cái này đi. Thì khi mà bật lên cái trading view á, cái default của nó là như này nè, nó nhiều level lắm. Ok, thì cái của Tú á, đấy. Thì bây giờ bạn chị double click cái này, vô setting. Ok, thì mình 0 0618, mình đổi này là 618. Cái nữa là 786. Và 826. Còn cái này không cần, tắt hết luôn. Là nó sẽ ra cái giống như y chang Tú vậy. Tại vì nó chỉ có level 0 và 1 nữa chứ. Đó, Tú chỉ có 5 cái level rồi, đây. Chị Chị Loan hiểu không? Tức là sửa cái Fibonacci, cái value á, chỉ có 5 cái thôi. 0, 0618, chấm 786, chấm 826 và 1. That's it. 5 cái level thôi. Còn có nhiều thầy dùng cái default value nó rất là nhiều level nữa, nó confuse. Mình muốn tìm cái golden zone á, mình chỉ cần 5 level là tìm được golden zone.
Dạ, Long thấy chưa có kịp, nhưng mà Long sẽ vô Facebook, vô YouTube, Long quay trở lại để mà coi từ từ. Tại
Dạ.
vì cái đầu của Long nó đáp chậm quá.
Dạ, không sao.
Nhanh trước. Dạ.
Coi lại là sẽ hiểu.
Dạ.
Sư phụ ơi.
Dạ.
Em có câu hỏi, em tính gamble cái LTR chiều hôm nay chút với sư phụ, nhưng mà em đang đi làm cho nên không có nhiều cái dữ liệu về nó. Thì sư phụ cảm nhận là thấy cái xác suất mà nó biết cái ER nó bao nhiêu sư phụ, để em biết cái lượng em vô ít.
Thì nãy tôi giải thích rồi mà. Không nghe hả?
Ôi dạ, em bị miss rồi sư phụ. Sư phụ nói ngắn gọn cho em 1 phút thôi.
Tôi nghĩ là nó sẽ biết. Cái revenue, cái profit margin của nó rất là tốt. Tôi nghĩ nó sẽ biết, tôi đoán là nó sẽ biết.
Vậy em chắc kiếm chừng là mua 25 con thôi.
Đúng rồi, mua 12 cho con, maximum là 50 xe thôi, đừng có mua nhiều. 10 xe, 20 xe, 30 xe. No more than 50 xe, tại vì cái earning mình không có chắc ăn được. Mình đoán vậy thôi chứ mình không có chắc ăn được.
Sư phụ, cái long straddle của nó bao nhiêu sư phụ?
Có C12 sao không tìm? Biết cách tìm chưa nè?
Em biết cách tìm, nhưng mà em sẵn sư phụ nói giùm em, tại vì em đang trồng
15
cây ở
đồng.
ngoài.
15 đồng 25.
Là cộng trừ 15 đồng.
Dạ.
Dạ, cảm ơn sư phụ.
Dạ.
Đó Phúc đó, cái long straddle là 15 cộng trừ 15 đó em, cộng trừ 15 điểm.
Vậy em chọn em vô 25 con. Rồi tới chiều nay gamble nó khác.
Gamble đi.
Dạ.
Với lại cái thằng
Em xin lỗi sư phụ, tại vì em đi làm công việc đó, cho nên có lúc nghe được, có lúc không á, bởi vì nhiều khi miss sư phụ thông cảm.
Thằng CEO nó nói chuyện rất là hay. Thằng CEO của PST nó nói chuyện ngọt ngào tình cảm.
Dạ.
Nó giống như chai sinh hoang này.
Nhưng mà cái nội dung mà sư phụ trình bày hồi sáng rất là, nó có cái độ sâu về kiến thức nhiều lắm sư phụ.
Không, cái clip vừa rồi á, cái phần tôi giải thích vừa rồi đó là không có mấy ai để ý mấy cái vấn đề đó đâu. Lát nữa tôi bỏ lên YouTube và coi. Tôi phân tích về FA rất kỹ cho những con top mà ER tuần này. Uber, Palantir, AMD, Google, Apple. Nhiều tóc mà quên mất đâu, là đống tóc á. Nhìn cái sản phẩm là gì, cái profit margin nó bao nhiêu. Mấy cái thông tin đó ít ai đưa cho các bạn lắm.
Cái đó mà sư phụ lúc sư phụ nói, tại em miss cái đó nằm trong bên YouTube của sư phụ phải không sư phụ?
Dạ, tôi chưa có upload, tôi mới record thôi, chưa có upload.
Dạ.
Lát
Vậy là
sau
có thể coi lại cái YouTube của sư phụ là được rồi đúng không?
dạ.
Dạ, em cảm ơn sư phụ.
Tốn rất nhiều thời gian làm cái đó.
And sometimes more than the S&P 500 ETF. After rebounding today, it touched a 1-month low after a huge sell-off on Friday. It's lost nearly a third of its value since Thursday. It's trying to stay positive right now, around 79 an ounce. Similar story with gold, around 4,700 today after a sharp overnight sell-off. So while both metals have taken some hits recently, our next guest says they're not out for the count. Blue Line Futures Chief Market Strategist Phil Strebel is here to defend that take. Phil, no, I think a lot of people would agree. I even saw a note from JP Morgan over the weekend where their gold team said stay long. So what is the fundamental case for staying long, and what do you make of the recent price action?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't believe that our days of $100 silver and 5,000 ounce gold are behind us here. I think that this is a market where some of the emotions, they overtook some of the logic here, and you can separate the price action from the fundamentals. Remember, it's never just one thing, it's everything. Look at natural gas, for instance, today down about 25%. So when you get this abnormal return, like what we saw in gold and silver the past year, silver's up like 265%. A correction will logically follow. I mean, what changed here? The sell-off began with that overnight action in early Asia. You know, the betting market started to price in Trump's new Fed governor pick, the Warsh nomination, maybe eases some of the concerns of Fed independence. Still, you see the yield curve steepening, 2 interest rate cuts, June and December. It's the exact same as before. The dollar index jumped off a 4-year low, so naturally that's going to bounce. And gold is a 15-day inverse correlation, right? 93%. So, you know, gold volatility at 40, this only happened 3 times before. 2011, also the pandemic, and now. The average range, $220 a day here in gold and silver, $10 a day.
But in other words, when I hear those stats, I think to myself, it all got whipped up into a frenzy. And how do I know when that frenzy has subsided? And by the way, a lot of people have been saying, look at the overnight price action. A lot of this was taking place during when Chinese markets were open, for instance, and there was tons of speculative buying happening there. I don't know if you have a comment on that. Regardless, when does it get back to something where I can, or how do I understand what the entry point might be if I'm just trying to use this as a portfolio hedge, for instance?
Okay, I mean, what you want to look at, I mean, if you're going to look specifically at that, you're going to want to take in a lot of different things here. The reason of this pullback here is reasonable. The fundamental underpinnings of the metal, you know, still support a rally in prices. You've got for silver, you've got multi-year supply deficit, booming industrial demand, rising investment demand. We believe a pullback like this, especially in gold, really provides a tremendous opportunity. With the Basel III reforms, remember that physical gold allocated as a tier 1 asset. That means that many of these banks here, central banks, can count as 100% of its market value towards liquidity for reserves. So it places it where cash and bonds are at. So central banks, they're going to use this opportunity. This pullback here, it logically makes sense. And once the deleveraging is complete, I expect to see a bottoming process form probably this week. The ETF flows, portfolio diversification, ETF flows continue to maintain positive on the year. We're up 1.6%. So these institutions and retail investors are cementing this as a position of strength in their portfolios. Look at the December lows. 43.17 on gold, on silver 69.25. We start to base out around here and we start to turn up. You're going to see a higher low on the charts, and that's where the retail investor, institutions, and central banks come in.
Okay, but on Friday we were told that it was Kevin Warsh and the Fed's pick was the big reason. If you're bullish, that would imply that the move was mechanical or technical. Maybe it had something to do with China, Phil, that it wasn't necessarily entirely or partly related to the nominee for Fed chair. Is it?
Oh, there's a possibility. The sell-off began in the Asian markets when the betting markets priced that in, and everyone thought that Warsh is this very hawkish participant. But when you look at things are done, The yield curve's still steepening. The dollar index is bouncing just a bit. Nothing dramatic. It's still in a bearish trend here. We're coming off of 4-year lows. I can remember, I'm old enough to remember 3 days ago, gold at all-time highs, silver at all-time highs, dollar at 4-year lows. So these markets don't change that dramatically in a day. Volatility does take that with $10 moves and $220 moves in the gold market in a day. But once this froth comes out of the market and you get the algos, the FOMO traders leaving this market again, things will normalize, and then those fundamentals will set their place back in. And I believe that gold will continue to march on, and the same thing with silver. How many people were chasing at $120 to go out and buy physical? $75? This looks like a bargain to me at these levels.
Better hide that, Phil. That was that.
Oh, no, it was $1,000 last week. It's only $750 today.
Phil, thanks very much.
Thanks.
Phil Strebel. Let's get over to Kate Rogers now for a CNBC News update. Kate?
Kelly, Representative James Comer, the Republican chairman of the House Oversight Committee, says he rejected the latest offer from Bill and Hillary Clinton to testify in the panel's Jeffrey Epstein investigation. The former president offered a 4-hour transcribed interview, while Hillary Clinton offered to provide a supplemental sworn declaration. Comer's rejection comes ahead of a vote this week to hold the Clintons in contempt of Congress for not complying with the panel's subpoenas. Fulton County, Georgia officials say they will file a lawsuit in federal court against the FBI and Justice Department over a search at the county's election hub last week. The lawsuit calls the warrant illegal and demands the hundreds of boxes of ballots seized during the search be returned. And a judge cleared the way today for Denmark-based
when we needed to remodel our kitchen, we went to Angie and found a trustworthy pro who put so much love and care into it.
He treated it like it was his baby.
So when we needed a godfather for a baby, I couldn't trust anyone else.
Seriously?
No. Take them, go ahead. It is a blessing.
Connecting homeowners with skilled pros for over 30 years. Angie, the one you trust, find the ones you trust. Investing wasn't always easy.
Be grateful. Times have changed. With crypto at iTrust Capital, today's investing looks different, easier, smarter, secure, and with more options than ever. The future is already here. Open an account today at itrustcapital.com.
You play by the rules. Then things happen. Prices keep climbing. Every month, a new expense. And the debt adds up. So how do you face it? It starts with a call, then a plan. National Debt Relief will negotiate with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe. And just like that, you're back on track. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Connections are everywhere, across global markets and sectors. Some are harder to see. But when you work with Barclays Investment Bank, you get an integrated team of experts who connect you with the financial data, insights, and solutions to reveal new possibilities. Barclays, powering possible.
Become a smarter investor with CNBC Pro. Exclusive live events.
This is my first time at the stock exchange, and it's been awesome. To be on the floor, I just can't believe I'm here.
Become a CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
All right, could this year be the year of the small cap stock? We're certainly starting off that way. The S&P Small Cap 600 already up 7% this year, tripling the return of the NASDAQ 100. And that is not all. The Russell 2000 just beat the S&P 500 for more than 2 trading weeks in a row, something that has not happened in decades. Let's talk about that with your next guest, who's one of the kings of small caps, Francis Gannon, co-chief investment officer, Royce Investment Partners, one of the leading investment firms for small caps. Royce has been around since before small caps were invented, Francis, 1972. It's great to have you on. You got some picks. Before we get to individual names, though, you were showing me earlier some earnings growth estimates for small cap stocks.
Yeah.
They're 66% expected EPS gain this year. That's a monster number.
Well, you know the story. At the beginning of any year, the estimates are much higher than they'll turn out to be.
That'll come down a little bit.
But you have to also go back and look at what happened prior to that. Small caps had negative earnings in both 23 and 24, and for the first half of 25. And so you're just beginning to see a change in earnings. And so when we think about what's happening in the overall market, you're going to see a broadening of the overall market down to where small caps, which have been a neglected asset class over the past several years, but also broadening from an earnings perspective. And the earnings story is really what's going to propel small caps, I think, for a period of time here.
And we've had some head fakes, you can go into that, but when small caps really start to outperform, and this could be the RBI, random but interesting, you say they tend to perform or outperform for 10 years?
If you go back to the 1920s, and we use the Center for Research and Security Pricing at the University of Chicago, and what you find is when small caps start to lead, they tend to lead for a decade or more. And so we've been out of favor, obviously, for a period of time here, but the Russell 2000 has actually outperformed the Russell 1000 over the past year. And so we think you're at the beginning of what could be a prolonged cycle. I've referred to small caps as the forgotten asset class. Everybody's really doesn't even focus on the asset class because all they're doing is focusing on the upper end of the market. But if you're trying to find an asset class today, an equity asset class that is cheap from a valuation perspective, that has a great earnings story, that's really going to benefit from AI, productivity, and the accelerating economy, small caps are really how you should be positioning.
I'll go a step further. I'm mad at the small caps. I'd like to forget them because I had them as it was maybe 401k diversification or something, to your point. And they go nowhere and they go nowhere. Finally sell out of them last year. And what do? They go to an all-time high. And I'm looking at the performance of the small caps versus the triple Qs. And I go, I know I shouldn't buy the triple Qs when they're at all-time highs and the beta is so big, but maybe the high growth companies deserve the valuation for their superior returns over the past couple of decades versus the Russell 2000. I'm just curious if you...
I'm not going to argue with you on that one, but at the same token, I can introduce you to a lot of companies that have great cash flow statistics, of great earnings, great balance sheets that the market hasn't focused on, that are selling at much cheaper valuation.
Could you name names? Because in this case, people always say this about the Russell 2000, you've got to be careful because there's a lot of
crap.
Thank you. In the index.
Well, 43% of the index at the end of last year was comprised of non-earning companies.
Yeah.
But that also means that there's a lot of companies that do have earnings, right? So you have to kind of flip it around at times. Look, the small cap asset class has always been very diverse. I call it an evergreen asset class, but you have to focus on those better companies, I think, to do well over long periods of time. So a couple of names that I would focus on are names within the industrial space, economically sensitive or cyclical names that are going to benefit from some of these trends we're talking about, reshoring, reindustrialization in the United States. So look at companies like ESAB, which made an acquisition today. ESAB,
ESAB.
Involved in welding, etc.
Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
Oh no, is it?
Yes.
My parents were trying to move there for a long time.
No, yep. Maryland.
Was that Bethesda, Maryland?
It's in Maryland, correct.
Quaker Houghton
is in
Conshohocken.
Specialty chemicals manufacturer.
I inverted them.
You did, but that's okay.
Sư phụ mới post cái clip á, trong YouTube á. Người nào nãy miss á, thì vô YouTube click cái link YouTube đó mà xem, ok. Cái clip này sư phụ tốn rất nhiều thời gian để mà làm á.
Dạ em cảm ơn sư phụ.
Sư phụ đưa cái clip ở trong cái YouTube bữa nay sư phụ livestream hay sư phụ?
Không, cái phần hồi nãy á.
Nó nói về cái gì vậy sư phụ?
Nói về phân tích căn bản fundamental analysis cho những cái stock mà quen thuộc, những cái stock có earning tuần này với cái tách là botcom.
Dạ, cảm ơn sư phụ, tại nãy em làm em không nghe.
Cái thông tin này bạn chú bảo đảm với bạn, không có thầy Việt Nam nào dạy cho các bạn đâu, chú dám bảo đảm.
Sư phụ không bỏ vô cái bài học chứng khoán với sư phụ, lưu trong đó đi sư phụ.
Dạ đúng rồi sư phụ.
Em cũng đồng ý bỏ
những cái bài, những cái clip mà những cái sư phụ tạo ra đó, cứ bỏ vô bài học chứng khoán, tụi em cần cái gì là tụi em cứ chạy vô đó là tụi em học lại thôi, nó dễ hơn.
Rồi bỏ rồi đó.
Dạ em cảm ơn sư phụ.
Cảm ơn sư phụ.
Em kỳ trước có theo em có mua sách rồi có theo ông ông gọi là thạc sĩ tiến sĩ gì về chứng khoán của sư phụ. Rồi em nói thật cái nội dung mà ông trình bày á không có sâu sắc như sư phụ đâu. Sư phụ làm giống như một là nhà khoa học kinh tế
mà free. Cái quan trọng là
free. Đúng rồi, bởi vậy em thích lắm.
Nhưng mà nhiều người nghĩ free là giỏm, không thèm xem. Còn mà đi trả tiền 2.000 á, trả tiền 2.000 mới xem. Còn cái ông này ông dạy free là ông dạy giỏm.
Thôi sư phụ lấy 5.000 đi.
Sư phụ em nói cho em nghe.
Chắc mỗi cái clip mình phải chặt 5.000 ta mới chịu coi.
Sư phụ thấy không? Để sư phụ đó, ông trời ông cho mọi người cái free một cái thứ rất là miễn phí, đó là không khí với nước. Nhiều khi cũng như người ta không để ý đó sư phụ, nhưng mà cắt cái là coi như biến chết hết.
Gì nữa?
Dạ.
Không có nước, không có không khí là tiêu liền. Chính xác luôn. Nhưng mà họ không có appreciate cho đến khi mà họ cần.
Cho nên em nói vậy là sư phụ hiểu cái ý của sư phụ á. Sư phụ cho rất là nhiều những cái thứ mà nó là căn bản, nó là giống như là hơi thở, là nước kìa sư phụ.
Cuối giờ SPY nó lên mà sao mấy thằng semiconductor nó lại cắm đầu ta? Apple lên hôm nay 8 đồng luôn, ghê không?
Sao coi B những thứ đồng đồng xuống rồi?
Tại vì Bitcoin nó rớt.
Biết coi Robin Hood đó sư phụ.
Yeah. Bây giờ bắt đầu nó xả hàng hay sao?
PLGR nó cũng xuống rồi sư phụ.
Thằng nào?
Palantir sư phụ.
Nó xuống một chút cũng sao. Bây giờ mình tính cái long shadow 15 đồng mà. Mình gamble nếu mà nó ăn á, thì nó nhảy 15 đồng mình ăn, còn nếu nó thua là mình kết lót mình chạy. Còn không, thực sự ra ôm nào Palantir mình mua có mấy chục xe ôm nó thời gian cũng được, không sao, nó sẽ lên lại. Palantir là công ty tốt, chỉ có cái là nó đang bị đập từ 200 mấy, nó xuống coi như 25% so far đó, từ đỉnh cao của nó là 200 sao á, rồi xuống còn 150 là coi như nó rớt 25%. Thì mình mua nó cơ hội. Hả?
Microsoft cũng rớt nữa.
Đúng rồi, thì cái cơ hội mình mua mấy con này đó, mình swing là không có lỗ đâu, thời gian sau là lấy lại.
Microsoft em swing đó là hơn 3 tháng rồi sư phụ, từ cái earning trước cho tới giờ.
Ồ vậy hả?
Dạ, từ earning trước thấy nó biết earning nhưng mà sao rớt, cái là vô cái swing đó nó càng ngày càng rớt, cứ ôm tới giờ luôn, tới cái earning này cũng là the same, phải ôm luôn. Ôm nó từ chắc là 540 cho tới bây giờ. Nhưng mà cũng hơn nữa là mua lần ít mua nhiều.
Các bạn cứ thật lòng mà suy nghĩ. Các bạn coi cái clip đó xong rồi coi có thầy nào chỉ mấy cái đó không?
Đâu không có ai sư phụ ơi.
Có đâu.
Đa số cái thầy còn dạy là để trade của sư phụ.
Em coi những cái video clip và hiện giờ cũng coi những cái người mà giỏi mà họ nói là họ viết sách luôn á sư phụ, người Mỹ luôn á, mà cái nội dung không có sâu đâu sư phụ, trớt phải đánh Trung Quốc kìa.
Tại vì mấy cái thầy đó chủ yếu kiếm tiền anh, chứ không có phải là dạy bằng trái tim giống như sư phụ.
Providing some level of clarity
Ương
to
phụ của mình
investors.
á,
Initially, you did see the stock
mình ngồi ở góc bồ đề để mà giảng giải về chứng khoán cho mọi người, còn người ta là người ta ngồi ở trong cái đệm.
Yet, I mean, this seems like, to my earlier point, kind of a layering on of the risk that already, or maybe Larry Ellison is the honey badger. He just doesn't give a,
Well, listen, he's got a great track record, and he is considered by Silicon Valley a visionary. So I think right now the expectation is that if they're able to get this $50 billion debt and equity deal to the market and raise, that will be the last big raise they'll have to do for 2026. So in the meantime, the company can really focus on allocating the capital towards building out its data centers. The other concern right now, Brian, is how tied Oracle is to OpenAI. About $300 billion of its $523 billion remaining performance obligations, its backlog, is tied to this one company. So in addition to this specific fundraising that we're watching, we're also keeping a very close eye on OpenAI's latest fundraise and how that goes and what that tells us about its ability to support all the commitments it has with Oracle.
This NVIDIA news then, or not news, this NVIDIA report from the journal that maybe they might scale back that 100 billion. There is an Oracle angle then in all that as well, I would assume.
Exactly, and I think that perhaps is why you're seeing the stock move lower, in addition to this whole idea that existing shareholders will be diluted with this latest financing round. But again, if the OpenAI deal is considered not as big as the market expects, that does raise some open questions around its ability to fund those commitments to many other partners, including Oracle.
Open questions on OpenAI. And I feel like there might be many. Seema Modi, thank you. There's 58 billion reasons that you should care about a deal in the energy space. We'll tell you about it. Thanks.
In a world of uncertainty and disruption, how will your investments stay resilient? We've been navigating change for 125 years, always looking forward, anticipating risks, and trusted to manage over $1 trillion in assets worldwide, solving for the needs of investors today and tomorrow. That's the power of Nuveen.
Something amazing is happening here. Teams have more power to withstand outages. That's because CDW Solutions architects are building more resilient IT and electrical infrastructures with Schneider Electric. With EcoCare remote monitoring services and 24/7 support, Your organization has the power to do more than keep the lights on. Make amazing. Schneider Electric and CDW.
My dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
If you still haven't heard about Mott & Bow's jeans, you are missing out. Mott & Bow is the #1 premium denim company in comfort and style. Their jeans have dynamic stretch technology to provide absolute flexibility and make them perfect for everyday wear. The denim comes from some of the best denim mills in the world, so their jeans look great and last a very long time. They are probably the most comfortable jeans you'll ever wear. Head on over to mottandbow.com for the perfect balance of fit, style, and comfort.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No,
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. Select Quote. We shop. You save. I need to find a Valentine's gift fast.
Just don't know what to do, so I went to 1-800-Flowers.com.
Whoa. Wow.
Seriously, wow.
Look at these flowers.
You're gonna wow.
Happy Valentine's.
1-800-Flowers.com. Guaranteed to wow.
Mấy cái clip dạy option, DJ, dạy nhảy lầu á thì 30-40 ngàn view. Còn cái clip sư phụ mới làm là rất là giá trị về FE, nhưng mà chung cao lắm chừng 500 view à. Bảo đảm cả tổ vợ không có hơn 500 view đâu. Tại vì cái topic này nó boring quá, không? FE không ai thèm nghe. Cái clip nào anh nào mà nói về option, trời ơi nhiều view lắm. Nó toàn là mấy con đường nhảy lầu không. Yeah, nhưng mà anyway á, là chị muốn là có những người nào họ đang lang bang trên thị trường chứng khoán á, để họ có cơ hội họ vào họ học, phải không? Nhưng mà mình không có view nhiều, mình không có subscribe nhiều á, thì cái YouTube algorithm á, nó không có quảng bá cái kênh ra, hiểu không? Thì nhiều khi người ta search người ta không thấy. Còn những cái kênh nào như là million subscriber mình search nó ra liền à. Hay là cái kênh nào có cả 100.000 subscriber đó thì lúc mà họ search á, mấy cái đó nó hiện ra trước. Còn những người nào mà subscribe ít đó, nó hiện ra sau. Mục đích vậy thôi chứ còn không phải là kiếm view. Nhưng mà nhiều subscribe á, thì nó lúc mà search cái engine á, nó đưa những cái người nhiều subscribe lên trước. Còn những người mà ít subscribe đó, nó để tốt thì sau, nhiều khi người ta không thấy. Cái mục đích subscriber là cái algorithm của YouTube nó làm việc như vậy đó.
Dạ không biết chuyện gì mà thằng SPY nó rớt xuống một cái nhiều.
Không biết chuyện gì market nó rớt đi sư phụ.
What happened? Rớt cả đám luôn. Ghê vậy. Tin tức gì không? Bởi vì mấy thằng CNBC nó ngồi trả mấy 5-6 triệu đô một năm mà nó ngồi nói chuyện trên trời đất, nó không có đưa mình mấy cái news nóng ha. Là có đánh chiến tranh gì không? Ông Trump có đánh ai không? Không thấy, bàn Singapore không thấy news gì hết. Là chỉ là một hình thức cho nó short, nó đánh S&P. Wow. Lên lại liền. Vài nó lên lại. Đây là đánh SFT rồi, đánh nguyên một dàn xuống luôn, xong nó nến xanh quay trở lên lại liền. Đây là hiện tượng của SFT á.
Anh Tú.
Yeah.
Bữa nay anh Tú sẽ nào cái C12 update hả anh Tú?
Sao?
Anh Tú sẽ nào cái C12 update version 12 hả?
Đúng rồi, tại vì cái Hưng sửa lại hai cái lỗi á. Nó không khác gì nhiều đâu, nhưng mà Hưng muốn update cái 12 cho mọi người. Giờ cái C12 là cái version 12, hiện tại bây giờ là 12 nha. Như là sửa mấy cái bug. Vậy cái swing hay sao, sửa cái phần swing gì đó không biết.
Vậy cái Blue Angel không còn hả sư phụ?
Còn sao chứ? Sao không còn được? Blue Angel đâu liên quan gì đâu.
Em vô em không có nhìn thấy, em coi lại. Thank you sư phụ. Để em check lại sư phụ. Còn cái version mới là mình phải vô invite only today hả sư phụ?
Dạ.
Em không biết mới ra hả sư phụ?
Dạ. Dùng cái 11 cũng được, cái 12 nó chỉ sửa 1-2 cái bug, cũng không có đáng kể, nhưng mà tại vì sửa mấy cái bug thôi. Đánh cái drum, nến độ everywhere, giờ nó hơi có nến xanh lại. Apple nó vẫn lên 9 đồng mấy luôn rồi, ghê dễ sợ không? Apple hôm nay lên mạnh.
Sư phụ cho em hỏi câu hỏi chút rồi thưa.
Dạ hỏi đấy.
Sáng giờ mắt làm nó không có vô nghe sư phụ được, mà không hiểu sao lúc tối trước khi đi ngủ là thấy market nó rớt đỏ lắm, mà bây giờ nó xanh quá trời. Có tin gì vậy sư phụ?
Thì đó, thì bởi vậy mọi người không có chịu. Hôm qua Tú làm recap mà không có chịu xem. Thật ra mỗi lần mà Tú làm clip á, mọi người phải xem liền để mà có những cái thông tin up to date. Cái recap hôm qua là Tú đã làm chiều hôm qua đó là dầu hỏa, tiền lời.
Sáng mình mới hỏi sư phụ nó đi câu y chang của anh luôn.
Thành ra mọi người phải xem mấy cái clip chịu khó, xem mấy clip. Khi Tú post một cái clip, các bạn vô bấm cái notification. Mỗi lần Tú post cái clip nó có báo cho các bạn không? Có biết cách set không?
Không thấy báo sư phụ.
Sư phụ.
Khi nào sư phụ có nói gì?
Có sư phụ.
Hả? Phú nói sao?
Có hết đó sư phụ.
Trong email
em có.
Email
notification có hết sư phụ.
Làm sao có? Chỉ cho cái cô đó đi. Biết cách làm không?
Để em vô em coi thử. Cái anh gì anh muốn là notification ở trong Discord hay là trong
YouTube?
YouTube sư phụ.
YouTube.
Trong YouTube đó hả? Cực kỳ đơn giản, anh dưới cái chỗ ngay chỗ cái chuông đó, anh bấm cái chỗ chuông mà ở trên đó là
Ok, mọi người mọi người nhìn trên màn ảnh nè. Đây là cái kênh của Formosa TV. Ok. Thứ nhất là mình bấm subscribe, tại vì Tú subscribe rồi. Thấy có cái bell không? Bấm cái bell. Bấm cái bell thì khi mà anh này mà anh update một cái clip đó, nó sẽ báo cho mình biết. Là lập tức mình vô mình xem liền. Là mình không có bị trễ. mà mấy người phải subscribe, mà muốn subscribe á, các bạn phải sign up cái account cho YouTube. Nhiều người không chịu sign account YouTube và không có subscribe được. Mấy cái điều này các bạn phải làm, tại vì mình thời buổi này mình phải dùng YouTube nhiều đấy. Mình xem những cái channel nào ví dụ về bác sĩ, về nấu ăn, về gì đó, về travel, thì mình subscribe cái channel đó để mà khi mà họ ra cái clip mới họ báo cho mình biết. Bây giờ nếu mà bạn bấm cái bell á, là khi mà Tú làm một cái clip là nó sẽ báo cho bạn biết, bạn vô bạn xem. Hiểu chưa nói không? Để mà đừng có trễ. Nhỡ trong cái clip Tú nói mua cái gì, mua cái gì, cái giờ này bạn mới xem là trễ rồi. Bạn lỡ trứng đo rồi. Đấy. Thì rất là đơn giản. Bạn đi làm hay không đi làm doesn't matter. Bạn lấy cái headphone. Đấy, bạn bật cái channel của Tú, bạn để một headphone, sếp đâu biết mình nghe gì đâu. Bạn có thể nghe được rồi, nếu thấy không quan trọng thì thôi, nếu quan trọng thì nghe tiếp. Ví dụ vậy. Tại vì những cái gì Tú đưa ra không phải là having fun. Những cái thông tin Tú đưa ra là để cho các bạn make money chứ không phải là having fun. Thành ra rất là những cái gì mà Tú làm YouTube là quan trọng hết đó. Chứ không, nếu không quan trọng Tú sẽ không làm. Được cho nói không? Thành ra cái recap ngày hôm qua là Tú nói cái gì? Tú nói có 4 cái điều mà làm cho thị trường chứng khoán rớt, là thị trường chứng khoán Shanghai nó bị halted hôm thứ Sáu, bởi vì tụi nó mua bán silver với vàng nhiều quá, cái thị trường chứng khoán nó ngừng trade luôn. Điều thứ hai là cái tiền lời yield bond là 4.35. Nếu hôm nay nó dưới là market nó sẽ bullish, mà nó lên trên hơn 4.35 là market nó sẽ bearish. Điều thứ ba là ông Trump ông sẽ đập thằng Iran là market nó sẽ rớt. Đấy, thì dầu hỏa 70 đồng một barrel. Nếu ngày hôm nay nó lên 80, stock nó sẽ rớt. Nhưng mà hôm nay bạn check dầu hỏa WTI á, nó xuống giá. Tại vì ông Trump ông nói là ông sẽ hòa giải với tụi Iran, không đánh. Rồi tiền lời bây giờ nhiêu? Thay vì 4.55 bây giờ nó chỉ có 4.27, tức là tiền lời 10 bond yield nó xuống. Đấy. Thì dựa vào những yếu tố đó và cái thị trường chứng khoán Shanghai hôm nay nó tối hôm qua là sáng của mình đấy, thì nó có rớt nữa không? Không, nó rớt có 71 điểm thôi. Tức là 4 điều kiện mà Tú nói nó không xảy ra. Nếu nó xảy ra thì market nó crash ngày hôm nay. Nhưng mà nó không xảy ra thì hôm nay nó từ cái future nó là cái down nó trừ 400 điểm. Đến lúc 6:30 bắt đầu chợ mở cửa, những cái tin tức nó không ra. Nó tạo cái bullish sentiment cho market lên. Ok, bây giờ mình nhắc nè. Vô CNBC mình check cái bond nè, market bond đây đây, bond. Ok, 10 năm bond là nhiêu? 4.27. Ngày hôm qua đó, lúc mà Tú làm cái livestream là 4.35. 4.35 so với 4.27 là nó giảm, là market nó sẽ lên. The bullish. Không phải chỉ vì lý do này nha, một trong những lý do market nó bullish. Nếu mà tiền lời bây giờ là 4.4 là market nó không xanh đâu. Nếu ông Trump đánh Iran nó cũng không xanh luôn, mà ông không đánh mà lại giảng hòa nữa. Oil commodity không biết nó có không? Oil nó xuống, commodity future commodity ở đây. Brent oil 66 đồng một barrel. Ok, lúc mà Tú làm livestream đó, nó là 7 triệu đồng, tức là tiền cái giá xăng nó rớt. Right. Vàng rớt là tóc lên. Ngày hôm nay vàng nó rớt. Thì tất cả những cái điều kiện ấy cộng lại nó làm cho market từ đỏ thành xanh. Là trong cái recap tôi nói rất là rõ ràng luôn. Nên ra các bạn muốn make money, các bạn phải chịu khó xem cái clip. Thấy mà tôi post là xem liền. Không thôi là bạn lỡ cái chuyến đò, bạn miss the boat. Ok chưa gái? Chịu khó xem. Tú không có rảnh đâu mà Tú làm cái clip mà không có giá trị. cho các bạn kiếm cái tiền, hiểu không? Thành ra những cái clip Tú làm là giúp bạn make money, bạn phải chịu khó xem càng sớm càng tốt. Cho dù mình bận bịu thì tìm cách xem sao cho nó lẹ để mình biết mình đưa ra cái plan mình trade. Nhấn cái notification bell, nó giống cái chuông này đó, bấm cái đó, subscribe channel xong bấm cái đó là mỗi lần mà Tú update là nó báo cho bạn biết cái Tú mới update cái clip mới.
Ở trong Discord mỗi lần sư phụ bỏ gì lên nó cũng hiện lên đó sư phụ.
Dạ.
Cũng báo.
Đó, ăn thua là có chịu xem hay không thôi. Tại vì tôi biết là không xem, tại vì cái số lượng view rất là ít. Bạn vô trong YouTube channel bạn coi có bao nhiêu view, rất là ít luôn, 100, 200, 300 view là cùng à. Đa số họ thích nghe day trade hơn, còn những cái Tú nói nó boring, nó chán mà không muốn nghe. Còn day trade nó action hơn, day trade option đó, họ nghe nhiều hơn.
And charts across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition from the original place to trade online.
It's on the bucket list. It's part of the plan. You're a power investment. You're working this plan. But this is so... You're on the bottom, sister.
Get good at money so you could be a little bat.
PLTR ấn tượng market mới hơn nền hạnh tu.
Clearly, you've been too busy to get life insurance.
Well, getting life insurance is such a pain.
Not Ethos. It's all online. Takes like 10 minutes. It's affordable too.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
BriaCell is in its final phase 3 trial for metastatic breast cancer, offering patients cutting-edge immunotherapy. With a novel platform technology targeting multiple cancers, BriaCell is shaping the future of cancer care. BriaCell.
So many in-network doctors on ZocDoc.
Mom, we need you to focus. We need snacks.
Oh, Dr. Vassell is comforting and didn't rush me. And he can see me today. Books.
We're losing.
You've got options. Download the ZocDoc today.
Sư phụ.
This is so...
Yeah.
Giữ Apple mai bán được không sư phụ, hay là phải bán? Tại vì em mua trong Fidelity á, em mai phải đi công chuyện. Apple nó ăn lên quá chừng.
Có lời là đủ thỏa mãn là bán đi.
Thank you sir.
Đêm dài lắm Mộc. Biết tối nay ông Trump ông đập thằng Iran sao? Mày biết được đúng không? Có lời là chạy.
Dạ. Tại em mua lâu lắm rồi. Em mua từ lúc nó rớt tàn nó rớt hoài. Bây giờ nó lên là hôm nay nó mới chịu lên được.
Dạ, thì mình có lời làm bán thôi.
Cảm ơn sư phụ.
AI infrastructure that enables AI to go from the labs into the world. This is about the AI industrial revolution arriving. Yeah. It's a very big deal.
Well, Christina Partenovelos is here with more. I guess this comes down to a couple of words: partnership, commitment. One, maybe not the other. Explain.
Very good point, because there's a lot of words that have been said, but it's a little confusing because NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang really just spent the weekend in Taipei doing damage control, literally a swarm of reporters on the street in Taipei, and he was reassuring investors that NVIDIA will, quote, make a huge investment in OpenAI, potentially the largest investment we've ever made. That was a quote from him. But he also clarified that the $100 billion figure that's been reported was, quote, never a commitment for OpenAI. And those comments really came after the Wall Street Journal reported that NVIDIA's proposed up to $100 billion investment in OpenAI has stalled, or you can see on your screen, is on ice. Jensen announced the deal, like you said on your show, in September, and the plan really called for deploying 10 gigawatts of data center capacity in phases. So NVIDIA would give $10 billion per phase. But NVIDIA's November filing disclosed, quote, there is no assurance that we will enter into a definitive agreement. And then in December, the CFO, Colette Kress, confirmed at a UBS conference that there was no definitive agreement that had been signed and that projected revenue from OpenAI wasn't even included in the company's forward guidance. So potentially, to your point, Scott, the largest investment ever for NVIDIA, but, quote, never a commitment thus far.
It's an interesting story being talked about a lot today. Stay with us, too, because there are potential implications as well for OpenAI, obviously. Kate Rooney's following that money for us. Kate?
So, Scott, yeah, a lot hinges on this for OpenAI. I'm hearing some pushback from the OpenAI camp. Sources there are telling me the NVIDIA OpenAI deal that we've been talking about, they say it's still actively being discussed. I would also point to some math on this. So Christina mentioned the tranches, $10 billion in multiple sort of packages here. They also told me a person close to the OpenAI group said that $50 billion is sort of what you look at per gigawatt. 35 billion of that goes to NVIDIA. So they are strategically aligned. Also mentioned the equity round, and we've been reporting it could be up to $100 billion. You got Amazon also there, SoftBank likely to participate there, and NVIDIA is still likely to put in equity checks here. And as Jensen said, they're still backing them. But the real question is the deal that they announced back in the fall. We also, Scott, I talked earlier about some of the journal reporting about financial discipline. Jensen reportedly, according to the journal, they're citing sources sort of criticizing OpenAI for what he talks about, lack of financial discipline is sort of how he phrased it. And then also competition. I would say those are the two things from that report that are getting a lot of attention from tech investors. Obviously, Jensen Huang is just such a respected big name here, close partner to OpenAI. We have not confirmed that reporting, but those would be the two things, just the sort of behind the scenes conversation, I think, that are catching people's attention. Mentions Google, mentions Anthropic at a time when OpenAI, we have reported, is looking to go public as soon as the end of this year. Competition is obviously top of mind for a lot of investors.
Yeah, there's obviously good water cooler drama in this piece that is being, as you said, widely discussed today. You stay with me too. I want to bring in Alex Kantrowitz of Big Technologies, also a CNBC contributor. First thought of you to opine here. Anything to see here in your mind?
Yeah, I don't think this is good for OpenAI. And if you think about the words that Jensen used in the fall compared to the words that he's using now, it's definitely a pullback. No matter what the camps say, they might say everything is hunky-dory. It's a real shift. In September, the press release said that NVIDIA intends to invest $100 billion in OpenAI. Now Jensen is saying OpenAI invited us to invest $100 billion, and we'll evaluate it step by step. So I think we knew from the outset there was no firm signature on this deal, that it would be something that they evaluate as they go on. But there definitely seems to be less of as has been mentioned already, a commitment and a concrete belief that from NVIDIA that they will fulfill all $100 billion. And for OpenAI, I don't think that's a good sign. And it does come down to the fact that the company, when this deal was signed, was doing great. It was out in front. Now there's been a lot of competition. Anthropic comes in with Claude Code. Google comes in with Gemini 3. All of a sudden, you're not really sure if you're betting on the winner. And that's what I think we're seeing with NVIDIA.
What do you make, though, AK, about the other comment allegedly made, according to their sources, journals, about a lack of discipline at OpenAI? You have thoughts on that? You must.
I do. My perspective is if you think about what OpenAI is doing, they're going after so many different markets. You have the device that's coming with that big investment with Johnny Ive. You have an enterprise bet. You have a consumer bet. There's bets everywhere for OpenAI. I think that might be interpreted within NVIDIA as a lack of focus. It'd be one thing if it was leading in every single discipline, but when you see other companies, for instance, Anthropic going ahead with Claude Code or Google with this very competitive model with Gemini, that's when you start to say, do you need to be making all these sprawling bets or do you need to focus? Because you could ask OpenAI, what is your bread and butter? And it's not 100% clear what their winning horse is going to be. So that's how I read it.
Kate, how would you respond to that?
Interesting something Alex said there about the perceived lack of focus. I would say the DNA of this company has been a focus on the consumer. We have seen just such a pivot from them and sort of a broadening of the scope here, wanting to win in enterprise and really wanting to compete with Anthropic and say, these big businesses are a lot stickier, they're higher margin. And Sarah Fryer, we heard in Davos talking about wanting that to be a 50-50 split versus about 80-20 if you look at a couple of years ago. So they have kind of changed the scope of the business, I think, to adapt to the realities of needing to generate more revenue, needing to make this profitable. If their winning horse in the beginning was consumer, I think there has been a realization that you can't necessarily win with people paying $20 a month. You've got to make sure you're winning on enterprise as well. And then the other thing that comes to mind, Scott, just dog years. We think back to the fall when the perception was that OpenAI was so ahead. Things changed so quickly. This has been a material change in the competitive landscape in just a few months here. So I would say, not to count anybody out. I think it's interesting to see how quickly things change. You might feel new entrants come in. We've talked about open source models. So by the time this company goes public, I would just prepare people that so much can change in this landscape, but it adds a lot of pressure to these guys because Google's, seen as winning, Anthropic's seen as winning. Not necessarily that OpenAI is not, but you just have to really be ready for kind of the race to continue and people to sort of move up and down, in a matter of days.
Yeah, Christina, important to underscore as well, I think, and then very important to make the point as you did, and Jensen Huang did as well, that NVIDIA, are still going to be significant investors into OpenAI. This is just a very, very large number, and maybe some things have changed.
Well, Alex raised a good point. They have changed. We reported this in November and then in December that NVIDIA actually never signed a concrete agreement with OpenAI. So we have Jensen promising they're going to invest. I have no doubt in that, but I don't think even from day one we were ever going to get close to that $100 billion level because of those various tranches. I think the reaction in the stock, though, is a little bit concerning, down 2%. We know the stock has been range bound ever since it last 8 months. It hit an all-time high on October 29th at just a little bit over $210. But why are people treating this as negative when we know NVIDIA has the cash flow? OpenAI orders wouldn't be included in their guidance. The CFO confirmed that at a UBS conference just in November. So is it just an opportunity to get into the other high-flying memory names, storage names, optical names, or is this really something that's going to affect NVIDIA estimates, EPS estimates in the near term, which I don't think so. So I don't know if the market reaction is warranted.
I think of a couple other things, Alex. It was never a commitment. Whether, in some respects, the cart's been put before the horse on thinking about these pledges or agreements or, memorandums of understanding and just assuming that all of this money is going to be shown, right? We say, show me the money. Whether it is actually going to come to fruition, whether there are other non-commitments floating out there that could change. It also makes me think about the circularity of some of these things, and one break in the chain can be a problem for more than one party.
That's correct. Well, that's always been the worry around the AI trade, or one of the main worries, is that we've seen these big numbers. For instance, OpenAI's intent to spend more than $1 trillion on the infrastructure build out. And then the question has been how much of that is real, how much of that can be reneged on. And when you have a company like NVIDIA with a big number that they came out, remember, in the press release initially in the fall, they said they intended to spend that $100 billion. Now they say, maybe not. we'll just evaluate it bit by bit. That does start to throw in the entire number into question, because you say, okay, if NVIDIA can do this, how many other deals are there out there that have some element in them where it's possible that OpenAI won't actually end up fulfilling that promise. Now, I do think they're going to end up getting a ton of money. It looks like they're going to raise, in the neighborhood of $100 billion in this new round. But I do think the number that NVIDIA does put in this round is going to be very important, because it's going to signal how far and how strongly behind OpenAI that company is. So we're going to see pretty soon what that looks like.
The other thing, Kate, I suppose, is as you've been talking about and reporting on this race to go public, if it is in fact a race between OpenAI and Anthropic, once you go public, we get to see everything, for better or worse. You get to see everything.
I have a feeling you have a clearer picture of what the financials actually are, what money's real, what expectation versus reality. I think, Scott, that's a great point. The prospectus, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be excited to dive into what that actually looks like on a various, whichever OpenAI or Anthropic ends up going first. I think the profitability, the kind of how unprofitable these companies are, gross margins, or just there's so many questions on the extent of how unprofitable these are. And, Sarah Fryer has talked about some of this compute spending really going straight to revenue and saying that there is a direct translation. It makes sense. They've thought through it. I would also just point out the amount of leverage that NVIDIA seems to have in all of this. OpenAI is really central to this AI ecosystem. I think it's a great point, Alex, that they are really tied to everybody now. So they're central to this AI economy and really the global economy at this point. They've really tried to sort of diversify away from NVIDIA as well. You've got AMD, you've got a lot of other partnerships that they're trying to kind of strike. So you wonder if this sort of forces them to also look outside NVIDIA and kind of increase the diversification when it comes to sort of their chip supply and what that actually looks like. But maybe it seems to have the last word on that.
I'm sorry. Last word, Christina, on that point. Everybody's tied to everybody. And diversifying your stream of revenue around a little bit may not be such a bad thing.
And then you could say the same thing for investors too, which is why so many of them have pulled out of compute names like NVIDIA and Broadcom. But for NVIDIA does have all the leverage, to Kate's point. There's no doubt about that with every partnership they have. I do believe that we're starting to see in the end of 2025, 2026, really for investors, the diversification away from the high-flying compute names, and even AMD getting more love as of late compared to just last year alone. So it's an opportunity to seek out. I just wonder how much more upside when you're looking at all of these memory names, you're looking at all these storage names, and NVIDIA still has two catalysts. You have February 25th, the earnings, and then GTC on March 16th, where I'm sure we'll hear more about just the production and ramps and everything like that, which should be a good catalyst for the stock.
Oh, yeah. All right. Great stuff. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for that. We'll talk to all of you soon. Kate, Christina, and AK. We're getting some news out of D.C. Emily Wilkins has that for us now. Em, what's up?
Hey, Scott, well, we are on shutdown watch right now. And now we have President Donald Trump, who is weighing in, telling lawmakers that they need to go ahead and pass that funding bill ASAP and get it to his desk to end the shutdown. This, of course, comes as a number of Republicans have voiced concerns with the bill, that it doesn't do enough when it comes to funding the Department of Homeland Security. Others are saying that they're not going to support it unless it includes language that would allow for stricter voter ID requirements. And basically what Trump is saying in this brand new Truth Social is, hey, put all that to the side right now. We'll get to some of it later. Right now, we just need to reopen the government again. This, of course, coming just a little bit after the Bureau of Labor Statistics announcing that they are not going to be putting out job numbers on Friday because of the impacts of the shutdown, and they will reschedule a new date as soon as the government reopens. That could happen as soon as tomorrow afternoon, but it is likely going to take either all Republicans being able to vote and move together, or some Democrats potentially crossing the aisle, and neither of those at this point are a guarantee. Scott?
All right, Emily, thank you. Emily Wilkins still ahead. We dig into Disney. Why is that stock selling off today despite record earnings? It's down almost 7%. We'll answer the question next.
Running a successful delivery company has taught me something. You're only as good as your tools. We have AT&T Business, and that's why we're the best.
Weird. You're weird. There's nothing here.
Just trust the connection. What? You guys are early. Yeah, I like that. Get your signature there.
There. You guys thirsty? I just made some lemonade.
Really warm in here. Like a good warm. You know, my phone still works down here. It's crazy. Began this vision is growing to a leading platform, serving institutional investors, exchanges, and financial institutions around the globe.
The work that we're doing in digital assets, a vision about how do you change the future.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Goldman Sachs Active ETFs. Designed to deliver outcomes. Driven by more than 150 years of rigor. Not just active, relentless.
The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. That's right, they will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-973-9741 now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-9741.
Breaking earnings news. Disney, Pfizer, Alphabet, Amazon. Market reaction. Expert analysis. Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
President Trump reached out to Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren. It almost sounds like a Saturday Night Live skit. I was surprised. I did not recognize the phone number.
Did you save the number into your contacts?
Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
Welcome back. Just showed you before the break shares of Disney falling after reporting very strong results. Julia Borston joins us now with more. Why is the question?
Well, Disney reported a solid earnings beat, a slightly smaller revenue beat, but despite beating on the top and bottom line, the company only reaffirmed its full year guidance and did not raise that full year guidance. Now, the key reason for the stock's decline today seems to be disappointing fiscal second quarter guidance, including warning of international tourism headwinds for the domestic parks. Wolf Research saying, quote, the explanation regarding international visitation was somewhat vague. It didn't help that the company eliminated more disclosure regarding their entertainment segment that some may have expected. Going on to say, quote, the company didn't handle today as well as they might have. Disney did say streaming revenues and operating income were strong. They did not break out subscriber numbers or details, but they said that bundling their streaming services is successfully reducing churn. They're working to roll out new vertical and short form video as part of the app. But now the focus turns to the succession race. Sources tell us Disney board is meeting this week to vote on a successor to CEO Bob Iger. CFO Hugh Johnson telling us today that Disney has momentum for whoever takes over. Back over to you, Scott.
Okay, Julia, thank you. Julia Borston still ahead of standpoint. Michelle Ross breaks down her biotech playbook for the year ahead. Where is the opportunity? Sector's not doing all that well after being strong in 2025. We'll ask her why.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Dad has never been in better shape. He had a stroke and passed away. He had a life insurance policy. Ethos.com. In 10 minutes, you can be covered with life insurance.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants. I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last.
Their Choice Smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
You start a small business thinking, I got this. Then comes the bookkeeping and you think, I'll catch up later. But later turns into never. Now your books are behind. But they don't have to be. Call Zendu, know your numbers, lose the stress. No more excuses. Just real bookkeeping. Zendu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses.
Be on CNBC's Disruptor 50 list? Is your startup shattering boundaries, picking up industries? Scan this code or go to cnbc.com/disruptors to apply before February 23rd.
This is where we go.
One of late 2025's best areas of the market, off to a very slow start in the new year. For more on why biotech is taking a breather and where the best opportunities may lie, let's welcome in Michelle Ross of StemPoint Capital. It's good to see you.
Very nice to see you too.
The last conversation we had was like, wow, this trade is unbelievable.
Yeah,
it is back. You said it was back. Everybody thought it was back. What's going on?
I think this is a very healthy pause. I don't think fundamentals have really broken at all. I think we're seeing exactly what we want to see out of companies. I think there may have been a little enthusiasm that went into the new year with the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. We typically do get a deal or two announced at that time. And I think you're seeing some of the more, robust thinking that those names were going to go, not transact. Maybe they pulled back a little bit.
Is it fair to say that maybe there was just a lot of pull forward? And now it's time to actually see the results of why the stocks had advanced so much?
So it's interesting. I think it's kind of a bifurcation of that thinking. A lot of the data that we had seen over the last 6 months was best in class. This was first in class and best in class, as we like to say. This was truly transformational to the markets and to patients, more importantly. And I think the question is going to be, does this go into the hands of an acquirer, or do these companies grow on their own, which is actually something that allows you to look at both sides of the coin here and say, if these companies are acquired, there is a benefit to the pharmaceutical complex here. And if they're not, I think they grow into the next leaders in the space as well.
I think maybe you tell me, you know better than me, obviously, the trajectory of interest rates has changed a bit since the latter part of last year. We thought that lower rates are obviously better for these companies which need as much capital as they can get their hands on to R&D and trials and everything like that. Is that having an impact?
They're intertwined to a degree. And I would say that biotech, in my mind, and I think many people who are investing in the space believe it's really built on three fundamental core tenets. One is the actual data and the science, and we haven't had much in the last month or so of new data sets that we're waiting for that are coming later in the quarter. The second is the FDA, a strong regulatory environment. I think we're still understanding what is happening at the agency right now. And the third, and potentially most important for long duration capital, is the payer system, what the government wants to do and how they're going to pay for these new drugs. I think what we saw at the kind of middle point of last year was questions on all three of those core tenets of biotech. And you did see that coiled spring effect as each and every one of those pieces kind of improved to some degree. So along with interest rates, which I think are very healthy for the system, you are seeing very, very strong companies that don't actually need to go to the capital markets to raise, and therefore the interest rate breakdown may occur a little bit more in how much they are connected.
So you're focused on a couple of significant areas.
Yes.
Best in class for treatment of disease.
Yes.
Which you always have been, and you tell us about various, diseases, rare or otherwise, where you are keenly and highly focused on the companies that are working on treatments for all of that, especially around cancer, immunology, and metabolic disease.
Yes.
Like, which companies are at the forefront on your list?
So there's three companies that I think in the next year to year and a half are going to be launching what we believe are first in class and best in class. The first is RevMed. Revolution Medicine. They have a new treatment for pancreatic cancer that we think is above and beyond what the market currently is using as a standard of care. This is a company that, whether or not they are acquired in the cancer oncology space, we think they will do a phenomenal job on the launch of this drug in the coming quarters.
Is this the one that we've heard a lot about recently?
Yes.
With this breakthrough?
There's the breakthrough that came out, and then you probably have heard it also because of the rumors that started in the media. There have been a number of press pieces that have come out in the Wall Street Journal and others saying that there may have been interest in Revolution Medicine because of how strong the potential of this drug and the opportunity is.
Abivax
is another. So in immunology, it's a huge space that has seen a lot of changes dependent on the patent expiration that is set to come. We do need to be able to fill what we call the loss of exclusivity or the patent cliff that is about to transpire, and something like an Abivax with an oral pill to be used in an area like colitis, ulcerative colitis, in patients who have been what we call refractory. They're not responding to current treatment. This would be a revolutionary type of treatment.
Last one, what's Scholar Rock? I don't think we talked about that in the past.
Scholar Rock is a drug for a rare disease called spinal muscular atrophy, SMA. They have a drug that uses a specific target called myostatin. It affects the muscle. That potential launch in the coming year, we believe, would be a step change in the way those patients are treated and seen in other neuromuscular disorders going forward.
All right. It's great to talk to you always. You make us smarter about this space. Michelle, thanks.
Always happy to be here.
All right, Michelle
Thanks
Ross.
so
Up
much.
next, we're tracking the biggest movers into this close today. The bell's back after this.
The 1986 to 2021 United States Silver Eagle, the first ever U.S. silver dollar minted in 99.9% pure silver and is the best-selling coin in the world. These original and historic silver dollars have ceased production forever. That's right, they will never be minted again. For a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck silver dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of original U.S. silver dollar coins featuring Lady Liberty and the heraldic eagle, never to be struck again. Guaranteed. Call now to secure original United States Silver Eagles by the pound. The first U.S. silver dollars ever to be struck in 99.9% pure silver. Plus, receive a free bonus, an American Collector's Pack valued at over $40 and free shipping with every order. Call 1-800-973-9741 now now to secure your full pound bag of United States Silver Eagle coins before they are gone. That's 1-800-973-9741.
You know, WeatherTech isn't just for new cars. No matter how old or new your car is, it deserves WeatherTech. With laser measured protection for practically every car on the road, we've got you covered. Because messes don't care what year your car is. Whatever you're driving, we got it. We got it. We got it. Got it. We got it. We got it. Oh, we got it. No matter what year your vehicle is, it deserves WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection today at WT.com or WeatherTech. You know we got it.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 70 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did it in just one day.
And at a price we can afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-316-5030. What if you can be part of a breakthrough? Every year, 300,000 to 500,000 men in the U.S. are living with advanced stage prostate cancer, many with an added challenge, heart disease. Current approved hormone therapies may strain the heart, but what if there was a better option? Medicus Pharma, pioneers of the revolutionary skin cancer patch, aims to deliver cardio-sparing prostate cancer therapy, targeting a $4 billion market. Medicus Pharma, pioneering cardio-oncology.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
BriaCell is in its final phase 3 trial for metastatic breast cancer, offering patients cutting-edge immunotherapy. With a novel platform technology targeting multiple cancers, BriaCell is shaping the future of cancer care. BriaCell.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop. You save.
I'm Boomer Esiason. The best time to protect your family is before you need to. I lost my mom as a kid, and we didn't have that safety net. Ethos lets you get life insurance in minutes, 100% online, no medical exam.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
I always wanted to teach money management, and that's why we created this club.
He speaks to you in a very relatable manner.
It's great for new investors. It's great for seasoned investors.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join Cairo 7 News. Live, starting at 4. It's news that puts you there.
We've been moved back as they continue to investigate
News that's happening now, so you're ready. Rain increases in intensity. News that investigates to get you answers.
Hey Chief, this is Dee Dee calling with Cairo 7.
News that's local, because where you live matters.
Reporting in Buffalo.
In Linwood, in Cairo Way. In Tacoma.
In Everett. In Renton. No more. No now. With Cairo 7 News. Live, starting at 4.
The Chevy Equinox and all-electric Equinox EV. It's your choice. Either the adventure-bound, game day ready, and safety-forward Equinox, or the long-range, tech-packed, and hands-free capable Equinox EV. Whether you fill up or plug in, you'll get a do-it-all SUV at an incredible value. and Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Then your ED could be in your head. Fill into Dalafil to help optimize your body's natural response, and apomorphine to complement that reaction in your brain. So don't just get a reaction, get ready.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Power E-Trade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools, 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
The Market Zone is sponsored by E-Trade for Morgan Stanley. Try the new Power E-Trade Pro today.
Now it's looking for Market Zone. Santoli and HSBC's Kettner here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. Plus, Christina Partsenevelos has a rundown of what to watch when NXP Semi reports in overtime. And Seema Modi here with more on Oracle's fundraising plans. Michael, I'll begin with you. Pretty good day, and hey, I mean, if you're going to give up NVIDIA and Microsoft and Meta and have this kind of day, we'll take that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have to give the market credit for finding a path to actually stay positive as it has. Now, it's off the highs a little bit. We still continue to struggle with this area around 7,000 on the S&P 500. But you just look at the way the upside push you're getting from Alphabet, Amazon. Clearly, the market's willing to bet on the non-open AI part of that trade, and I guess bet for pretty good numbers coming in the next few days. Still do wonder how much we're kind of using up a lot of energy to stand still on the S&P front, but good cyclical tone to the market, good economic data this morning, and that's been a theme.
How are you going to tackle it coming up in about 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are going to get into a couple of the big volatile movers outside of equities, one of them being certainly metals, crypto, as well as the dollar, because it feels as if equities right now kind of fending off the potential whipsaws from those areas. And then we got Kate Moore, strategist from City Wealth, to talk about the outlook.
All right, good stuff. We'll see you in Mel in about 6 or so, and we look forward to that in overtime. Got some earnings, too. Speaking of, Christina, tell us about NXP.
Well, analysts definitely see potential for a beat. Auto exposure really looms large for this name. Oppenheimer expects revenue and EPS, earnings per share, above consensus, citing growing backlog and demand for high content products, specifically in electric vehicles and premium vehicles. But NXP is heavily weighted to the automotive sector when that market really looks mixed at best. Texas Instruments improved order trends just last week, and that lifted the entire analog group. And then you had Allegro's strong guide on power sensing used for cars that added to the optimism. Still, though, auto remains the wild card. A solid guide could spark another leg higher in analog semis as we wait for microchip later this week. But a weaker auto outlook from NXP could really pressure the group. Memory shortages, too, aren't expected to hit NXP's order book directly, but they're a broader market concern for 2026. The setup, though, cautious optimism with a lot riding on management's commentary around auto demand.
All right, good stuff, Christina. Thank you for that as well. Christina Partsenevelos. All right, Seema, tell us more. Big news from Oracle today.
Yeah, and specifically the equity portion of the deal for Oracle, that $20 billion, that's not being received warmly by existing shareholders, as the UBS notes in a note to clients today. The latest reports on OpenAI's fundraise, Scott, also not helping, given Oracle's reliance on that company. It makes up a significant portion of its backlog. But the big move, arguably in the bond market, with Oracle's 5-year credit default swap plunging, a credit investor telling me that the market is more confident now that Oracle can avoid a credit downgrade. But the big next update is going to be in a month when the company reports earnings, where we'll want to see how the company's allocation of capital and the build out of its data center plan is going.
All right, great stuff, Seema. Thanks so much, Seema Modi. All right, Max, we're going to run into the close with a conversation on the market. You like U.S. equities as your top pick.
Yeah, look, I do. I think what we've been doing in the last couple of months, really since mid-November, was leaning more into the high beta and to the riskier corner of the market. The Russell, the home builders, regional banks, non-profitable tech. We're taking some chips off the table here because I do think With that economic strength that we're seeing, the numbers today with the ISM, that also means that there is perhaps a little bit of upside risk for yields, and that really will put, I think, at least in relative, put a little bit of pressure on these high beta segments of the market. So the name of the game now is really going back and rotate back into those large cap quality and those magnificent 7 names.
Oh, interesting. I still feel like people think that this broadening is going to continue because the economy is going to have this ramp and growth is going to be stronger than expected.
Yeah, I think that's one of the issues that I have. 2.5, 3 months ago, when we were advocating for that in November, we had a lot of meetings with clients who said, well, where are you seeing that? Why would you say that? We're on the brink of massive funding crisis. Remember, we had some sort of repo funding issues that the Fed was tackling with more T-bill purchases. Back then it was very, very long consensus, but now I do think with that re-rating, think the Russell is now trading almost at 24 times earnings. With that re-rating, we really need to get the earnings going really, really strong. And if that doesn't come, any kind of disappointment on the earnings of those high beta segments and the super cyclical stuff, it's going to be taken a little bit with disappointment.
Do you feel like you got what you wanted to see as mega cap earnings have started and now will progress even further this week?
Yeah, absolutely. I do think not only in the mega cap earnings, also in the first sort of 2013 names, we have been still that weaker dollar filtering through into better earnings growth. Even the S&P overall, we've got an average earnings surprise factor of 6%. That is still much better than the historical average, and that is really something that really keeps us quite optimistic on US equities overall.
One thing you're most underweight, you suggest, is oil. Energy obviously having a great run of late. Is that ending soon?
Yeah, I think so. It is always, I think, tricky at the moment to really find more downside once you hit the sort of 60 to 62 levels, because then it just gets too unprofitable, I think, particularly for US shale. But the levels that we've had over the last couple of days and weeks and that we've reached on the back of these geopolitical concerns, I think they're equally unjustified, because for that to sustain or even push above $70, we just simply have too much supply globally, not only in the US, but also from OPEC Plus. So for that to sustain or push even higher, I think it needs more than geopolitics. It needs some proper supply concerns, and we just simply don't have that.
Speaking of globally, you like Japan, you just don't like their debt.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So in Japan and in the Eurozone, actually, we liked, in both jurisdictions, both areas, we liked the banks specifically. Now, one of the things, however, with Japan is obviously we've got the elections now coming next weekend. I do feel that perhaps after the weekend, once we get perhaps the last bit of bear steepening on the curve and the last bit of breakout in Japanese banks specifically, that means we're probably getting closer to the end of the trade. Look, we've got on the front end of the Japanese government bond curve, we now have almost 60 basis points of rate hikes priced in, not rate cuts, that's the US, but rate hikes. Once we push towards 65, 70, towards the likes of 3 rate hikes, I think it's going to get quite tough to get even more hawkish.
Max, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Max Kentner, as we say goodbye on a green day for stocks. That's where we're going to ring it out on this first trading day of February. Bell's going to ring it, and I'll send it all the time with Mike and Melissa. We got those running coming up too.
The bell's ringing into the trading day at the NYSE Partnership Day, ringing the bell, and at the NASDAQ, the parent company of the Saudi Stock Exchange, doing the honors. Welcome to Closing Bell Overtime, live from Studio B at the...
Ê, coi thằng kia biết hay không biết đây. Chưa ra earning nhưng mà nó bay, không biết là nó có biết không. Canh bán ngồi người, nếu mà nó miss thì chạy, hoặc là ôm tùy tùy hí ha.
Khoảng bao lâu á, thì cái earning report nó mới ra sư phụ?
Tùy stock, có stock nó ra liền, có stock nó ra 1:15, có stock nó ra 1:20, có stock nó ra 1:30.
À,
Nó không có cố định, tùy theo cái công ty. Tesla nó ra liền à, vừa đóng cửa xong nó ra liền à. Còn nhiều công ty như Apple 1:30 nó mới ra. Các chị đi dễ thấy. Tesla rớt tiếp sau after hour short tiếp. Tình.
Valentine có chưa vậy sư phụ? PLTR.
Chưa thấy. Ồ, nó bắn lên rồi.
Bắn rồi sư phụ, lên.
Bán đi.
Bán. Oh what? Tụt xuống nha.
Báo cáo sư phụ, 25 con được 249 đồng.
Chứ cái bán nó tụt ơi.
Sư phụ ơi.
Dạ.
Dạ, báo cáo sư phụ. Cảm ơn sư phụ nhiều lắm.
Guidance consensus expectation revenue go 70%, revenue everything look good. Có thể là take profit.
Nó cho ra chưa hả sư phụ hả?
Nó ra rồi, nó biết earning mà, đang lên lại. Come on, let's go, 160. Ok.
Lên nè sư phụ ơi.
Dạ. Rồi sư phụ bán 160. Đủ á.
Thank you sư phụ.
Sư phụ mua 40 xe lời được 500.
Sư phụ ơi, em lời được 300 mấy sư phụ. Em mua 30 xe. Em bán được em bán được mấy ta? Chưa tới chưa tới 160 mới 15950 à.
Em nào? Em tên gì?
Em Brandy.
Em Brandy gửi cho sư phụ một tô phở.
Dạ vâng, dạ vâng.
Gửi express mail. Ăn được nhiêu?
Tôi dưỡng cho sư phụ liền 300 mấy sư phụ.
Gửi sư phụ ăn 500. Em mua 40 xe,
dạ.
100 chạy. Đủ rồi. Còn nếu mà gì mà đánh tiếp nữa thì muốn đánh tiếp thôi, nhưng mà ăn vậy đủ rồi.
Đủ rồi sư phụ ơi, tại vì em nghĩ hổng giờ nó nén quá trời rồi, nó rớt quá trời rồi, ngày hôm nay nó nén nữa là tất nhiên nó phải hướng lên thôi à.
Sư
đáng lẽ không đánh đâu mà rốt cuộc thấy ham vui quá vô 30 xe.
Sư phụ set 160 tưởng nó không hit, nó rớt xuống quanh trở lại nó hết.
em cũng set sẵn 100, em cũng set sẵn 159 50 á.
Có thể lên nữa tại vì cái earning nó tốt quá mà.
Quá đẹp luôn ơi sư phụ.
Hồi sáng á, em teo em có hỏi chị Brandy rồi xong rồi chị nói em game lên chút đi
nè,
rồi bởi vậy em mới hỏi cái tin tức của sư phụ chút xíu rồi xong rồi em
không,
làm
EPS
liền
nè,
25
beat,
con sư phụ.
EPS beat, revenue beat, guidance beat, with everything. Ống như
như vậy là nó cái lon shadow của nó là 15 đồng, như vậy là cũng gần hit tới 15 đồng rồi sư phụ hả?
Nó có thể lên nhưng mà mình không muốn take cái trend, hiểu không?
Thì
ăn 11 đồng xe là được rồi, 10 đồng xe được rồi. Sư phụ ăn được 12 đồng rưỡi xe. Actually ăn 600. Chứ mà mua 4 lần, 4 mua 4 lần 40 xe. Chơi cho vui. Đó, mình cứ nhảy vô ăn trăm here, trăm đe là đủ rồi, đâu cần ăn. Đủ tiền đổ xăng. Lên.
47 50 thêm 10 xe nữa. Cho nên tụi mình là dưới 148, bây giờ ngon quá trời luôn rồi. Ăn hơn 10 đồng điểm, ăn hơn 10 đồng xe mà.
Sư phụ ăn 12 đồng rưỡi xe. Khoảng đó.
Ủa sư phụ mua giá nào vậy? 147 hả?
No, ít hơn nữa, tại vì lúc mà nó xuống sư phụ đi xe thêm mà. Sư phụ mua lúc 448, xong rồi nó xuống, mua thêm lúc mà đi xe xuống còn có 146 mấy à. Bởi mình phải mua nhiều lần á, chứ không có thể nào mình mua một lần được. Mỗi lần 10 xe, 10 xe. Định mua thêm
đủ luôn á.
Định mua thêm 20 xe nữa mà lấy hay quên mất tiêu. 40 xe cũng ok. Thì mình mua maximum là 60% thôi. Hiểu không? Vẫn dùng cái chiến lược đó, rồi còn 40% để mình đi xe nếu mình muốn. Mình phải theo kỷ luật, đánh kiểu nào cũng phải đánh kiểu đó đó. Mình phải nghiêm túc theo cái kỷ luật đó.
Cái tình trạng này nó cũng gọi là short squeeze luôn á sư phụ hả?
Không phải short squeeze đâu, tại vì earning tốt á, người ta mua vô.
Dạ.
Chứ tính đánh.
Sư phụ hình như new mới ra em thấy trên Robinhood nói là gì là SpaceX là với Sai á, là chuẩn bị mơ mà IPO mà Tesla nói the name at the part of the deal. Vậy là coi như Tesla không có nằm trong cái list deal chung với SpaceX hay Super, phải không?
Hiện tại
Trong
hiện tại bây giờ là như vậy, nhưng mà mình đâu có biết đâu. Khi nào mình nghe officially từ thằng Elon thì mình mới tin. Còn mấy cái tin là coi như mình chỉ nghe vậy thôi, mình đừng có tin vội. Nhà báo mà nó muốn nói gì nó nói. Khi nào officially từ website của Tesla hay là từ miệng của Elon á, thì mình mới tin. Còn tụi media nó nói một chuyện nhưng mà đừng có tin vội. Ăn ngon ha, phải anh Tri ăn vài trăm ngon lành ha.
quá ngon luôn sư phụ ơi.
Sướng quá sư phụ ơi, có mất thời gian có 20 phút à.
Em cảm ơn sư phụ nhiều nha.
20 phút mà ăn được 300 hả?
Em á thì em mua có 25 con, em set đúng giá 10 đồng thôi sư phụ, cho nên ăn 250.
250.
Sư phụ ơi, em mới bồi dưỡng sư
Vậy-
phụ, em
vậy-
mới bồi dưỡng sư phụ đó nha.
Vậy là
Tô
750
phở với
giờ
lại
á.
ly cà phê nha.
Vậy là 250 mà 20 phút tức là 1 tiếng là 750 là nào à? Chú, chả làm lương còn hơn bác sĩ luôn.
Sư
Không,
phụ,
sư phụ.
Hả?
Sư phụ luật sư giờ
sư
550.
phụ em mới gửi qua cho sư phụ bồi dưỡng sư phụ ly cà phê tô phở đó nha.
Ồ vậy hả? Đã rồi ta.
Dạ, dạ. Cảm ơn sư phụ nhiều.
Của thằng Tesla nó tại sao tin tức gì không? Bên Singapore có nói gì Tesla không? Anh Elon Musk có nói gì không? Khi nào anh Elon Musk nói á, SpaceX to combine với AI, nhưng mà đâu có nghe nói lời nói này là lời nói của media chứ đâu phải của Elon đâu. Nó không tin được. Elon nó có thể quyết định, nó quyết định nó mua, who know. Ấy quên, Musk. Hay là nó để cho SpaceX merge với XAI cho xong đi, sau đó rồi nó hai công ty nó merge xong rồi Tesla nó mới merge, who know. Hiểu không? Nó đi one step at a time. Tesla lên lại rồi.
Em đo canh PLTO cái Tết làm biết cái lúc mà nó về 420 sư phụ, 421, 420 gần 21.
Hôm nay nó nhiều con nó về giá rẻ quá mà.
Nhưng mà em cũng chụp đại luôn lúc 423.
Tesla lên 2 đồng mấy luôn nè, 3 đồng luôn.
Cái lúc mà mình coi PLTO là nó về gần 420, 421 sư phụ, lúc nó ngon vậy sao?
Có tin gì mà Tesla lên dữ vậy ta?
Nãy em nói sư phụ Niêu mới ra của Cominus đó mà em không biết là nói gì làm sao.
Đâu có liên quan gì đến Tesla đâu. Nếu mà XAI merge với lại SpaceX đâu có liên quan đến Tesla đâu. Nó phải có cái gì khác. Hiểu không?
Sư phụ có đọc cái đó không? Bloomberg có nói vậy sư phụ.
Có thì đó, nhưng mà nó nói là XAI với lại SpaceX không liên quan gì Tesla hết. Nó là XAI merge với SpaceX. Tiểu Sù nói không? Palantir lên lại nha. Nhưng mình bán 160 cũng được rồi. Có thể nó lên thêm 3 đồng nữa nhưng mà mình không muốn take cái chen, hiểu không? Thì cái long shadow của nó là 15 đồng á. Thành ra tính cái long shadow để mình liệu mình bán, hiểu không? Đừng có tham lam chờ đến 15 đồng mà nó làm cái rầm xuống mà mất ăn. Nếu mà nó pull back thì mình canh vô lại. Còn không thì thôi.
Sư phụ em sale ở trong Feb thì sao em sale từ nãy giờ không được?
Sao không được?
Không biết tại sao không sale, nãy giờ sale vô nó có đứng đó không?
Phải để stand out rồi nó chưa được.
Dạ,
Bận quá.
Bật qua
Dạ
extend
cũng bỏ
hour.
trên hour rồi đó, nhưng mà nó không có phiêu.
Cái giá nhiêu, phải giá để giá nhiêu?
Nãy em để giá 158, 159 thì lúc lên 160 nó cũng trả phiêu luôn.
Anh phải bán rẻ hơn, nhìn cái giá trên mạng mình phải bán rẻ hơn, nó sẽ phiêu đúng giá cho mình.
Nhưng mà nếu 159 là nó phải bán rồi, tại nãy nó lên 160 mà.
Dạ, sau này em bỏ 157 luôn, nó cũng không phiêu luôn.
Nhìn cái app
để vô good until cancel đó.
Dạ. Sao kỳ mới để tới nãy giờ luôn đâu có phiêu đâu.
Bây giờ để lại đi, bỏ đi rồi để lại.
Dạ, thì em cũng thử rồi đó, bỏ đi rồi xong vô lại 157 luôn, cô không có phiêu luôn.
Có cái chữ để là GTC không, good until cancel extended.
No, bây giờ click cái chỗ active and order coi nó có phiêu không. Click vô chỗ đó nó phiêu không, nó cho anh biết liền.
Active order cũng được.
Bấm vô active and order coi cái order mình nó có phiêu hay là không phiêu.
Dạ.
Sư phụ bị không phiêu hơi nhiều á. Tại vì nãy mua 2 triệu xe Tesla mà nó không phiêu.
Sư phụ mà mua vậy là sư phụ ấm luôn.
Kỳ cục dễ sợ, mình mua 2 triệu xe mà nó không chịu bán. Nó nói mày không có tiền đi chỗ khác chơi đi.
Tại em sọt 4 triệu sư phụ ơi, cho nên của sư phụ có siêu phiêu là phải.
mình lỡ nổ, mình nổ tới bến luôn, mua một lần triệu xe thôi chứ không có mua nhiều, ít đâu. Triệu xe tất là khổ một cái là Fidelity nó nhà nghèo mà chơi sang đi chỗ khác chơi đi. Thành ra cái order nó không phiêu.
Không phải đâu sư phụ, nó không phiêu là tại vì nó không đủ xe để bán cho sư phụ đó.
Chắc vậy quá, cái còn gì nữa, đúng rồi. Không đủ xe bán cho mình, Fidelity dỏm thiệt.
Bởi vậy sư phụ giàu quá đi vậy.
Ở lần sau mua khoảng 500.000 xe thôi ha, mua 1 triệu nó không đủ xe nó bán phiêu cho mình.
Theo sư phụ live là thích nhất quá.
Thì nãy cái bài recap tôi làm là tôi đã nói rồi, tôi đoán là nó sẽ nhìn cái
sư phụ con hàng GDA nó xuống quá, sư phụ mua không sư phụ?
Về giá rẻ mua đi. Yeah, nó về giá rẻ mà. Nó về giá rẻ còn ngại ngùng gì nữa trời. Nè, rất NVIDIA nè. Giờ giá rẻ rồi. Đúng không? Giá rẻ là nhiêu? Giá rẻ là 186. Mà giờ nó 184, mua đi. Mua từ từ nha, đi xe size 10%. Mấy con big cap về giá rẻ nhắm mắt mua, không có suy nghĩ gì hết trơn á. Còn 2 tuần sau có tiền xài. Mấy con hybrid thì không dám bảo đảm, nhưng mà mấy con này là bảo đảm. Lên lại liền. Volunteer. Tôi nghĩ nó lên nữa cho coi. Biết sao không? 1:30. Để cho nghe, lát cho mọi người nghe cái earning của thằng CEO nó nói đẹp lắm, nó nói hay lắm rồi đó. He's a good talker. Earning call. 2 giờ là 2 giờ nó mới có earning call. Nãy là sư phụ đoán rồi, là nhìn cái, bởi vì hôm qua sư phụ làm mấy cái này mọi người phải chịu khó vô đọc. Ok, nãy là làm cái livestream này nè, kỹ lưỡng luôn. Đến Palantir.
Sư phụ ơi, nãy em có mua mà sao giờ bán không được? Mà sao em thấy như ở Fidelity after cái market nó đóng cửa là như con số nó không có nhảy nữa, không mua bán gì được luôn.
Được mà, nãy tôi mới bán đi mà.
Bán cách nào nha anh?
Tôi mới bán nè.
After hour chỉ để limit 160 này nó bán rồi. Bây giờ lên 161 rồi nè.
Nhưng mà hiện tại con số trong cái Fidelity nó cũng không có nhảy, nó vẫn giữ 147 lúc em mua là 148.
Ui ôi, nó lên cái long shadow rồi. Để coi nó phá long shadow. Không có apply aftermarket chưa? After hour chưa?
Dạ chưa, cái đó làm sao này?
Phải gọi Fidelity nói là tôi muốn chơi after hour nó mới cho.
Dạ. Dạ cảm ơn.
Giờ cá đi, cá ăn tô phở nó phá long shadow không? Yes or no? Tôi nghĩ là dám yes lắm á, tại vì cái earning nó tốt quá mà. Nhìn thấy earning nó cái gì cũng biết hết trơn. Nó biết từ trái sang phải luôn hay không? Nãy tôi bộ làm cái này nè, nhìn cái này là biết, thấy nó biết rồi. Profit margin gì mà tới 80%. Ghê. Giống như bạn có tự tiệm phở và bán tô phở 10 đồng mà bạn lời 8. Quá ngon luôn. Đúng không? Đây here. Volunteer. Guidance beat. EBS beat. Revenue beat. Technology beat luôn. Sale beat luôn. Biết từ trái sang phải blow out luôn. Vậy nó mới lên, dám nó lên long shadow lắm á. Rồi 160 rồi. Còn 2,5 đồng nữa. 2,5 đồng nữa là nó đụng cái long shadow nó rớt cho coi. Tại tụi nó sẽ take profit. Tụi option á. Tụi nó call nó sẽ take profit. Rồi tụi mua share nó cũng take profit. YouTube có ai mua không? Good. Mình đi bỏ cũng ăn hả? Mọi người ăn hả? Good. What? Linda ăn tới 2.000 đánh lớn vậy? Chậm lại đi giùm tôi. Đánh gì mà đánh lớn dữ vậy? Ăn 2.000 là phải đánh lớn. Không nên. Mấy cái này đánh từ từ thôi. Ăn 500, 200, 300 là ok. Đừng đánh lớn quá. Mà nó rớt, nó miss một cái là cũng thua 2.000 á. Ok. Linda need to slow down. Mình không có cần phải sát phạt với cá mập đâu. Có ai có question gì không? Ăn 100 rồi ra hả? Cũng được. 100 hiến 100 đé là ok. Có ăn là vui. Ăn nhiều ăn ít không thành vấn đề.
Microsoft về giá rẻ rồi đấy anh Tú.
Yeah. Lên không nổi 160 ha. Lên 160 nó rớt xuống lại ha. Nhưng mà 2 giờ á, cái earning call đó có thể nó lên nữa. Tại cái thằng CEO nó nói ngọt ngào tình cảm lắm. Nó biết hát karaoke phải không? Mấy thằng analyst khoái. Không lên nổi ha, lên gần trăm, lên tới chứ cứ lên 160 rồi rớt xuống lại. Mình bán 160 rồi đúng rồi. Come on, Tesla, let's go. Tesla lên 2 đồng cái nằm đó, nằm đứng đó luôn.
Xong PLTR hôm nay còn con nào earning nữa không anh Tú?
Không, có nhưng mấy con mình không có. Bây giờ á, các bạn có Discord. Ok. Trong Discord, các bạn roll lên trên. Ok. Thấy earning không? Ở cái new bot á, cái phần đi á, có earning nè. Bấm cái đó. Trong đây nó có earning nè. Ok, bấm đây. Ra earning nè. SMCI. Enphase. Mấy con này mình không có chơi. Enphase. Coi. SMCI làm ăn ra sao? Đi ngang, không lên mà không xuống, không biết nó ra chưa. Enphase, ENPH. Enphase cũng đi ngang luôn. Rớt. SMCI lên được chút. Không biết.
SMCI ngày mai mới earning sư phụ.
Quên, cái này ngày mai, cái này thứ ba quên. Sao?
Enphase sư phụ, Enphase cũng là con ruột của em hồi xưa đó, mà từ ngày bắt em lên nó là em bỏ nó đó, tại nó rớt thê thảm quá em bỏ nó luôn, chứ hồi trước đây nó là con ruột của em luôn á.
Đúng rồi, ngày hôm nay không có. Cái này là nhìn lộn ngày thứ ba, ngày thứ. Ok. Hôm nay chỉ có Teradyne, mấy cái này mình không có chơi. Ngày mai có AMD, tôi nghĩ AMD biết á. Tôi nghĩ AMD sẽ biết. Để nó làm cái MSI 400 series. Ngày mai tính tiếp. Nó lên 160 nó xuống lại liền ha. Chắc nó chờ earning call. Tụi Phố Tường đang chờ earning call coi thằng CEO nói gì.
Sư phụ ngày mai có do AMD sư phụ.
AMD, SMCI.
SMCI em không thích à, em không thích SMCI. Vậy ngày mai mình có đánh đi do anh sư phụ. Em theo sư phụ với.
Ngày mai đánh đi AMD để coi tình hình ngày mai.
Dạ.
Đánh 20-30 xe thôi, đừng có đánh nhiều. Tại vì mình không có.
Em biết sao em không có lòng tin với em đi lắm á, tại vì nó bay quá trời sư phụ.
Nhưng mà nó đang rớt mà.
Radio em cũng sợ.
Mấy tuần này nó rớt quá trời mà.
Vậy hả?
Mấy tuần này nó rớt lại đó.
Vậy con ngày mai sư phụ tính rồi xong rồi theo sư phụ nha.
Em đi. Ok. After hour nó bay nè. Wow, em đi after hour nó bay nè. hai của nó là 267 lần mà. Có lẽ người ta nghĩ ngày mai nó biết earning á, chưa chi nó đã bay mất tiêu rồi. Ok, ngày mai nếu nó pull back thì mình mua. Còn nó không pull back thì thôi không mua. Chứ mua đu đỉnh thành công á.
Dạ, nó rớt, nó rớt giống như con heo chia rồi xong ngày mai á, ngày mai nó đi sideways á, thì mình hy vọng á, có thể gì nó bay. Nhưng mà nếu mà nó cứ tiếp tục nó bay như vậy á, là sợ lắm luôn á. Tại em thấy nó hổng giờ nó cũng bay cao rồi, nó cũng bay cao rồi cho nên cũng sợ do lắm. Thôi ngày mai buổi tính đi, cho tụi em theo sư phụ với.
Yeah. Thích nghe cái thằng CEO nó nói chuyện hay là đợi 2 giờ. 2 giờ nghe nó nói chuyện.
Like Australia tonight, possibly raising interest rates as the Fed looks to 1 and even 2 interest rate cuts this year. One of the things that I think the market is underestimating is basically the willingness of Fed chairman, if Kevin Walsh becomes Fed chairman, to cut interest rates more aggressively than the market has priced in. There's a very good chance that we could see at least 2 interest rate cuts this year from the Fed, and that could really be the pressure that drives the dollar down. Then on top of that, you have globally, the growth story is improving. A lot of these countries are engaging with trade deals with China and a lot of other nations and, excluding the U.S. And that's going to benefit them because those trade terms are more favorable. So I think those two things are the much bigger story affecting the dollar.
All right, Kathy, great to see you. Thanks, Kathy Lean. Time now for a CNBC News update with Kate Rogers. Kate.
Hi, Melissa. Trump ally Ed Martin is reportedly out of his role as the Justice Department's weaponization czar and is working mainly as a pardon attorney. People familiar with the matter told MS Now that the move comes after a long-standing feud between Martin and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He was named the leader of the working group last spring that is investigating prosecutors who've launched probes into President Trump. The Russian captain of a container ship that crashed into a U.S. tanker off the east coast of Britain last year was found guilty today of gross negligence manslaughter of a crew member. The Portuguese flagged ship collided with the tanker last March, sparking a huge fire that burned for 8 days. And Major League Baseball salary increases slowed to 1.4% last year, according to numbers from the Players Association. Still, the league set a record average at $4.7 million, up from $4.6 million last year. Those figures are based on 2025 salaries and bonuses for roughly 1,000 players. Back over to you, Melissa.
Kate, thanks. Kate Rogers. Coming up in overtime, you'll get an analyst's first reaction to Palantir's results. The stock moving higher in the after-hour session. Much more on Palantir and the move higher by about 7.4% when overtime continues.
Prevagen, official sponsor of U.S. figure skating. You might take something for your heart. You might get support for your joints. Or even use something for your digestion. So why wouldn't you take something for the most important part of you, your brain? People all over the country take Prevagen for their brain. In fact, Prevagen has been the #1 selling brain supplement nationwide for over 10 years. The most important supplement for the most important part of you. Prevagen for your brain.
bills each month? Take a deep breath and follow the flow of your finances with Monarch. All your money, one clear view, total peace of mind.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I always wanted to teach money, man. And that's why we created this club.
This is really a great way when you do not have access to this type of information to learn.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join.
Looking for a romantic getaway? How about a lover's retreat? Head to Quinault Beach Resort and Casino any Sunday through Thursday for just $279. And Quinault will include a $100 resort credit, $25 in free play for up to 2 people, and a bottle of wine or champagne. That's over $150 back in amenities. Romantic walks on the beach? No additional cost. Quinault Beach Resort and Casino in Ocean Shores. Winners have been here. Offer valid February 1st through 27th. See website for details.
At RBC Wealth Management, we know you have ideas for your future. Ideas that can have you enjoying the moment or owning the moment. They can bring investment opportunities or opportunities to invest in yourself. Ideas that can have you doing good or feeling great. From following your passion to making your passion work for you. What ideas will you bring to life? Know more with RBC Wealth Management.
Welcome back. For oil, big jump for nat gas. Gold, a small loss there. Silver, small gain. Bitcoin also moving higher by nearly 2%. Let's get another check on Palantir. The stock is soaring in the after-hour session, up by almost 7% right now after reporting earnings beat moments ago. Some highlights: U.S. revenue up 93% year over year, topping $1 billion for the first time ever. U.S. commercial revenue, that was the key line item that analysts were watching for, up 137%. And the company also repassed estimates for the first quarter and full year revenue estimates. Our next guest upgraded the stock to outperform this morning. Let's bring in William Blair analyst Louis DePalma. Louis, great to have you with us. Are you breathing a sigh of relief? It takes a lot to go out on a limb, upgrading a stock the day before, the morning it reports.
Yeah, we do that fairly often. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a sigh of relief. We have general 12-month focus on where the stock should end up, and Palantir shares, they've been very volatile over the past several months. So,
well, I was going to ask you about that, because even if you believe it's a great business, even if you believe that it is worth the forward PE that it's trading at, which is somewhere, I don't know, in the upper echelons of where companies are valued, maybe it's number 2 or number 3 at this point, it's still in the software sector, and that sector is really facing a valuation compression at this point, and it's indiscriminate. So how do you reconcile the two?
Yes, it's interesting how you categorize it in the software sector, because I'm an aerospace and defense analyst. I come from examining Palantir with a unique angle, with a focus on Department of War contracts. And what's interesting is, while there's been, major valuation compression for software stocks, drone stocks and missile stocks have gone through the roof in terms of their valuations. So Palantir is a key supplier to many of the weapon systems. In our note, we highlighted how they forged a major contract with General Dynamics Electric Boat to help accelerate production of Columbia-class nuclear-powered submarines. And Palantir is a beneficiary of a potential $1.5 trillion defense budget for 2027. There's different dynamics taking place with Palantir and the other software stocks.
Louis, I guess there's, could be any number of explanations for why the stock has come in as hard as it has. Obviously, the sector has been weak, but also there's a perception out there that, under a different party's administration, Palantir may not be in favor with the defense budget and things like that. So is that in the stock at this point, or how do you tell investors to think about that?
Well, like Palantir still did very well during the Biden administration. They grew at a mid 20% type growth rate. They won the prototype contract for Maven Smart System. They won the prototype contract for the Titan battlefield system. So Palantir will still do, very well under a Democratic regime. But Palantir will do better under a Republican regime. So I think, there is a balance, and that is, generally priced in, but, investors, will cross that bridge, when they get there. Right now, Palantir is thriving, and, they will continue to thrive over the long term, regardless of the administration. It's just a matter of degrees.
All right, so the stock is holding most of those gains, up almost 8%, back to levels from last week or so. Louis, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Yes, thanks for having me on.
All right, let's stay with tech. Oracle giving up early session gains after announcing AI financing plan. Seema Modi has the details. Hi, Seema.
Hey, Michael. Oracle surprising the market today by including plans to issue equity in its latest artificial intelligence financing plan. The move initially cheered by the credit side, as it signaled Oracle is relying not just on the debt market and as its commitment to investment grade credit rating. Take a look at what we saw in the 5-year credit default swap, really restoring confidence. We saw the 5-year CDS plunge today by as much as 17 to 18%. Oracle stock, it initially responded positively to this news, but by midday, shares of Oracle reversed as the street focused on those stalled discussions between NVIDIA and OpenAI and the implications that could have for Oracle. Keep in mind, OpenAI accounts for nearly 60% of Oracle's mega backlog. Now, Oracle, guys, may be the first hyperscaler to go back to the market in 2026, but it's certainly not expected to be the last. We are expecting deals from Meta and others in the coming weeks, but those are expected to be all debt. The one differentiation here was Oracle using equity as well, guys.
Right, yeah. Once you get through these earnings reports, you're going to see a lot of these companies file the 10Q and get those debt deals out. Seema, didn't Oracle come out and try to essentially say that the OpenAI NVIDIA talks are not really relevant to its plans?
For the longest time, or I should say in the last 3 months, the company has been defending its diverse set of customers, saying it's not just relying on OpenAI. Think back to the last earnings report saying it's got customers like NVIDIA, AMD, Meta as well. But when you look at the backlog, $300 billion of its $523 billion in remaining performance obligations, that backlog is tied to OpenAI. But of course, the company is working to diversify and expand its roster of customers as it focuses now on getting the capital, which, through this deal, they're hoping to get about $50 billion. But now the focus turns to execution and the build out of its data centers to serve all these customers.
Seema, thanks. Seema Modi. Big moves in a couple names after hours. Teradyne, a big jump after beating on earnings and revenue estimates, saying its growth is driven by strong AI demand in compute and memory. Rambus, meantime, sinking after meeting earnings expectations, beating on revenue by just a slim margin. Well, Bitcoin investors have been holding on for dear life lately, the cryptocurrency plunging nearly 30% over the last 3 months. Up next, we'll discuss the potential headwinds that could push Bitcoin even lower.
Over the next 20 plus years, $124 trillion will be transferred, with more than 81% going to spouses and heirs. So how should you prepare? I'm John Schuman, partner and head of wealth transfer at Corient. Advisors are skilled at recommending specific estate and wealth transfer strategies tailored to meet your family goals in a tax and cost-efficient manner. There are a lot of considerations for the successful transfer of wealth, and it's never too early to get professional advice. Contact Corient today.
All the vitamins and this stuff, I start every day feeling my best, ready to go.
He'll do this for hours.
The little thing we do, they love it.
From 1838 to 1908, the United States Mint struck one of the most enduring gold coins in American history, the Gold Liberty. These coins circulated through the Wild West, the Gilded Age, at the dawn of the 20th century. And now, for a limited time, you can own them by the pound. That's right, you can secure a full pound of U.S. government-issued Gold Liberty coins. Each coin is an original piece of history struck in various sizes, all in collector condition with clearly visible dates and mint marks, guaranteed. Call 1-888-517-8568 now to secure your full pound of historic U.S. Gold Liberties struck between 1838 to 1908 during America's age of expansion, innovation, and progress. Plus, with every order, you'll receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $230 free. Don't wait. Quantities are limited. Call 1-888-517-8568 now to claim your full pound of Gold Liberties before they're gone. That's 1-888-517-8568.
Faith is in treatment at St. Jude, and nothing can stop her imagination. Together, we can imagine a world where no child dies from cancer. Please donate today.
Are you tired of that old worn-out bath or shower? Now you can have a new one installed in just one day with a new limited-time offer from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel.
We're offering free fixtures and a free shower door with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Jacuzzi has been making water feel great for over 70 years. And now you can get a gorgeous custom bath remodel at a price you can afford with no stress and no mess.
I've been trying to get him to remodel that bath for years. I called and they did in just one day.
And at a price we could afford.
Every time I stepped over my old tub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore.
With Jacuzzi, you can get a safer, easy entry shower to keep you feeling comfortable and independent at home. Your new Jacuzzi bath or shower is waiting. Now is the best time to call.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time, get free fixtures and a free shower door, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-316-5030.
Bitcoin fell below $80,000 for the first time since April, although it has pared back some of those losses, and crypto players like Robinhood, Coinbase, and Strategy have been under pressure. Strategy in particular got hit after Bitcoin prices dipped below the company's average purchase cost of its Bitcoin reserves. Joining us now to discuss crypto and its ecosystem is Mark Palmer, analyst from Benchmark StoneX. And Mark, it's great to have you on here. I mean, so many explanations for why we've had this pretty severe move lower in Bitcoin. What's your diagnosis?
I think there are a few different factors at play here. One is the fact that there is on the table a piece of legislation in the Clarity Act, a market structure bill that would create a legislative framework for crypto for the first time. And in our view, unleash an enormous amount of institutional investment in the crypto space, and it appears to be hung up right now in the Senate. We did see the Senate Agriculture Committee pass that bill on a party line last week, but it's now before the Banking Committee, and there have been some contentious conversations back and forth between the banking lobby on the one side and the crypto community on the other. Today there was a meeting at the White House. It did sound hopeful that there appeared to be a lowering of temperature, trying to find common ground on that. But in the absence of that bill, there's just a lot of uncertainty around the crypto space, which leaves it much more vulnerable to macro crosswinds, which is really what we've seen over the last number of weeks.
I want to ask you about Strategy, Mark, because you put out a report a while ago on MicroStrategy when it was MicroStrategy. What is your thinking? Because you're saying that Bitcoin would have to go a lot lower in order for MicroStrategy to be in trouble, so to speak. Can you walk through that? Because we're nearing the level where we're going to be below their average cost of acquisition for Bitcoin, but you say 12,000 plus is the level.
That's right. What it really comes down to is that the company has a very resilient capital structure, and it has been designed to withstand just this kind of downturn. So if you look at the capital structure that the company has put in place, has a little more than $8 billion in convertible notes, and then another 8.4 billion in what are known as perpetual preferred shares. Now, this is the closest thing to permanent capital that you can have in a capital structure. Frankly, we believe it's the ideal instrument to be funding a digital asset treasury strategy because there's no maturity, there are no triggers, no debt covenants, none of this. So what it really comes down to is the company has about $8 billion in so-called debt in terms of the converts, which come due between 2028 and 2032. Right now, the company has something like $55 billion in Bitcoin. So the price of Bitcoin would have to drop precipitously to get to the point that the company could no longer cover its debt, which is really what the test would be with regard to the company's ability to move on.
Mark, great to see you. Thank you. Mark Palmer. Up next, a look at all the big earnings on tap for tomorrow and whether those results could help extend today's rally. Closing bell overtime, live from the NASDAQ market site. Be right back.
She looks like you, Dad. Aw, she's got your smile.
Carl.
Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about new trading strategies. Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Invest your way with Schwab.
Markets can move just as swiftly as your day does. And you may be wondering if your portfolio is keeping up. Choosing the right investment can seem daunting, but we've got you covered. High income potential is on the other line. Answer the call. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in the full and summary prospectus at globalxetfs.com.
This is Mia. She wanted to take her brand nationwide. With U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, we helped her make a splash. That's the power of Mia. This is the power of us.
If Ma June had GoDaddy Arrow, she could create logos faster than a rifle lobotomy. Make her brand blast off with social media posts. Start your digital wasteland journey at GoDaddy.com/fallout.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam. For me, it's about knowing my family will be protected financially if I'm not here.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Can you buy happiness? One thing that won't buy happiness, getting stuff. Strong recommend. Buying experiences with people you love. Thank you for the experience that we love in you.
Squawk Box, 6 a.m. Eastern, CNBC.
At RBC Wealth Management, we know you have ideas for your future. Ideas that can have you taking more time off or putting more time in. They could mean more peace and quiet or more fun and games. Ideas you can drive or that drive you. From settling in to living it up, what ideas will you bring to life? No more with RBC Wealth Management.
Let's get you set up with tomorrow's trade today. It's a big day in the earnings calendar with Merck, Pfizer, PayPal, PepsiCo, and Capri Holdings reporting before the bell. And then after the bell, AMD, Supermicro, Amgen, Chipotle, and Mondelez. And on the economic front, auto sales data. So expecting a final vote in the House of Representatives tomorrow that could end the current partial government shutdown, but in the meantime, we do know that we won't be getting the jobs data.
Exactly. So the calendar got a little bit lighter, although with AMD tomorrow after the close, I mean, obviously that's a pretty big mover. And then I was, saying on Friday that the reaction to Palantir's numbers maybe will have a little bit of sort of pinball effect on some other things. Take a look at Palantir relative to the shares of Robinhood over the last year. In fact, track this for a while. They've been in lockstep for actually.
Yeah. Hai phút nữa. Nó lên á, nó không xuống đâu, nó lên lại bây giờ. Mua thử 10 xe đi. Mua thử 10
Phút
xe.
nữa ông gì ra nói hả sư phụ? Vô lại hả sư phụ? Vô. Sư phụ vô.
Ăn rồi vô gì nữa, ai chưa vô á, ai chưa vô thì vô thử 10 xe thử. Ngồi chờ thôi, chờ mấy phút nữa là sẽ có earning call.
You to our fourth quarter 2025 earnings call. We'll be discussing the results announced in our press release issued after the market close and posted on our investor relations website. During the call, we will make statements regarding our business that may be considered forward-looking within applicable securities laws, including statements regarding our first quarter and fiscal 2026 results, management's expectations for our future financial and operational performance, and other statements regarding our plans, prospects, and expectations. These statements are not promises or guarantees and are subject to risks and uncertainties, which could cause them to differ materially from actual results. Information concerning those risks is available in our earnings press release distributed after the market closed today and in our SEC filings. We undertake no obligation to update forward-looking statements except as required by law. Further, during the course of today's call, we will refer to certain adjusted financial measures. These non-GAAP financial measures should be considered in addition to, not as a substitute for or in isolation from, GAAP measures. Additional information about these non-GAAP measures, including reconciliation of non-GAAP to comparable GAAP measures, is included in our press release and investor presentation provided today. Our press release, investor presentation, and other earnings materials are available on our investor relations website at investors.palantir.com. Over the course of the call, we will refer to various growth rates when discussing our business. These rates reflect year-over-year comparisons unless otherwise stated. Joining me on today's call are Alex Karp, Chief Executive Officer, Shyam Sankar, Chief Technology Officer, Dave Glazer, Chief Financial Officer, and Ryan Taylor, Chief Revenue Officer and Chief Legal Officer. I'll now turn it over to Ryan to start the call.
Our fourth quarter results are nothing short of historic, capping off a monumental year for our business. In Q4, overall revenue surged 70% year over year, our highest growth rate as a public company, propelled by the relentless momentum of our U.S. business, which now commands 77% of our total revenue, up 93% year over year and 22% sequentially. Our Rule of 40 score reached new heights at 127, up 46 points year over year and 13 points quarter over quarter, proving that hypergrowth and exceptional profitability aren't mutually exclusive, but rather the inevitable outcome of Palantir delivering transformational impact at scale. We closed our highest TCV quarter ever at $4.3 billion, and fourth quarter trailing 12-month revenue from our top 20 customers increased 45% year over year to $94 million per customer, a testament to our customers' conviction. Our customers aren't tentatively trying AI, they're committing to it at scale with Palantir as the driving force. The rapid advancement of AI models is continuing to drive the commoditization of cognition. The next step is for the market to differentiate between those who are supplying the commoditization of cognition and those who are scaling the leverage made possible by it. We are the only enterprise software company that made a conscious choice to focus exclusively on the latter, delivering real-world value for our customers by maximally leveraging these models in production. Palantir is an N of 1. This is what makes a Rule of 127 possible. This is why customers who've crossed the chasm with Palantir, the AI haves, are defining the future of their industries, while those still on the other side, the AI have-nots, are fighting for survival in the present. As Johnson Controls noted about our work together, quote, "It is really incredible to see that you can transform a 140-year-old company with the power of AI." I'm seeing this play out across our customer base. We are moving customers from AI adopters to AI native enterprises, transforming execution into exponential advantage. This is summed up best by an executive at Thomas Cavanaugh Construction who noted, quote, "We've gone all in so much so that every other software must justify its existence. And so far, they haven't been able to. 97% of our employees use Foundry every day. Foundry is our operating system." And he continued, quote, "The ontology is the secret weapon. Nothing else comes close. And not only are we getting rid of third-party software, we've replaced their functionality and then beaten them to new features all within the year because of the ontology." Our US commercial business grew 137% year over year and 28% sequentially, building on the blistering pace of 121% year over year in Q3 and 93% year over year growth in Q2, defying conventional enterprise software dynamics. This isn't just growth, it's compounding acceleration. AIP continues to fundamentally transform how quickly our customers realize value, collapsing the time from initial engagement to transformational impact. Lear noted at our recent DevCon conference their experience starting with 100 users and 4 use cases and growing to 16,000 users and 280 use cases. We're seeing the effects across our entire customer base. Existing customers are expanding faster and larger. For example, a utility company expanded from $7 million ACV in Q1 2025 to $31 million ACV by year-end, while an energy company expanded from $4 million ACV in Q1 2025 to over $20 million ACV by year-end, driven by value generated from new use cases. In addition, new customers are starting with substantial initial deals. A healthcare company completed 2 boot camps with us last summer and signed a $96 million deal with us before the end of the year. An engineering services company saw a series of demos in the fall, then signed an $80 million deal before year-end. Speed to production and transformational scale is no longer optional, it's existential. Palantir remains the only platform delivering that speed at enterprise scale. This revolution isn't limited to just companies. It extends to countries, with the US leading the way. Our US government business grew 66% year over year and 17% sequentially, driven by our mission impact across the Department of Defense, as well as accelerating momentum in civil agencies. The US Navy awarded Palantir a contract worth up to $448 million to modernize the shipbuilding supply chain and accelerate delivery of naval vessels. This engagement exemplifies how Palantir's supply chain expertise, honed across commercial and defense customers, is now being deployed to solve some of the most strategically important challenges facing our nation, including rebuilding its maritime industrial base. The strength of our US government results reflects a fundamental reality. In an era of intensifying global threats and budgetary pressure, the government is turning to software that actually works as speed, precision, and decision advantage are paramount. We're entering 2026 with extremely strong footing. Everything we've built over 2 decades is converging into this moment, and we're charging into the year with unmatched conviction as the defining enterprise software company of this generation. I'll now turn it over to Sean.
Thanks, Ryan. Our focus with AIP continues to be enterprise autonomy, our normative view of the value of AI in the enterprise. HiveMind now lets the AI develop novel solutions to emergent challenges and to identify hidden opportunities. And the rest of AIP enables you to turn those ideas into an implemented reality. Closed-loop evolution of the business with AI, possible because of AIP and ontology. The HiveMind framework is being applied to broader problem sets. We used HiveMind to generate a bespoke AIP demo for a specific customer based only on their website and other public information. The company CTO was blown away by how good the demo fit their internal challenges, even though it was only based on information in the public domain. HiveMind is just that good. We're going to continue to invest in closing the loop between HiveMind's output and the autonomous execution of these ideas at our customers. AIFD continues to delight. AIFD is now capable of powering complex SAP ERP migrations from ECC to S4. Years of work now done in as little as 2 weeks. And we are generalizing AIFD's capabilities to do this for a broader and broader set of problems at our customers. AIFD and OSDK has unleashed pro-code builders in our platforms. We serve over 1 billion API gateway requests a week from applications built by our customers on top of AIP with OSDK. Maven usage is at all-time highs, supporting simultaneous real-world events across combatant commands in the Joint Force. Maven will continue to be rolled out to all combatant commands and many more networks over the rest of this government fiscal year. But Maven is also pushing to the edge. We completed a live fire exercise with Maven coordinating with UAV assets through our new Maven Edge agent called Mage, enabling the declarative statement of mission intent and fully onboard planning, reaction to emergent battlefield realities, and execution. AIP is becoming the default builder platform in the Department of War. Uniformed service members, primes, federally funded research and development centers, all in Maven, Vantage, Envision, Warp Core, and more, all building, not just consuming AI applications. We're seeing green suiters and blue suiters building their own agent swarms to transform how they fight. As with any good revolution, the innovation is coming from the edge, not the program offices. It's the E4 in Hawaii, the E8 in South Carolina. These are the folks pathfinding how AI is transforming the Joint Force with every code commit they make. Gotham's new suite of integrated capabilities, platformed on Foundry, met their moment. Kairos for integrated planning and sync matrices, Nexus for dynamic command relationships and unit task hierarchies, and Workbench to automate collections, fires, and battle damage assessment. These aren't 3 standalone capabilities. There are 3 new dimensions of the prism that turn battlefield complexity into lethality. They all work together, building on each other. Warp Speed continued to build momentum across American industry. ShipOS was the most significant development in Q4, rolling out Warp Speed to accelerate submarine production and sustainment across shipbuilders, shipyards, and critical suppliers. At one shipbuilder, we took planning from 160 hours of effort to 10 minutes. At a shipyard, we took material review from weeks to less than an hour. But most exciting to me is proving what we always believed to be true, that AI will create jobs. This is Jevons paradox in action. By reducing the deadweight loss of time spent planning and ensuring the availability of materials, one of our customers was able to add a third shift because now there was more work waiting to be done that was shovel ready and executable. We've been so impressed with the latent talent in the submarine industrial base that we're launching an American Tech Fellowship exclusively for them later this month. This will be an 8-week course to upskill users at suppliers and shipyards so they can build their own AI applications, unleashing the profound domain expertise to accelerate the delivery of one of our military's most important capabilities. Other warp speed wins, one customer making a mature weapon system at full rate production was able to improve root cause analysis coverage from less than 20% to over 99% in less than a week. On the other end, a different customer making a brand new weapon system that is still constantly changing designs was able to see a 40x improvement in throughput with a production system that scales with the design velocity rather than breaking under it. With that, I'll turn it over to Dave to talk us through the numbers.
Thanks, Sean. We had an exceptional fourth quarter with our Rule of 40 score increasing 13 points quarter over quarter to 127. In the fourth quarter, we generated our highest ever reported revenue growth rate of 70% year over year, exceeding the high end of our prior guidance by over 900 basis points and representing a 3,400 basis point increase compared to the growth rate in Q4 of last year. Full year 2025 revenue grew 56% year over year. On the strength of our 2025 results, we are guiding a full year 2026 revenue of $7.190 billion at the midpoint, representing 61% growth year over year. We reached another billion-dollar milestone in the quarter, with revenue from our U.S. business surpassing $1 billion for the first time. Accelerating demand for AIP continues to drive the outperformance in our U.S. business overall, which grew 93% year over year and 22% sequentially in the fourth quarter. Our U.S. commercial business grew 137% year over year and 28% sequentially, and our U.S. government business grew 66% year over year and 17% sequentially. We delivered these outstanding top-line results with expanding profitability. In the fourth quarter, we generated $798 million in adjusted operating income, representing a 57% margin and exceeding our prior guidance by 500 basis points. Full year 2025 adjusted operating income was $2.3 billion, representing a margin of 50% and expansion of 1,100 basis points compared to 2024. We generated $2.3 billion in adjusted free cash flow for the full year, representing a 51% margin and 82% growth year over year. Turning to our global top-line results. Fourth quarter revenue grew 70% year over year and 19% sequentially to $1.407 billion. Full year revenue grew 56% year over year to $4.475 billion. Fourth quarter U.S. revenue grew 93% year over year and 22% sequentially to $1.076 billion. Full year U.S. revenue grew 75% year over year to $3.320 billion. Excluding the impact of revenue from strategic commercial contracts, fourth quarter revenue grew 72% year over year and 19% sequentially, and full year revenue grew 59% year over year. We closed our highest ever quarter of TCV bookings at $4.3 billion, up 138% year over year. This eclipses our prior highest quarter of TC bookings just last quarter by over $1.5 billion. Customer count grew 34% year over year and 5% sequentially to 954 customers. Revenue from our largest customers continues to expand. Fourth quarter trailing 12-month revenue from our top 20 customers increased 45% year over year to $94 million per customer. Now moving to our commercial segment. Fourth quarter commercial revenue grew 82% year over year and 23% sequentially to $677 million. Full year commercial revenue grew 60% year over year to $2.073 billion. Excluding the impact from strategic commercial contracts, fourth quarter commercial revenue grew 86% year over year and 24% sequentially, and full year commercial revenue grew 65% year over year. We closed $2.6 billion in commercial TCV bookings in the fourth quarter, representing 161% growth year over year and 83% sequentially. AIP continues to drive existing customer expansions and new customer conversions in the U.S. Fourth quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 137% year over year and 28% sequentially to $507 million. Full year U.S. commercial revenue grew 109% year over year to $1.465 billion. Excluding revenue from strategic commercial contracts, fourth quarter U.S. commercial revenue grew 142% year over year and 28% sequentially, and full year U.S. commercial revenue grew 113% year over year. In the fourth quarter, we closed $1.3 billion of U.S. commercial TCV bookings, representing growth of 67% year over year. In 2025, we closed $4.3 billion of U.S. commercial TCV bookings, a 161% increase from last year, highlighting the accelerating demand for AI production use cases. Total remaining deal value in our U.S. commercial business grew 145% year over year and 21% sequentially. Our U.S. commercial customer count grew to 571 customers, reflecting growth of 49% year over year and 8% sequentially. Fourth quarter international commercial revenue grew 8% year over year and 12% sequentially to $171 million. Full year international commercial revenue grew 2% year over year to $608 million. In the fourth quarter, we closed $1.3 billion.
Ai muốn mua Palantir 156 mua được. Ok, mua ít thôi. Tại tôi đoán là lúc mà thằng CEO mà nó nói chuyện á, tôi nghĩ là tóc nó sẽ lên. Này chỉ đoán mò thôi, ok?
2026 revenue from these contracts to between 1 and 3 million compared to 5.1 million in the first quarter of 2025. We anticipate 2026 revenue from these contracts to be less than 7 million or less than 0.1% of full year revenue. Shifting to our government segment. Fourth quarter government revenue grew 60% year over year and 15% sequentially to $730 million. Full year government revenue grew 53% year over year to $2.402 billion. Fourth quarter U.S. government revenue grew 66% year over year and 17% sequentially to $570 million. Full year U.S. government revenue grew 55% year over year to $1.855 billion. This growth was driven by continued execution in existing programs and new awards reflecting the growing demand for AI in our government software offerings. Fourth quarter international government revenue grew 43% year over year and 9% sequentially to $160 million, bolstered primarily by our continued work in the UK. Full year international government revenue grew 47% year over year to $547 million. We closed our highest ever quarter of TCV bookings of $4.3 billion, up 138% year over year and 54% sequentially. On a dollar-weighted duration basis, TCV bookings grew 166% year over year. Net dollar retention was 139%, an increase of 500 basis points from last quarter. The increase was driven both by expansions at existing customers and new customers acquired in Q4 of last year as we see the effect of the AI revolution. As net dollar retention does not include revenue from new customers that were acquired in the past 12 months, it does not yet fully capture the acceleration and velocity in our U.S. business over the past year. We ended the fourth quarter with $11.2 billion in total remaining deal value, an increase of 105% year over year and 29% sequentially, and $4.2 billion in remaining performance obligations, an increase of 144% year over year and 62% sequentially. In the fourth quarter, we signed a few significant long-term renewals with long-standing international customers, which provided a tailwind to RPO growth. As a reminder, RPO is primarily comprised of our commercial business, as it does not take into account contracts with an initial term of less than 12 months and contractual obligations that fall beyond termination for convenience clauses, both of which are common in most of our government business. Turning to margin and expense. Adjusted gross margin, which excludes stock-based compensation expense, was 86% for the quarter and 84% for the full year. Adjusted income from operations, which excludes stock-based compensation expense and related employer payroll taxes, was $798 million in the fourth quarter, representing an adjusted operating margin of 57%. Full year adjusted income from operations was $2.254 billion, representing a 50% margin. Q4 adjusted expense was $608 million, up 5% sequentially and 34% year over year, primarily driven by our continued investment in AIP and elite technical hiring. Full year adjusted expenses were $2.221 billion, up 28% year over year. We continue to expect expenses to increase in 2026 as we remain committed to investing in the product pipeline and the most elite technical talent, all while delivering on our goals of sustained GAAP profitability. Fourth quarter GAAP operating income was $575 million, representing a 41% margin. Full year GAAP operating income was $1.414 billion, representing a 32% margin. Fourth quarter GAAP net income was $609 million, representing a 43% margin. Full year GAAP net income was $1.625 billion, representing a 36% margin. Fourth quarter stock-based compensation expense was $196 million, and equity-related employer payroll tax expense was $27 million. Full year stock-based compensation expense was $684 million, and equity-related employer payroll tax expense was $156 million. Fourth quarter GAAP earnings per share was 24 cents, and full year GAAP earnings per share was 63 cents. Fourth quarter adjusted earnings per share was 25 cents, and full year adjusted earnings per share was 75 cents. Additionally, our combined revenue growth and adjusted operating margin accelerated to 127% in the fourth quarter, a 13-point increase to our Rule of 40 score from the prior quarter, and our 10th consecutive quarter of an expanding Rule of 40 score. Our full year Rule of 40 score was 106%. With our 2026 revenue and adjusted operating income guidance, we are guiding to a Rule of 40 score of 118% for the full year. Turning to our cash flow. In the fourth quarter, we generated $777 million in cash from operations and $791 million in adjusted free cash flow, representing margins of 55 and 56% respectively. For the full year, we generated $2.13 billion in cash from operations and $2.27 billion in adjusted free cash flow, representing margins of 48 and 51% respectively. We ended the quarter with $7.2 billion in cash, cash equivalents, and short-term U.S. Treasury securities. Now turning to our outlook. For Q1 2026, we expect revenue of between $1.532 and $1.536 billion, and adjusted income from operations of between $870 and $874 million. For full year 2026, we expect revenue of between $7.182 and $7.198 billion, U.S. commercial revenue in excess of $3.144 billion, representing a growth rate of at least 115%, adjusted income from operations of between $4.126 and $4.142 billion, adjusted free cash flow of between $3.925 and $4.125 billion, and GAAP operating income and net income in each quarter of this year. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex for a few remarks, and then Anna will kick off the Q&A.
Well, welcome to our earnings call, celebrating one of the truly iconic performances in the history of corporate performance or technology. Just to underscore some of the numbers that Glazer.
Anh này là CEO của Palantir đó.
This company grew 93% in the U.S. We had an aggregate growth of 70. Yes, that's a 70 handle. We have a rule of 127. And we are guiding to 61% growth this year. Now, those results would be stellar, unusual, and sublime for a company that was in a much earlier stage of its development. But we have been doing this for quite a while, and you just cannot expect a company like ours to perform at anything like this level. At the beginning of last year, we were guiding to roughly in the 30%, which would be a stellar performance for a company. At the end of the year, we grew our company almost 20% in one quarter. If you were a company sitting in continental Europe or in Canada or in any other similarly situated country, and you grew your whole company 20% and you had a rule of 50, you would be one of the premier companies in your nation, if not in your continent. And we also did this while supporting in critical manner some of the most interesting, intricate, unusual operations that the U.S. government has been involved in, many of which we can't comment on, but were the highlight of last year and were highly motivating to all of us at Palantir. And so this really just raises the question, what do bombastic numbers like this mean? Because, if you're growing a company like ours at 40%, you would then say somehow this is tethered to a broader category, which is doing well. But with a rule of 127 and 70% aggregate growth, 93% growth in the U.S., you really have to look at this, and the numbers speak volumes that we are an N of one category of our own, And we are doing things unlike any other company has done, which has, of course, been confounding to people over the years because they said we were a services company when we were doing FDEs. They said that our products were somehow merely software. In fact, they're implementation and orchestration machines. And no one thought we'd be able to generate this kind of revenue while having an anemic and declining sales force. And this obviously has import for the world. And what does it mean for the world? Well, it means that first of all, that the way in which we view value is obviously no longer relevant. That the bottom of the stack somehow is where the value is lessened, and the top of the stack, where we impregnate the world with AI, with ontology and FDE and tribal knowledge as represented at this table, is actually where the value is created. And that value is so large and so disproportionate that you can create a company that seemingly is exploding in terms of growth and quality of growth. It also means the riff we've been saying for years, that it's chips and ontology, meaning investing purely in commodity products, LLMs that are not orchestrated. Of course, it not only ruins the unit economics of your business, but it also provides the market with a very distorted view of what value creation would mean. Because obviously, if you're making revenue with no way of making profit because the cost of it is so high, that's not valuable. And obviously, if you're producing something that is the same thing everyone else is producing, it's obviously of de minimis or no value. So we've inverted the stack. We've proven that the investment in what we've done is with small numbers can have disproportionate impact both on top and bottom line. And we've also seen, unfortunately, that there's a real hesitance to adopt these kind of products in the West outside of America. And the two places leading here are China and America. And what we're seeing in America is so widely divergent. And so the non-adopters, the have-nots, are hoping for a catch-up function. But these numbers are a breakout function. With these numbers, you have broken through to a new category. It is not the category. The basket of category of AI is actually meaningless. It's the basket of category of performant value creation with the tools we have at hand, of which AI is crucial. And to believe you can go and build companies without this is supremely dangerous. And we're going to see over the next year companies that adopt things that actually work. We know ontology, FDA, orchestration is explosive and revolutionary. And obviously companies cannot be expected to perform at this level because this is truly historic. But how do you even perform at half this level is going to be a real question for tech companies and a real question for countries. Can we produce companies that are producing what we produce in a quarter in a year? And one of the things we've got to figure out in the West is, how do we do this? And this is putting enormous political pressure on our institutions because obviously political leaders struggle with, how do I provide value when there's a disproportionate have and have not? Now, in the Palantir version, the haves are the workers and the people that know how to actually use these products. And even the ground truth of this is so far away from what people intuitively believe. It's actually not the capitalists against the workers, it's the capitalists and the workers. But that's very confounding to political leaders. And it's confounding to structures that don't know how to adopt this and cultures that are not producing these kind of products. Last not least, these numbers are extraordinary because they're fully organic. They're not just organic because we don't do acquisitions. We don't do acquisitions because we are a thick, dense culture, which means you'd have to fit in. And we have the perfect excuse now of not being able to do them because no one has numbers like this, and it would reduce our numbers to do acquisitions. But they're also fully organic in the sense that we have no intertwined economics. Palantir has direct relationships with our clients in defense, intel, and commercial clients. We are not co-investing. We are not investing in commodity products. The numbers are pure. The purity of the Palantir enterprise and the courage of the enterprise. And we have lots of debates internally about what we should do, how we should do it. But from the beginning, we have stuck to our very strong values of expanding what we believe is the noble side of the West, which means being lethal on the front end, meaning outside against adversaries if necessary. Hopefully adversaries do not want to mess with us. And on the inside, meaning domestic institutions intelligence institutions, essentially taking an incatenation of the Fourth Amendment, which is completely represented by our pipelining, foundry, and impregnating institutions with it, so that every institution that uses our product is doing it within conformity of the law of America, and hopefully a logical extension of those around the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. We'll now turn to questions from our shareholders before opening up the call. We received a question from Jeff J, who asks, how are you thinking about your international business, and do you anticipate reacceleration in the near future, for instance, due to European rearmament?
Well, Shyam and Ryan should comment on this, but one of the big difficulties outside of American Food and Allies is, and again, as these numbers show, it's not how much you spend, it's with whom. And so we we're currently, first of all, Palantir is in a unique position where we really don't have the bandwidth to do anything that's difficult outside of America. So, and as this learning curve goes on, it's more and more difficult to help people understand how to implement these things. And the demand in the US is so great. But the core issue for our allies is going to be, can we get to a point where there's a clear recognition that you're going to have to buy products that are much, much more advanced than what is being built domestically? And that's complicated for them because they tend to want to buy products for themselves. But if you just go back to a wider frame, is this institution load bearing? Is the purchasing structure of a European country actually allowed to bear the load of buying the best product? Can they understand the delta in a way that allows them to make a decision that might go against the narrow economics of their own country? And I think, unfortunately, what you see in the Arab and non-Arab Middle East, so Arab countries in Israel, you see adoption, you see wide-scale adoption in China, and you see a lack of adoption in Canada, Northern Europe, and in Europe in general. But the real difficulty for the world is, if Palantir is going to bear a lot of the weight of this work, we are scaling. I mean, Shyam should talk about this, but like the demands on our product in the U.S. government in defense and civil are extraordinary. So, how do you in fact even justify moving into something that's more complicated is a real issue. And again, but the issue ends up being their issue more than our issue. I think one of the things you're going to see in Northern Europe, Canada, and other places is a real pressure to move to the left and right politically very far, because the way you deal with this, when you don't have an answer to a question, you come up with ideologies that make no sense and you try to implement them. And then that's the pressure they're going to have. Pressure we're going to have as a company, as a country, is how do we actually service the demand at the unyielding level of quality that we demand from ourselves. And the bar at Palantir is not we're the best, it's that it's got to be magical. We're not in the business of delivering the best products, we're in the business of delivering magically projects that are magical on the front line. And we unfortunately can't talk about some of that, but we've seen that in the last year. Magical implementations that have actually changed how people view U.S. deterrence. Obviously, the primary heroes here are the warfighters, but the implementation orchestration, which Shyam and many people at Palantir have spent tireless nights working on, has actually changed what people are able to do. If you have any questions about this, you can actually go, if you speak or read French, go into the French newspapers. One of the countries that has the clearest idea of the problem is France, but they don't really know how to solve it because the solution involves buying American products, particularly Palantir.
Nothing to add to that. That's great.
Thanks, Alex. Our next question is from Mariana with Bank of America. Mariana, please turn on your camera and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? So 2 questions as usual, one in the commercial side, the other one on defense. On the commercial side, the markets have already decided that 2026 is the show me story for AI. Have you seen that in the customers or software partners? Like you talk about this, I think you call it hesitancy, but like over time you have talked about like this resistance from some corporates to implement AI the way you thought it was the right way. Have you seen a change on that dynamic? The other one is related to ship OS. Shipbuilding has not been the only thing that the Pentagon has struggled to ramp up. there is a major effort to reindustrialize the US, and especially the military related stuff. But like, is there an opportunity to have like, I don't know, an ammo OS or a missile OS, and like where else we could see that applied?
So I would say our whole commercial go-to-market strategy is showing and actually delivering value impact to our customers directly as quickly as possible. And that's where we're seeing the stories of customers that are starting at larger sizes and expanding more quickly. We closed, in our overall business, we closed 61 deals over $10 million. That's because of the impact that we're delivering to customers. And the customers are, I'm having a lot of those conversations with those customers, and it's all because we're showing them what we can do with the software, and we're showing the impact, and we're the only one that's delivering that leveraged impact from the models with the ontology, with the FD, with our products in those organizations.
Again, here you'd have to disambiguate America from all other markets, but in the American market, we have inbounds where people have already seen proof points at other companies, and not on one use case. It'll be like migration of this kind of product, underwriting, myriad of use cases. And the conversation 2 years ago was much more, I've heard you're kind of this weird thing that might be able to make it work. In general, the conversation now is, I've heard you made this work. I don't understand where you fit into a slot. The reality of Palantir is we're not a one slot company. So it's like, if you want to view us, what people know us for is it will work, and it'll work really well, and it'll be very quick. And then, but a lot of our customers come now with, I know it'll work. What do I need to do to make this accelerate? And then on the end where it's like not as positive, it might be, I don't quite understand how this would work or why this would work. But there's a lot less of that. And quite frankly, we're in a much better position to shape who we work with than we've ever been. And part of what we're doing, quite frankly, is shaping who we work with. Because, like Ryan is sitting on one of the more interesting deployments, both technically and commercially. And the person running that deployment on their end, de facto, is the CEO. And they're very far in the weeds. And it's like, and they're like, they've reshaped their org to absorb our product. And like, but we've never had anything like, and it's the same thing, Shams, you talk about this in the DoD, but it's not. One of the unusual things that unfortunately we can't talk about is also just how much we can shape what's going on under the hood, including like, how do you orchestrate something in a defense or civilian context? And it's not that we're the deciders, but it is the first time that we can help shape the footprint against which we execute. Not in all cases, but for the first time in many. And what we need to get done this year is to expand that. It's much more density of client base than volume. We're into transforming large institutions and then making a lot of money with them. It's very counterintuitive, but because of that, they see very deep alignment, and they're willing to listen to us when we say, yeah, we know that won't work. Like in the past, we had to show them it won't work. Now a lot of our conversations are, look, we know this won't work. Everyone thinks this will work. This is some BS that companies tell you. It's never going to work. If you want the event planning and steak dinner, you can have that. And quite frankly, some companies are like, yeah, we have some part of our company that's not real. We'll use some other company that does event planning and steak dinners for that. And then we're part of the real part of the business.
And on defense and reindustrialization, obviously reindustrialization is something we've been talking about for the better part of 2 or 3 years now. It's something we're very focused on. It starts in defense, but I think it goes to pharmaceuticals, it goes to chain reaction, where we're helping build data centers. So like there's so much activity there that we're uniquely positioned to go after.
Sham's being overly modest. Sham's phone rings off the hook all day, and what they want from him is, how do I do this same thing across government? That's literally what's happening.
And that's what it is. Ship OS, of course, we're starting with the subfleet, but people are asking us to help with all sorts of different weapon systems, fighters, bombers, surface vessels, drones, weapons themselves, munitions. And it's a big area for us that spans not only the production of the weapon, but also sustainment of them. And if you think about lethality, the ability to deliver combat power, you need an integrated ability to do this from the factory floor to the foxhole. And Maven is a huge investment that has changed how we fight across the joint force on the foxhole side. And what we're doing, that Ship OS is really the kernel of, and is powered by warp speed, is how we're going to reinvigorate the factory floor and provide an integrated view to the Pentagon through this.
Thank you.
Our next question is from Dan with Wedbush. Dan, please turn on your camera and then you'll receive a prompt to unmute your line.
Hello. Yeah, so great to see you again. And that might look obviously a phenomenal quarter. My question is, does it feel like you're getting more and more of the budgets on the commercial as well as even on the government defense side, where you go in to do X and all of a sudden instead you're doing Y? Is that starting to happen now? You're just getting a bigger piece of these budgets when Palantir comes in?
Well, if you look at you look at our numbers very closely, what you will see is inexplicable growth in revenue, but not inexplicable growth in customers. And it's inexplicable growth in revenue because customers that are serious are putting a lot of their most important problems in our hands. And then the value creation, we're downstream from that, but the value creation is so large. So it's both, it's not just that you get more problems, it's that you solve them in a way that is determinative for the business, and then they pay you a lot more. And then there's also just this consensus, right or wrong, that the alternatives to us are not great. It's like, I'm constantly, before these calls, I get 50 texts, could you please be more modest? And it's an issue. But we all struggle with something. But the thing is, I think the true answers to this, it's not like, I don't understand this false modesty of like, the customers we work with know that we know things other people don't. And we've been sticking to the way we do things for a long time. And now AI has just put gasoline on all this tribal knowledge we have in our products. And I would say, and then we're much better at actually, I wouldn't say being modest, but saying you may be a customer or a country that's not getting this right now, like Western Europe. I'm very pro Western Europe. I've been admonishing Germany in German to like wake up because I care, not for commercial reasons. But the reality is most people there are not ready. So it's like we're in a position to say, yes, you understand what we can do, and this is how it would work. The best examples are all the stuff Sham is doing and other people are doing in government, which cannot be talked about. But the initial discussions are like, well, how would you shape the problem? No one's, it's like that's what people want from us, because like our weapon software is in every combat situation I'm aware of. Now, maybe the more people with higher clearances are aware of some things we're not involved in. So, and people say, well, this should not have worked, and it did. And then on the commercial side, which is, I think, of great interest to investors, I mean, that's why we have, that's why we have a rule of 127. That's why we're growing 93% in the US. That's why our guidance is at 61%. It was at 31% last year, at the beginning of the year, something like that. So it's like, it's because we have a very tethered and deep and dense proximate relationship with the leaders in almost every field of industry. And last, adjacent to your question, but it's like, and these relationships are not circular pay relationships in any way. It's like we provide value. Not that it comes up very much, but I used to tell people all the time, just imagine we're a Swiss company, but we have to pay us a little. We're like, we deliver a high value product. We don't want any BS about getting paid. We're not going to give you any BS about why our product didn't work and offer you a steak dinner or an event planning event. We're going to deliver, and then we get paid. And we got paid last year a lot. 127, 70, 93 are my favorite numbers.
Thank you. Alex, as always, we have a lot of individual investors on the line. Is there anything you'd like to say before?
When we are thinking about what we're building, we are building these things with our internal culture, our defense clients, partners, and with a great thought to people who put their own money into Palantir. It's just a very important part of why we continue to perform, what motivates a lot of us here, definitely me. And I hope that you are having a great time when you run into professional analysts who thought we would never be free cash flow positive, we'd never be profitable, we'd never have a 2 handle, a 3 handle, a 4 handle, a 5 handle, and now a 7 handle on our aggregate growth, and the rule of 40 was some unattainable category, although 127 is unattainable by everyone besides us. So I hope you're enjoying the ride. There's always ups and downs, and there are ups and downs for all of us. We've been doing this for a long time, but we're having fun tonight. I hope you are too. And yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. That concludes Q&A for today's call.
Dạ, ổng dụ ngọt mấy người analyst này quá anh Tú.
Không, đâu có để analyst có hỏi không?
Dạ không, ổng nói là ổng khen với ổng cảm ơn mấy người đó đó.
Mấy người đó là employee mà sao không có để analyst hỏi ha?
Vậy hả? Chị mà Long tưởng đâu là em analysis cái người đó.
Không có, mấy người đó là employee. CFO, CTO, CEO.
Ổng ăn mặc giản dị quá.
Dạ, giản dị lắm. Hôm nay ông ấy là rất là down to earth. Nhưng mà cái earning nó good. Mà không biết tại sao sau khi ông nói nó vẫn không nhúc nhích. Tôi tưởng sau khi ông nói là nó sẽ lên. Anyway.
Dạ.
Any question? Ok, mai gặp ha.
Em có question nhưng mà em tại sư phụ dặn em. Sư phụ SI là company nào vậy sư phụ? Em mới nghe đó.
Ai là cái gì?
SI đó là cái SpaceX nó qua mơ với là SI đó.
XAI.
Yeah, SAI, yeah.
Nó là công ty giống như OpenAI nhưng mà là của Elon Musk.
Nó có lâu hả sư phụ? Sao em không từng biết cái này? Sư phụ biết nào không?
Sao không biết? Trời ơi, dùng cái Grok là bằng cái gì? Mình có
sư
chat.
Phụ nó có
Chat
public
GPT.
không? Cái stock của nó có.
No, chưa ra public. Chat GPT là của OpenAI. Còn khi mình dùng Grok á, là Grok là của XAI. Là của Elon. Sau này nó sẽ integrate cái Grok vô cái PST. Cho nên nó make sense là để cho Tesla merge với lại XAI. Nhưng bây giờ nó lại muốn SpaceX merge với XAI thì không hiểu tại sao.
Yeah, mà không hiểu sao vậy, rồi sao nó gặp public từ sư phụ?
Được chứ, nó merge xong rồi nó ra IPO. Hai công ty nó merge nhau rồi mới ra IPO. Chưa ra IPO mà. SpaceX là XAI đã ra đâu.
Hình như ngày hôm nay Elon Musk mới confirm đó sư phụ.
Confirm sao?
SpaceX là XAI.
Elon Musk đâu confirm đâu, cái này là tin từ media chứ Elon đã nói câu gì, đã nói gì đâu.
Hình như ngày hôm nay mới đồng ý. Ngày hôm nay luôn đó, Monday.
Chưa nghe nói gì hết.
Em mới gửi tin qua.
Ồ vậy hả?
Dạ, em mới gửi qua trong cái
Nghe chốt lời không bao giờ lỗi thời hết siêu bộ ha. Nãy mà không bán bây giờ nó lấy lại hết rồi, nhìn luôn.
Yeah.
Cho em hỏi về cách sử dụng trên cái Fidelity sao mà em mua vào ngoài giờ em mua theo giá mắc kẹt, mua ngoài giờ mua không được, ngày hôm sau nó mới bán.
Tại phải apply.
No, anh phải extend hour.
Nhưng mà phải apply extend hour. Mình không apply mình không mua được.
Mình vô đó apply sư phụ.
Như vô online được hay là gọi thằng PST á?
Cho chị hỏi em đánh trên phone hay là trên laptop?
Trên laptop ạ.
Trên laptop thì chị biết như trên phone nó có cái nút switch ở trên top á, mình switch cái nút đó là mình có thể đánh được extend hour.
Ở trên
Chị Penny có người nói giọng em giọng chị giống nhau nghe chị Penny. Mà trong kia em giống nhau được.
Giọng em cũng dễ thương quá trời mà. Nếu mà em đánh trên phone á thì nó sẽ có cái nút ở phía trên top á, trên top của nó có cái nút dấu giống như là dấu switch vậy đó. Em phải đánh, em phải click vô cái switch đó, nó hiện lên màu xanh rồi em có thể đánh được extend hour. Nhưng mà nó không có giống như bên swap, là nó chỉ có là từ lúc market đóng cửa là 1 giờ tới 4 giờ thôi. Rồi sáng hôm sau mình muốn đánh pre-market mình cũng phải vô cái nhấn vô cái chốt switch đó mình mới đánh được. Nó chỉ cho đánh trong vòng mấy tiếng đó thôi, rồi sau đó regular hour thì những cái gì mình set trong cái after market hoặc là pre-market đó là lúc mà market mở cửa 6 giờ rưỡi á thì nó không còn work nữa, mình phải làm lại cái lệnh đó.
Mỗi một lần mình muốn vô ra là mình phải làm switch hour đó hả chị?
Đúng rồi, nếu như mà đó là chị, tại vì chị đánh trên phone cho nên tại vì chị ở ngoài đường chị đánh phone cho nên chị after market nó đóng cửa 1 giờ đó thì mình set giống như nãy chị đánh Palantir vậy á, chị phải chờ đúng 1 giờ. Chị phải chờ đúng 1 giờ rồi bắt đầu chị mới mở cái lệnh đó là chị mới set cái giá bán, mà chị phải bấm vô cái switch đó, phải bấm vô cái switch đó after hour đó thì nó mới bán cho mình. Nếu mà không bấm vô cái nút đó là không bao giờ nó bán đâu. Rồi đến 4 giờ chiều là không có work nữa, sau 4 giờ chiều là cái lệnh đó của mình không còn work nữa.
Dạ, em mua bữa hôm trước, sao em mua có 410, nó vô lại 422, gọi sao kỳ vậy? Em không biết cái đó. Dạ, cảm ơn chị.
Chị nói em nghe bây giờ rảnh nó bắt đầu lá em lên computer em tìm nó phải có cái nút nó bấm giống như là mình kêu là extend hour, giống như là rồi xong á khi mà cái after mà khi market đóng cửa 1 giờ rồi đó là em muốn order cái gì là em phải set limit. Thí dụ như bây giờ cái giá nó đang nhảy một IPO nó thường nó giật nó dậy dữ lắm, thì thí dụ cái giá nó đang là 186 thì em phải bấm bán là 185. Nhưng mà cái broker này nó rất là đàng hoàng, nó fill cho mình cái giá rất là chính xác, đừng có sợ. Thì
mình chính xác mà nhiều lúc nó bán cho mình lời thêm nữa đó. Nếu mà cái con stock đó cái stock đó là nó dao động nó ví dụ mình set 100 mà cái stock đó nó mạnh quá, nó dao động mạnh quá, có thể là nó phiêu cho
bên Robinhood thì nó toàn phiêu ăn gian thôi, mà bên Fidelity thì đừng có lo. Cứ ví dụ như cái giá market là 186 không, cái mình cứ bán rẻ đi 185 tại mình muốn bán mà, thì mình phải bấm 185 thì nó phiêu liền, thì nó giật lên 186 70 cái nó phiêu mình liền bùm liền, thành ra chắc chắn là mình sẽ bán được. Nhưng mà nhớ là phải bấm extend hour, phải bấm cái nút mà chị Penny chỉ á, phải kéo cái nút đó ra rồi thêm một cái là phải order limit chứ không có market nữa, tại vì nếu mà mình bấm cái market ra là nó sẽ phiêu cho ngày mai.
Đúng rồi,
mình phải bấm limit, ví dụ mình mua cũng vậy nữa.
Em nên nhớ after market đó là không bao giờ set market time. After market là market close rồi, mình chơi là mình chơi extend hour mà, cho nên phải set limit chứ không thể nào mà set market được.
Mua cũng vậy nữa, thí dụ như mua, thí dụ mình muốn mua quá, thí dụ cái giá hiện tại Tesla là 424 đi, cái mình muốn mua quá, cái mình bấm đại 425, nhưng mà nó sẽ không phiêu mình 425 đâu, nó sẽ phiêu ngay cái giá lúc đó là 424 đồng 30 cent, đại khái vậy. Fidelity nó là mang biết là đàng hoàng cái vấn đề giá cả. Còn Robinhood đó nha, Robinhood ăn vàng nha, 30 cent 40 cent là chuyện thường tình đó.
Mà chị muốn hỏi em là bữa em có hỏi chị là em nói em theo Palantir, vậy bữa đây em có đánh Palantir không?
Có chị,
có ăn không?
Có, nhưng mà em mua ít lắm tại em nhát, tại vì chị biết không, em nghe có người nói về 139 thì em teo, em sợ em dám mua nhiều.
Vậy là hồi nãy cái đánh IO cũng theo sư phụ đánh IO phải không? Nhưng mà mua ít hả?
Có chị, mua ít tại vì biết sao, tại vì giống em ít á, em sợ lỡ mà ví dụ nó xuống không có tiền mua thêm, thành ra em phải chịu thao cái phần đó. Ai nhà em bay luôn thì kệ đi, cũng kiếm được chút đỉnh nha.
Tại vì đúng ra là nếu mà chơi IO chị chơi 10 xe thôi, chị không dám chơi nhiều, nhưng mà chị rất là có lòng tin ở PLTR đó, chị có lòng tin đó, cho nên cái này IO chị làm 30 xe luôn á, mới ăn được 300 mấy.
Cái giá này là quá rẻ rồi chị, giá này giá ước mơ, hồi xưa bao nhiêu người chờ đợi muốn mua nó mà mua không được. Đó, nhưng mà sao không chạy, ai cũng nói con này về 130 là mình nghe mình cũng sợ.
Tại vì mấy cái kênh kia nó coi TA mà nó đoán đấy em, nó nói là Palantir sẽ rớt một nhịp nữa khoảng xuống khoảng 130 135 á, là lúc đó mua vô được, là nó nói như vậy là để mua swing thôi chứ không phải là cho day trade, cho swing thôi.
Cái
hôm nay
á grab này mình không biết luôn.
Đúng rồi, là phiêu gap đó, nó nói là phiêu gap về xuống 135 là phiêu cái gap đó đó, nhưng mà sư phụ đã dạy mình rồi, đã giảng dạy cho mình kỹ rồi, cái đó không thành vấn đề, nhưng mà cái mình chơi IO là chơi day trade, thành ra mình không có mình coi cái tin tức, và cái IO rất là quan trọng, khi mà nó báo cáo IO rất quan trọng, cho nên mình có lòng tin thì mình vô thôi, chứ còn chị thì chị có lòng tin với lại Palantir. Even đó hồi trước đó, chị cũng hiện tại bây giờ á chị có một cái account khác, chị cũng đang ôm đó, chị đang ôm giá cao á, nhưng mà chị đâu sợ đâu, tại vì chị biết Palantir năm này nó rất là bùng nổ, cho nên chị dù chị ôm nó giá cao chị cũng không có sợ, tại nó không có ảnh hưởng tới cái vốn day trade của mình, cho nên chị vẫn để đó không sao hết đó, chị vẫn có lòng tin với nó.
Dạ, em cảm ơn chị Penny.
Không có gì em. Gia đình đó chắc gia đình cũng trúng Palantir dữ lắm nè.
Hình như chung Apple kìa, sáng nay mình biết có Apple chị tức gì đâu á, lúc nó về 257 chị, mà em nhìn hoài mà em dám mua, em sợ mua per market á, rồi cái khi nó mở cửa nó sạc cái đùng á, chị biết không, nó có màn đó em sợ em dám mua. Với cái con Amazon hồi sáng là 246, em mua nó 238 chứ, 238 em mua rồi đó chị, mà em chạy ra đó, tại em sợ khi mở cửa nó có cái đùng.
Chị thì chị nuôi Apple mấy ngày nay rồi, bữa đây chị ăn được, chị mua nó có 10 xe mà chị ăn được 145 đồng á.
Ồ, chị hay quá, ngày nào anh thấy chị cũng ăn chứ.
Không, bữa đây đánh day trade á, thì bữa đây đánh day trade con Iran á, thì chị ăn 100 là chị nghĩ rồi, chị đóng mấy chị không có đánh nữa. Nhưng mà không ngờ bữa đây Apple nó bay, xong chị mới sực nhớ là chị còn 10 xe của Apple, cho nên chị vô chị coi chị nó, xong chị thấy wow nó lên quá trời luôn, xong chị đọc chị bán nó thì chị ăn được 145 đồng, là có 10 xe thôi, rồi bắt đầu theo sư phụ chơi IO, chứ thực sự ra một ngày chị kiếm 100 là chị nghỉ, chị không có chơi nữa. Ai ngờ đi thấy hơi hào hứng quá thôi đi theo sư phụ chơi IO thằng Palantir, thì kỳ này quất 30 xe luôn, ai ngờ là kiếm được 300 mấy, cũng vui lắm em.
Vậy bữa nay tính ra chị kiếm 600 rồi.
Đúng rồi.
Quá giỏi chị bên này, chị quá giỏi luôn.
Đâu quá giỏi đâu, nói chứ cũng có mấy con mình ôm mà giống như con buồn cái con CRML đó, hình như sư phụ cũng đang ôm con đó luôn á. Mua cái giá nó 19 đồng mà bây giờ nó rớt xuống đâu còn 12 13 đồng vậy đó, phải nằm chờ thôi à. Con này cho bộ chờ hơi lâu à.
Con nó một thời nó cũng lên dữ lắm.
Bên YouTube mình bye bye YouTube trước nha, mình tắt YouTube.